And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah! Welcome, everybody! The PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing, coming at you! It's Monday, October 9th, 5:01 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching and or listening. Motocross the Nations talk tonight. Millville PulpMX ride day tonight. Silly season stuff as well. Chase Sexton news finally dropped. Looking forward to having you guys on. 702-586-7857. You got something on your mind? You want to talk about something? Go ahead. Feel free. Lots to get into tonight as well. So, looking forward to having a great show. It's the off season, but that doesn't mean that the news stops, right? So we'll keep on going. Lots to get into with a couple of good friends of mine in studio here as well. Tonight on the show, speaking of silly season, Levi Kitchen will join us. Kitch moved over to the Monster Energy Pro Circuit team for next year, and Kitch will call in and tell us about that, what it's like riding there, and his trip to Hawaii and more. We also have Alex Martin on. Alex Martin, of course, running Spring Creek Millville facility, PulpMX Millville Ride Day this Saturday, Sunday in Minnesota. Looking forward to talking to my buddy Keefer about that, and Alex Martin as well.
Alex is a liberal.
The Motocross the Nations couldn't have gone any worse from my home country of Canada. It was a complete disaster, and so we will call Ryan the Newf Lockhart tonight. He was over there in France. He was on Team Canada, and we're just going to ask him what the hell happened.
Screw the Canadians.
It's that simple. We'll get into a lot of things happening, but
What the hell happened?
it was bad. So we'll have Newf on as well from France to tell us about that and more tonight on the show. And I want to thank Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Michelin, Acherbys, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, EVS, MTX brake pads, all on board with us tonight, as are you people. So I'm going to dive into everything else. We got the voicemails tonight. Lewis Phillips may not want to listen to all of them, but we do have some voicemails coming up. We also have the Race Tech Rant, X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, and Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. So we got lots to get into tonight. And again, 702-586-7857. Give us a call if you want to talk MXdN, silly season, or whatever else. In studio with me from Racer X, from Keefer Ring Testing, from PulpMX. It's the world's greatest test rider, Kris Keefer. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Wow, that's probably the best intro that you've ever done for me.
Yeah, well, that's what I do.
Turn up my mic a little bit, I think.
What do you mean turn it up?
Or in my ears, please.
Okay.
I can barely hear you. Sorry. Anyway, some of my favorite time people want to know about the Pulp Show. There you go. That's great. Thank you. Is the stuff we talk about before the show.
Oh, okay.
I love those things.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Going to talk some Nations.
Yep.
Some silly season. Chase Sexton. I want to talk to you about this electric Honda that Trey Kennard is going to race.
Yep.
You are going to ride the Stark tomorrow. We are going to ride the Stark tomorrow.
Yes.
I went to Glen Helen last week.
Yep.
To ride. Got Millville Ride Day coming up. We got lots to get into, buddy.
Percentage pie of the reason why Canada didn't do good? Newf? Yes or no? Percentage pie.
33%.
33.
Yeah. Also in studio here for the first time, I've known this gentleman for a little while. He is a pro rider. He's very fast on a dirt bike. He's also works for Fox during the week in Southern California as a rep for them. All-around good guy. One of Ouija's favorite people in the pits. Connor Olson. What's up, man? How are you?
What's going on? I'm good.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries. We didn't tell JT you were coming in, so that'll be great when he calls in. Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, but thanks for coming up. Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
We've been trying to do this for a while, so
yeah.
Talk to you a little bit about your job and racing and everything else, in a little bit.
Cool.
But lots to get into. Janky Mike's here as well. We'll probably try to get Janky on later in the show.
Yep.
Taking your phone calls over there, holding things down in the corner. Not working on my motorsport.com return. The Tallon Taylor. What's up, Tallon?
What's up?
What is this return thing you always bring up? Like, you seriously have something that you can't return yet?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
He has like 20 somethings, and they're
Project
on,
bike stuff.
They're on 20 different orders, and yeah.
All I know is it says a dedicated team of gearheads.
Isn't that his job?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All right. What's up, Tallon? How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm excited to see Keefer,
Oh, wow.
even though he's just gonna bag on me.
No, I refrained. I
Well,
backed out.
You and Janky talking off-road, too. You probably like that before the
Yeah,
show.
and some beta talk.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Not working on the app, working the camera angles, everything else. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks Dog? How are
I
you?
like it. That's a nice intro. It's factual.
Uh-huh.
It's timely.
Yep. It's right away. It's 6 minutes in.
We're gonna have a good show, aren't
A couple
we?
shows ago, I
Yeah,
forgot
we're-
to introduce them.
we're
I was
gonna
on
have
that
a
Oh,
good-
show.
was that
have a
your
good
show?
Yep.
That was not good.
This is a great
That was
start.
a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't great. Well, I'm not gonna. It wasn't one of my proudest moments. I'll be honest. So,
It shouldn't be.
all right. Lots to get into. Motocross the Nations. Team France wins, and really, we thought going in, France and Australia were the top favorites. So them winning wasn't a huge surprise. Home track win. The last 4 Motocross the Nations have been won by the home country: USA, Italy, and Netherlands.
I
And
saw
now
that.
France. Yeah.
I saw that stat. That was
Right.
pretty interesting.
But look, you look at the results. You watch the race on the weekend. I wasn't there, obviously. You watch the race. You look at the results. They didn't have. And again, it's the track they know. They're in front of their home crowd. They had no adversity. They got great starts. They rode fantastic. I guess the worst start was Roman Febvre in Moto 3, and he worked up from a little ways back. But like every team, Jet in the first moto, right, last to 6th. Ruben Fernandez threw it away for Spain. The Cock, a lot of talk about the Cock last week. He had a rough race.
All right.
Des Nations, American team. Look, the American team was never going to win, but they had some issues going on in the third moto. It was just one of those great days, Connor. I'll start with you. One of those great days for France.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they didn't really have any adversity, and everyone else pretty much did. Like, I mean, Canada had a lot.
Well, I don't. I even just mean the countries that were favored to, maybe win or upset them.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seemed like no matter what, they both ended up up front.
Yeah.
Even, I mean, in race 2, Tom was pressuring Renault.
Yeah.
About to pass him.
Yeah.
So
yeah. On a 250F on a hilly track.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keefer?
Well, here's the thing. Prado, you're not going to beat him off the start. I mean, he out of the one, he did get beat by Roxon.
Yes.
But
barely.
Yeah. All of the guys got fairly good starts.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit, like, in the middle of the race, you're like, something could happen. You're like, nah, they're too far up. It doesn't matter. You can have a throwaway and still be good.
Yeah.
And if you look at the overall, like, scores, like,
yeah,
they could have really blew it anyway. They could have did way worse than where they're at and still would have won.
Still won, even if they had a crash and a guy got up in 20th or whatever.
Would they have a 20-point gap to second?
17 to 34,
Yeah,
I think. Was
big.
that what it was? 17 to 34?
Yeah, I don't have it here, but.
Yeah, you got it there.
Yep.
Something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
20-something points. And
Yeah.
everyone had some, like, no one was that consistent towards the top of the list.
Yeah. No, they all had problems, right? I mean, Jet, like, I'll talk about Kenny in a second because I really admire how he rode it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Kenny in a second. But Jet probably goes 1-1 if he doesn't fall in the first lap of the first moto. But again, that's the stuff that happened. That happened to every team. Had a thing go wrong. Even if every team didn't have a thing, France probably still wins.
Yeah.
But when you each throw adversity at all these countries, and France has none, and they're on their home track, it's over. It's game over. So those guys rode great.
Yeah, and no matter, I still think if it was anywhere else in Europe, they still would have won. I don't think it's the home track advantage, even though they did win the last 4, countries have won at their home tracks.
Yeah.
I just still think they're that good when you ask anyone. If they were even coming here to America,
Yeah.
I still think they would be the favorites.
Febvre won more motos and overalls than Prado did.
Yep.
In that he just missed a race, right?
Yep.
So Febvre is, give or take, Jeffrey Hurling's maybe the best rider this year over there.
Yep.
Prado deserved the title, but again, Febvre was great. Vial really stepped it up. He was good this year in America, but
Isn't it funny how he just goes back and it looks like he never left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. Because you look at, he beat RJ pretty badly. Well, out of the 22 motos this summer, I would say RJ beat him in 18 of them or 16 of them, right? Like, RJ definitely beat him all summer long, basically. And Vial goes in, and RJ never even saw him.
Just like visually, he looked so much better.
Yeah.
Like he looked like his MXGP days.
Yep.
He didn't look like he rode good obviously this year, but it just seemed like he was didn't have that extra edge
I missed that conversation. You said he was on his U.S. machine?
U.S. bike with GP fuel.
Okay.
Yeah, which he was telling some of us near the end of the Nationals how much better his GP bike was than the American bike.
Right.
Different rules. Different rules. That's why, not because of any.
Because I would have thought for sure he would have went back to what he.
I kind of thought so too.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially how he looked.
Right.
I did
Yeah.
not know that.
Yeah. And then Renault was sort of the weak link of the team. He had a crappy end of the season, right, coming back from injury. And Renault was sort of the question mark, and then he wins his moto.
Wasn't he hurt too?
Yeah,
coming in.
hurt a little bit. Renault just they rode great, man. They deserved it.
Speaking of him, his kit was good.
Yeah.
He had a
it was.
lit kit for sure.
It was cool. Like when you talk about gear for those nations, most of them this year looked really good. In some years, you're like, that doesn't look great.
Yeah.
But I think, man, it was hard to beat. France's stuff would look really
Yeah.
cool.
And America? Look, I talked to a bunch of people today on group text and people that were there and people like JT and Parabinos and then my other industry people, Dan Truman and everybody else. And they were tied for fourth going in the last moto.
Yep.
And that's pretty good.
Yep.
That wasn't bad. And they had a terrible last moto and they dropped to eighth. Honestly, we talked about it last week. I thought they could podium if everything went right. And I wasn't far off with that fourth and everything going right. But then, crappy third moto, and it was all she wrote. Now, AP's fifth in Moto 1 was impressive.
And it was a close. He was up there for a long time.
He was right in the mix. He was battling, right? Practice didn't go well for those guys. The qualifying practices and everything else didn't go that well. Though they rode pretty well, AP in that first moto. And then his second moto, I swear he crashed. I even tweeted it out because I didn't look at individual lap times. I was watching the race. But I'm like, well, he dropped anchor about halfway. And I'm like, he probably fell, bent up his bike, bent up his body. And then because he was dropping. And it turns out he just had arm pump. And, woo, that's a rough moto.
All of our guys
moto.
did.
Yeah.
All of our guys had arm pump. And I didn't listen to a lot of the post-race, interviews with these guys. But just from what I've seen, and if you watch Christian's first moto, he screwed up that inside rut off the off-camber 3 laps in a row. And JT mentioned it on the broadcast.
Yep.
And then even before that, I was watching Christian's bike. You watch AP's bike. Our stuff looked way too rigid for what they were riding.
Yeah.
It just, Christian's bike would not settle in any of those ruts because if you look inside those ruts, they probably were filled with square edge shit. And that's similar to what we ride out here on the West Coast. But dudes are training at Baker's in Florida.
Yeah.
They hit a fucking wall when they went to France. Like, what just happened?
Well, I think you're right, but I think that's not going to change because of our influence of Supercross. Like when you watch the GPs all year, and you watch more than I do, those bikes, they rock, they teeter-totter, they're soft, they sort of flow with the track. I noticed that watching any GP. I'm like, look at these guys' setup. It is so bouncy compared to our guys. And I think our guys, if you start going softer from Supercross for motocross, you start going softer, you start backing down the shim sizes, the spring rates, I think our guys start freaking out. Like if you were to actually bolt on Tim Geiser's suspension on a Honda, I bet you those guys would lose their minds.
But what would you rather have, the arm pump, or would you rather soften it up?
But I don't think you can show up for Nations with a whole new Euro setup. Like those guys they need to ride with it. They need to get used to it. I think it's not a bad idea, but I think just in general, all of our American-based guys' stuff is too stiff.
Yes, our frames. So if you look at those guys, and if we're riding production frames, let's say they are, right, air quotes, I still think they do stuff to these frames, but the rigidity of the stock KTM Husqvarna frame is high.
Yeah.
These GP guys, they have whole different frames. Longer frames, softer frames.
Shorter frames, whatever track they're on. Yeah.
It's totally different. So their bikes looked way more compliant than our bikes.
Yeah.
Ours was deflecting off of things. AP, if you watch back on the first moto, even when he was up there, he couldn't pivot and turn very good.
No, they looked rigid. They all looked rigid.
There was
You're
no
right.
front traction for these guys.
Now, okay, so you are right, but in a way, though, you look at Jet and you look at Kenny, American-based riders for a long time now, using their American setup.
But I have a rebuttal for that.
But, okay, I'm saying a KTM, Austrian bike.
Yes.
That's your rebuttal.
No, my rebuttal is what you just said, Jet and Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
What are these two guys known for? Softer set. We rode Jet's bike. How compliant and soft did his bike feel?
Yeah, but do you think it would be that much different than
God.
than
Yes.
Aaron Plessinger's bike?
Absolutely. For 100%. as many of these bikes that I've ridden and
Yeah.
all the production
you
bikes
would know
that I've
better
ridden,
than I would, but
I mean, look at we rode Chases and we rode Jets. Look how drastic that was.
Yeah.
So for me, watching these steel frame American production bikes versus even our guys that rode Kenny and Jet, those guys run. I just rode Kenny's bike. It's soft. So like, and that was his hybrid setting. I can imagine what his outdoor stuff is. So these guys that are riding, they have European experience. They're already coming to America with that kind of like setting, and they stick with that.
Yep.
So maybe some of our guys need to learn, hey, I need to ride a little bit with some softer stuff, especially if you're going over
Well, I
there.
just think if you're WP, you can be like, hey, who do you have that weighs this much? Let's try that. Here's this guy's stuff. What do you think? They'll probably freak out. But listen, we want you to ride with us for a week, or
Right, what's wrong with-
and then we'll reassess.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why can't someone in the camp be like,
Right.
okay, here's where we're going.
Yeah.
Here's the tape. We know it's going to get like this.
Yeah.
Here's something that you guys should ride with, and maybe go to a track that's try to. I know we can't mimic
You know
it.
what though? JT was talking about that too in the broadcast. I thought we had tracks in America. And Connor, did you ride Lakewood this year?
No.
You didn't do Lakewood this year?
No, not this year.
I thought Lakewood Prep was a lot like Ernay.
Oh, man, I thought Lake was way ruddier than Ernay.
Ruddier, yes, but hard pack and dry ruts.
Yes.
Yeah.
That part. Ruddier, yes,
Yes.
but just the same kind of. You think about that corner that Christian kept screwing up, that left-hander
Yeah.
off camber. That's a Lakewood corner all
Yeah.
day
Yeah.
long. You know what I mean? Don't you agree?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
So
sure.
like, I know in the past we added the sawmill shit, the sawdust, and watered and mixed it up and all of that. This year and last year we've gotten away from some of that prep. It started last year at Lakewood when they
Yeah.
thought a big storm was coming. It
Yeah.
didn't come in, and the track was.
Some guys were complaining about it.
Yeah, some
right.
guys were,
Yeah.
but it's a different American type of prep.
Correct.
We carried it on to this year's nationals at some point. So, yes, I'm going to side with you a bit on the side with the people that said that the track was so different from what these guys ride. But there were some American tracks that weren't far off.
But here's my problem: is none of our guys change their fucking setting.
Right.
They
Yeah.
they stick with the stiffness, right? They might
Yeah.
go and hey, I got to try something. It's not working, and then they try it, and like you said, they freak out.
Yeah.
And like I got to go back.
Right.
And then
Well, and the opposite is true. When Geyser came here
yeah,
to ride the Monster Cup,
Yeah.
they bolted on a set of Supercross stuff.
he was like, "Holy shit!"
He said, "Take it off."
Yeah.
I cannot. And they're like, "No. This is what
need it."
you need it." And he's like, "Nope." And he rode his motocross stuff in Monster Cup and ate shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So the opposite is true. I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Euro guys, if they rode our stuff, would not.
Well, that's
And-
what I was gonna say. Like, was it with Jet and Kenny? It had to have been their European influence from riding in GPs. They know that the track's gonna be different, and
Yeah, maybe. Did that track look fun to you to ride? Not really for me.
no, not Saturday.
No.
Sunday maybe a little bit.
Okay.
And that was a pretty typical
Yeah.
Renee prep.
Yeah.
I think. Like
Yeah,
it
I
looked
think so
like
too.
some of the.
I swear when we were there before, it was tackier, but maybe they got some rain that week because we were later in the year. This was hot.
Maybe it was
hot.
the 7 other races that they had going on at
Well,
the same time.
Yeah.
I thought it was awesome. It
Yep.
looked really
Okay.
cool to ride. And that choppy hard pack stuff is what I like. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I think Christian and I think RJ, they did ride Glen Helen to kind of prep, and that was probably a good move. They could
Yeah.
ride some of that, and that's
Yeah,
similar.
yeah.
And Christian even said, hey, it reminds me of some Glen Helen stuff. But if you have guys in their second moto going back to 48 millimeter production forks, they're looking for less rigidity.
Yeah.
They're looking for feel.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's what we had.
well, that's what they went back to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know,
That's
and then
what
you
we had,
have
yeah.
Christian going to RJ Shock, and you're just trying to get more feeling and more movement, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand, and I could be totally wrong, and I'm not in the inside, I don't know nothing, but how are we so far off?
Flip that.
How are we so far off? Like,
Well, I don't think we are, though. I don't think we are so far off. I think we're off. But when you look
I'm
at
talking about
Jet,
settings.
I know, but when you look at Jet, you look at Kenny. Yes, they're softer. Yes, they're European-based riders. I get that. But how far off can they be? And those guys hauled ass. Like, they're
Yeah.
off. I'm not saying
I just think no matter where we go,
Mm-hmm.
AP is better than what we saw, and the reason why he didn't go faster was because of bike setup.
well, but okay, he got a fifth in the first moto.
but I'm
that-
talking about second moto.
Yeah, I know, but isn't that fifth about max for him?
Yeah,
In a world stage, like
In
he's a great
MXGP
rider.
class,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like he's a great rider. But you look at the guys that beat him, and he's not beating those guys.
Well, yeah, and like first moto, looking at the results sheet, his best lap was only just over a second, and second moto was like 9.
Yeah.
Should Albie Ferrado beat Aaron Plessinger?
Well, that was second moto.
I don't. Overall, though.
Well, second moto, but
It-
no.
it
Second
doesn't
moto,
matter.
Second moto, he had arm pump.
He was battling.
Doesn't matter. You
Ferrado.
didn't crash. You got arm
No,
pump because
I-
your bike sucks.
Okay, but what about the first moto?
He did great.
Okay, so what's
What I'm saying is one good moto, one bad moto
Yeah.
equals a shitty overall.
okay, to me? It equals like 2 separate issues. Not
Right.
fresh.
First moto.
He did say the sun was bugging him in second
First
moto.
moto,
too.
not as rough. Last moto, rough as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's motocross, right? You got to adapt. These guys know. The team knows.
I was shocked when I heard that there was no crash involved with AP.
Yeah.
I was shocked because he was not doing well out there.
And that's what I'm saying about these guys can go faster than what we saw. I just think us as fans sometimes like, oh, ride the bike, fuck it. You know, everyone's riding the same. Like, no, they're not. Like, in order for these guys to go to that elite level, you know, these guys are racing. You need to be comfortable. You need to have feeling. And when you don't have feeling, you see a 9th overall for Aaron Plessinger.
Okay, so to me, going in, you're like, hey, I said USA could podium. I'm like, RJ can't crash. He crashed in each moto.
Right.
Christian needs to really, like, be on his game. Well, guess what? After not riding for 6 months, he, got winded and didn't have a whole lot in that second moto.
I think he crashed that moto too.
Yeah, he hit the
Yeah.
wall. That little
Yeah, the
inside-outside
little-
wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, the fears of what was happening happened.
Yeah.
So you had Christian doing kind of what we thought would happen. We hoped it wouldn't, but we thought it would after being out for that long. RJ did RJ things. I mean, RJ's second moto was amazing. Dude, he was flying.
Yeah, insane, yeah.
He was flying through the pack.
Yeah.
But shouldn't have made the mistake to, when you give the inside gate to your MX2 guy, he can't make that mistake. Like, you just can't, because you already have trouble enough passing dudes because you're on a 250F. You have the inside gate. You cannot go down. Well, he did. And then AP's second moto was a disaster. So, like, to me, they were tied for fourth after Moto 2 motos. That was great. And they ended up 8th. And it's like, like I can't.
Like, what you're saying is correct. Like, everything but AP is about right.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
AP should be 3rd, 4th, 5th
Well,
in that area.
but-
And then you look at RJ, you're like, sure, 6th, I can see that. But you also can see RJ in 2nd or 3rd. too.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Who beat him overall? Vial was not. He was
Vial.
not going to beat Vial.
Hunter Lawrence,
Okay,
Kata Wolf,
So he should beat Kata Wolf and Adamo, right?
and Adamo.
Adamo,
and then
yeah.
Langenfelder, and then RJ.
Right. Yeah. So to me, he's Hunter Lawrence speed.
Yeah.
Right.
Second, third, whatever. Maybe Hunter beats him. Maybe he beats Hunter. But you just can't make mistakes. And we thought he would make mistakes because he rides with his heart. He makes a lot of mistakes, and that's what he did.
It seemed like they gave a lot of MX2 guys the gate pick.
Yeah.
This weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that kind of depends on year to year on how it goes. And this year it looked like everybody was lining up. So
And probably whoever first starts it, right?
Yeah.
The first MX2 guy that goes down,
Yeah, if
everyone
you're-
else is going to be like, well,
right, if you're the country, you're like, well, wait, we can't. We need to go
yeah.
MX2 because the other countries are doing MX2, and then our guy's gonna be buried. Because you look at the points. I mean, Vial had a 5 and an 8. What did Vial have?
Overall?
Overall, like both motos are. A 2.
He got race 1, 8, race 2, 2.
8-2,
Right,
yeah.
8-2. You look at the next guy in MX2. What did he get?
10, 5.
Right. So your 7-point difference.
Right.
Am I right? 7 points?
Yep.
Your 7-point difference there.
That's a start. That's
They
just,
won by 17.
Yeah.
7-point difference from the MX2 guy really coming through. At these destinations, your MX2 guy has to beat 450s and get in between to the
Yeah.
next MX2 guy.
It didn't seem like there was a lot outside of Vial. And Hunter was up there for most of it, but it didn't seem like a lot of other MX2 guys were
No.
inside the
when
top 10.
But when you have an elite MX2 guy doing well, that is huge
Yeah.
for this race. So, yeah, I mean, to me, like, honestly, I thought they could podium if it all went great. It didn't go great, and they got an 8th. Like, that's where I'm at.
Right,
I don't know.
like
Are you guys
Yeah, I mean, I think that was like Kris or whoever said it. I think that was it was worst case scenario, but it was kind of expected.
Yeah. Best case 3rd, middle case 5th, worst case 8th.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't know.
I think I'm proud of our guys that went over there and did it, and I think they had a good time doing it. They represented us well. They're all good dudes. Like
They're all team dad, yeah.
Yeah, great guys, and yeah, I hear a lot of people that are pissed off about.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
And I'm like, dude, one, it's dirt bikes. Everyone calm down. Relax. Everyone thinks it's like, Ivan Drago and Rocky Balboa, and everyone's, we got these. I got to win. We kick their ass. Like, I think it was really, really cool. I sat and watched the whole closing, ceremonies and watching France sing the national anthem. Dude, I think that is awesome. I think that was really cool. We did what we could do, and that's what we had.
Well, Pookie and I went to a movie Saturday night and got to bed about 11, and guess who was up at 1:05 to watch the B final, which I'll get into more.
You watched it?
Yeah!
Did you? What is it? Was there a
painful.
C final?
Yeah!
Yeah.
Was
that was Saturday.
That was Saturday.
You're not in that, though, right? I don't know. I didn't watch that. That's what I'm asking.
I mean, it did go bad for Canada, though, so you never know. They might have been there.
I know nothing about Canada because I didn't see anything because I didn't watch that.
We were not far off the C final, but I'll get more into that. Okay.
So we're not going to. Okay.
All right. Let's get some phone calls. Josiah has a question about Christian Craig. What's up, Josiah?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Keefer, it sounds like you didn't get a chance to listen to Mr. Phillips's post-race interviews, as I call him, the counterfeit captain.
Thank you.
But whenever he interviewed Christian, there wasn't video, but it definitely sounded like Christian was pretty emotional. And I hope he's listening to this. I just wanted to say it. I think it's hugely courageous, just what he did with having little prep. And, he knows that whenever he goes over there, he has that risk of getting exposed on a world platform like that. And so I just want to acknowledge that and just say thank you, Christian, for going over there and risking that when other people weren't willing to spend the money or whatever for him to throw his hand out like that and do that. I see that, the other fans see that, and I think that's huge. So I just wanted to say thank you to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to him today a little bit, and I said, "Do you regret going?" And he said, "Nope, not at all. It was a good experience. Like, I enjoyed myself, and I think that's the way he's got to go." I mean, look, and I'm not saying this to bag on Ryder D because he's awesome, but he was on the show last week, and he turned it down, which I think rightfully so.
It can go both ways.
He wasn't ready. He didn't feel like ready to go, and all that. And if Christian had said the same, no one would have said, "Oh, fuck you, Christian." We all would have understood the guy hasn't raced since April.
Yeah.
Like, we get it, right? But he, Josiah, like you said, he put his hand up. He went, man, and he wrote his ass off.
Hey,
so,
Josiah, it's something like this. Like, these guys are all great riders, right? Have won races, titles, everything. And there's no upside for these guys to go. The upside would be, sure, if they won. But then as Americans, as we are, we'd be like, yeah, we're bad. We should win. It wouldn't be a huge surprise. They're like, oh, we won. But now the downside is way more than any upside for these guys. So it takes balls for these dudes to even show up and do what they do when there's already negative comments about this is our D-E type of riders. Like, we're not sending our best guys. So for me, I think that's badass.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's.
Absolutely.
I think those guys all. I mean, again, I'm a little shocked at AP's the third moto of the day. Like, I didn't. He's been racing all year. I feel like he should have been better than that. But other than that, RJ's second moto was he passed 25 guys.
Yeah.
And did I hear right that none of these guys have traveled to Europe besides one, Christian at Paris?
Yeah.
They've never been to Europe.
Really?
No.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, I know for sure.
AP
I think
has
AP has never gone out of the
and
country.
RJ says he's never been out of the country.
I did not realize that.
Yeah.
I did not realize that. Christian's been to Paris. Yeah.
Christian's been to Paris once.
Yeah.
But other than that, no one's been to Europe.
I didn't know that. I wish I would have known that when I was talking to Christian last week.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right. Thanks, Josiah. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Shit, thank you.
I like the post when they all got there of the three riders, and it was like between these three, there's 12 kids or something from these guys.
Right. All right. Let's get to.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Getting work done.
Let's go to Payne. Payne, what's up, man?
How's it going?
What's happening?
I got a question. So, obviously, Jet Lawrence is very young, and he's already does he have a 450 Super? No, not yet. He's got the 250. Let's say he wins 450 Supercross. What do you think about him going over to Europe for MXGP and getting a clean sweep in motocross?
No, not going to happen.
Why not?
He's here. He wants to be here. The whole family wants to be here. That's what their whole goal was, right? So
you don't think it'd be?
I think it'd be
Thankfully.
cool. It'd be cool, but like that's
I
not
think,
gonna happen.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool, but so would a money tree in my backyard. That'd be cool too, or a chocolate
I don't
river.
think it can-
To sail down. Like I think all that would be cool, but yeah, not gonna happen, man. No way.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it'd be a cool idea.
All right,
I mean,
cool,
he's-
man. Thanks.
He's only 20 years old. He could
Yeah.
come back by the time
Yeah,
he's
makes
22.
sense. All right, okay. All right, thanks. Chris Keefer brought to you by Decal Works, by the way. Thanks to PulpMX 23 is the code to save with Decal Works. Yeah, absolutely great guys. Great turnaround there. Sean, Ron, and all the guys down there doing great things. Custom graphics, custom numbers. Use Decal Works, Connor?
I have
Okay. All right, Connor Olson's
Have.
using them too.
have
sense.
in the past.
We'll
Yeah,
take it. We'll take it.
actually for a long time.
Decal MX, PulpMX 23 is the code to save with those guys. Thank you to Decal Works for coming on board. And Connor Olson brought to you by Fly Race. No, just kidding. EVS Sports. EVS. We can do EVS. Protection Gear Company. EVS is establishing themselves as the leaders in innovation and technology when it comes to designing protection gear for today's motocross racers. Athletes like Team USA's RJ Hampshire, Kyle Chisholm, Pastrana, all wear EVS when they race, ride, or whatever Travis decides to do that day. Pulp30 is the code to save. EVS-sports.com. Pulp30 is the code to save. Thank you for bringing the Slayco knee pad box over for my wife.
The coffin.
The coffin. Thank you for bringing that because she's using it to decorate.
That's what those came in.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
It
it was
was
a.
sick.
I thought it was a Halloween
No,
thing.
yeah, no. EVS did that.
Yeah.
Take that, Fox.
I'll send a note to the
Yeah.
marketing team.
Yeah,
now.
do that. I do want to get into your job later on in the show, though, for sure, and talk to you about that. Okay, again, the Kitch is coming up here in 6 o'clock. Kenny Roczen appreciation. Look, he got a little help because, let's face it, Jet probably goes 1-1. Okay, got it, right? Got it. But the dude battled him in the second moto, got the whole shot, won his MXGP class, set lap times very close to what Jet was doing. Good job, Kenny. I think we just sleep on Kenny, right? He raced one race this year, second most laps led in outdoors with his one race.
Yep.
Beat, led Jet for most of the time, qualified fastest than Jet, the only guy to do that. And we sleep on Ken Roczen, and myself included. We just all do. So props to Ken Roczen. He had a shitty Redbud 2018. Other than that, this dude at Motocross the Nations has shown up every single time, and including myself, you forget about Ken Roczen, Connor.
Yeah,
You just forget how good he is.
It was definitely very impressive watching, and like you said, other than 2018, and I was at that the Nations in 2010 in Colorado, and watching him in 2010 in Colorado when he was 16 or something was impressive.
At altitude on 2DF leading, yeah.
That was cool. But yeah, I mean he rode so good this weekend. It was definitely very impressive, and I think like you said, we kind of all sleep on him, but I think the recency bias of SMX kind of helps that a little bit. But yeah, that was
just
good.
We just go, oh yeah, Ken Roczen.
I think it's because we have all these new faces, right?
New
And
toys, new
everyone's-
shiny
yes,
toys, right? Yeah.
We're pulling them out the drawer. We're like, oh, this is cool, and we'll talk about them for
Woo,
6 months.
Jet Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
So for me, I think now Kenny's riding better. I will say this. I'm going to say this very carefully. I think Kenny's riding better now on this bike than he did with his Hondas. That's what I see.
No,
You don't
I think
think
that's
so?
blasphemy. But
I when I watch him ride,
Yeah.
I feel like he rides this bike better. That's just me
yeah,
looking at him.
yeah,
But
yeah.
and then it's not a surprise for me when you see it. You already know if there's one guy that can run a pace, it's going to be Kenny. And we sat here a couple of weeks ago and Savachi said, that's one guy I don't want to fire up.
yeah.
You know, and Joey was right. Like, look how fired up he gets. You know, you start talking about one guy, he's like, "Hello,
Yep.
I'm over here.
Yep.
Remember me?"
Yep.
So
Yep. I mean, we had, the wave by in Chicago, right? Led laps in Charlotte. L.A. was on it.
yeah,
Trying to get, I just think, and I talked to Peyton, his practice bike guy, a little bit a couple weeks ago, and it was a little bit of a looser program. They didn't ship a bike. They brought parts, right? That showed up, it wasn't his full deal, it wasn't everything that he's normally used to. And he ran that pace,
yeah,
you know?
yeah. It's
He won
unbelievable.
MXGP.
Yeah.
That's crazy on a 8-year-old bike. He
Well,
did.
I saw Brooks posted a whole shot photo and said, kickstart Kenny
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
the whole shot.
He
Look
stalled
at-
it at some point, right?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he crashed or
Yeah.
he stalled it. Oh, he
Stalled
stalled
it.
it.
He stalled
yeah.
it coming down the hill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then they said, "Yep, here he is. He's kicking it." And he lost 4 positions.
But
all the math comments by JT on the broadcast were great. Like the Jet Kenny math comments. Leave that to someone in the pit box.
Right.
And going back to the pit, remember this whole thing we had about Jets being condescending, and he said this whole baby thing to Ken, but there's Jet grabbing his whole shot device, helping Kenny out.
Yeah.
So again, us fans are looking at this a little bit too close. I don't think these riders.
Well, Kenny was on the show Monday after Chicago, pretty fired up too.
Yeah, but
to be fair,
these guys don't hold that shit for
you're
very
right.
long.
No, you're right about that. Yep. Yeah. And I can't tell you how many times over the years, and I'm old as fuck now, where I'm like, that dude will never talk to that dude ever again.
Yeah.
Because if something happened and things they've told me, and then 3 years later they're on the same team or they work for the same company or whatever, and now they're
How long have I been here, and how long have you said Ricky Carmack will never be on the show?
Did I say he would never come on?
Yes.
He comes on now.
Right.
Yeah. Fox's own. But yeah, Ken rocks an appreciation. Just.
Yeah. There we go. There we go, everybody. Good job, Kenny.
It's just, you're like that fucking guy.
Yeah. How? Not to get too far ahead here.
Yeah.
Top 3 next year, Supercross.
Not.
Okay, we're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
Okay, not doing that.
I need people to tune in all off season. I don't need them to be like, oh, fucking Mathis said
we
this,
need
and then
the
never watch again.
Supercross show pre-shows to be good.
Right,
okay,
right.
got it.
Well, hopefully we each put Sexton in show 1. That's all I hope. What else caught your eye? Italy third. I think I tweeted this. I don't think anybody thought Italy was on the podium. Spain probably should have had it. Fernandez really ate shit there.
Yeah.
Italy getting third was great. Alberto, the big man, rode well in that third moto.
He was a pest, wasn't he?
He was.
That was
Feber was not happy.
Not stoked.
That was one of my notes. Actually, was just watching the third race, like all the Ferrado Febra battles. Of the past.
Yeah.
Just another one, you know.
I know exactly. And then Germany gets fourth. Again the cock. There's a lot of cock talk last week.
Do you have cock drops, Marks?
We were talking about cock before the show. But
gargle cock.
No, there's one. Thanks, Tallon.
Was there a lot of cock last week?
Oh boy.
Lewis and I were really breaking down how far up the cock could have got in there.
I really missed my show last week.
Yeah, you did.
Damn it.
Yeah,
you would have thrived on that one, actually.
Yeah, it would have been your place. And then, Great Britain, not so good. I thought they would do a little bit better. I guess they got a younger team, though. I thought, they would be a little closer up front. And then that guy, the dude from Italy, he was the EMX guy.
Bonacorsi?
Yeah, Bonacorsi.
Yeah. He was good.
I never heard anything about that guy.
Yeah.
I saw his name, but he was really he was good.
Bonacorsi was good.
Yeah.
But
First time on a 450, they said.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll be damned. Didn't know that.
I mean, I think Renault really kind of caught my eye, just how well he was riding.
Yep.
And just from, I guess, hearing from Lewis and stuff last week, like that he wasn't even 100% going to race or whatever, but seeing how good he rode, and like especially I think in the second race, the MX2 in open class, like he was
see you later.
crushing it.
Yep.
The one who impressed me a lot was Liam Everts.
Yeah, 350s on 350.
Yeah, so I thought it was a smart move to ride the 350.
No, you're a 350 guy.
I am a 350 guy. And if I can only imagine how good that thing runs.
Yeah.
And if people are listening and don't know, like when you build a 350, on top is just as fast as a 450. And it has a little less torque, but when you build them, it's just so much easier to ride. And I think with all those off cambers and the hard pack ruts, I think, man, it really could have been a weapon, and it shows. Like, he got in and out of those corners a lot better than other riders. So, for me, that impressed me, and he hung tight, and he was in there, and, honestly, he was damn close to winning the overall in his class.
Yeah, so. That was pretty impressive for him, too. He opened some eyes, no doubt. I thought that I thought Hunter was a little more from Hunter. I don't know what's wrong with him. He didn't ride LA, right? So maybe he hasn't ridden on the bike much, but he went down in one of his crashes or one of his races. He was just okay, Hunter. It wasn't like Vial had him beat pretty good. And
I think he's still sore, probably.
Yeah, I do wonder that. And then Dean Ferris, I got a few people telling me about Dean Ferris and how he's never been faster. He won the Australian Championships this year, beating Jed Beaton, and they said he's never ridden better. Well, listen, I think he has ridden better. I've seen him ride better than he did this weekend, right? It looked like it was a little bit rough time for Dean Ferris. So
yeah, he had a big one Saturday.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
That was a big one.
That was a good one.
Luckily, he landed on his feet.
Yeah.
Because if that would have been any other part of his body and that hard ground, it would have been game.
Yeah. Wes is on one talking about Prado. What's up, Wes?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Big fan of the show, man.
Thank you.
So I had a question. Did y'all see the Vital? I think it was Vital MX did an interview with Jorge Prado about racing Supercross.
I saw Lewis's tweet. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering what y'all thought about that. If you think that would be a real possibility, and if he'd come over here and do that.
Well, Lewis has been talking about this for a while, that it was in the works to do it. And honestly, I heard that a while ago. Like, I heard it right from Tyler Keefe at TLD that Prado was coming over a year ago or so to try some Supercrosses. And then they signed a new deal. And I heard the new deal was no American stuff. So then I kind of wrote it off. And then now Lewis said it's back on, but he's only in 450s. So that's odd. Like, why would you at Jorge Prado, and he's pretty young, but why would you want to jump into 450 Supercross? Like, that seems odd. But that's his choice.
Yeah, never riding it before. It'd be, pretty. Yeah. I would think it'd be pretty difficult to hop in.
I agree. I mean, how old's Prado? 22?
He's got to be 23. Yeah.
23?
Did he age out?
No, I don't think he aged out. I think
he won two titles.
You were out. Yeah.
Two titles.
I
think
it would be really cool to see that, man. I think he would.
I think it'd be cool too. But I mean, dude, race 250s. Race 250s.
Nah.
No,
I agree.
No. I
disagree.
If he
can go get a 250 title, it might be the way to go. Try to get a regional title.
Yeah.
Honestly, like you
could. One more question, Phil.
Go ahead.
What do y'all think? So you know how we have World Supercross and the big debacle between WSX and AMA stuff going on. What do you think about the AMA series if they tried to make it a world title? But I don't know if the logistics and stuff that would be possible, but to maybe go overseas and do some Supercross races.
Well, they tried that, right? They went to Holland, they went to Switzerland, Spain. They tried that a few years ago. There's not enough time because the motocross series starts in May, so there's just not enough travel time to go in the middle of your 17 race series to travel to Europe and back. The teams don't really want that either. This is the World Supercross Series, the American one, and when that's the best Supercross racers in the world, right? So, I think if you were to ask Feld, like, hey, if you had anything to do in the world, what would you do? They would say, we want a 17-round American series, and we want to run a 5-round or 6-round World Series, and all over the world. But they don't have enough time in their calendar, to do that.
Yeah.
So
the logistics and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's too tough to do. But thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Right,
good night.
702-586-7857. Pro Filter. PulpMX is the code to save with Pro Filter. Get a pre-oiled, ready-to-use air filter right now. Oil filters as well for side-by-side, street bikes, and more. ProFilter.com. PulpMX is the code to save. They make air and oil filters for the last decade for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. I gave back my Yamaha.
I got shit for it, by the way.
Why?
You must have changed the wheel, and the chain was all blown out, because you had
one tooth.
Okay, I'm just telling you the text that I get. So I get your shrapnel.
It was already dirty.
I know. I'm just telling you what I get. Go ahead.
The chain wasn't even.
Tell Steve I thought he was a mechanic, and then it's a video of this chain.
Yeah, but okay. Back to my story.
Yeah.
I gave back my 2023 YZ450 this week, low hours, and the Pro Filter in it. I checked the Pro Filter in it to make sure that, should I give it back with this or whatever? And it was, clean as a whistle. Fantastic. Pro Filter.
Nice.
ProFilter.com. Maxima USA. PulpMX is the code to save. 927, the number one selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. We had 927 day last week from Maxima. We had Trevor Reese in studio along with Dogger. We actually got Dogger on the phone. Incredible. Thank you for Maxima for coming on board, and they also have the oil that Monster Energy Kawasaki and Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki use, and SC1 and Suspension Clean. You love the Suspension Clean.
Love.
PulpMX is code to save with Maxima. MaximaUSA.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Connor Olson in studio along with Kris Keefer here. MXdN talk. So next year, Matterley Basin. I think the streak of the home country winning will come to an end.
Think so?
I don't think the Team GB is where they need to be.
They're not bad, though.
No, they're not bad, but they're not where they need to be right now. Ben Watson, our guy Ben Watson, taking out Dylan Wright. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Dylan jumped into the back of him. I'm kidding about taking him out.
Oh.
But Dylan jumped into the back of him and had to hit eject. So
was that the B final crash?
How's Grant Harlan doing?
No, it wasn't the B final crash. Harlan's in a hospital, broken pelvis, but he's going to fly home and get surgery in America.
He landed on somebody, I heard?
He landed on Dylan's bike in that crash.
What jump was that at?
I don't know.
Okay.
After the quad up the hill,
Yeah.
you go around that right and like
That double down?
that next table.
Oh.
It was right there.
So that was the first moto, wasn't it?
First lap.
I saw
of
some
first
guy
moto.
laying on the side.
A qualifying race on Saturday.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Copy.
But I think it was.
No, Canada wasn't in that one.
So Team Guam didn't make the A final.
No.
No, they did
They
not.
were in.
Guamination didn't happen.
Guamination did not happen.
No.
Got it.
They were in B final. So, yeah, our guy Harlan, he's been texting on a group text that I'm in. He laid in a hallway for 8 hours trying to get help in the French hospital. And
Gosh.
hang in there, hard dog.
Yeah.
So does he have a cracked pelvis or is it broke?
I don't know. I think it's cracked because he's on his phone. He's like talking about.
Yeah.
When he said he walked to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
okay.
tweeted that right. So I think it's cracked. But new national number 23, Grant Harlan. So
Crazy that 22 is Freddie Noren. How weird is that going to be?
you know what? It won't be. Just like when Baggett took 4.
Yeah.
It was like one weekend, and you're like, oh, okay.
But
Like
Freddie Noren and 22, that just seems weird.
for a weekend, and then you'll be like, yeah, Freddie's 22. Like you just move on.
No, dude. Chad.
You moved on from Ricky. I felt like Baggett was
Yeah.
just
Okay,
Connor's
but
with me. Thanks,
Sexton
Connor.
got
Thank you.
4.
Thank you. Yeah.
So that's like, oh, okay. But, Freddie Noren's good. But you say 22, you're like, wow, Freddie Noren, 22. It's just odd.
Speaking of Freddie, why didn't he race?
I don't know. Sweden's zone.
He's getting house and he's building a house.
He's done. I think he's done it.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
I thought he was still
Okay.
doing it.
I don't know. Maybe he was building a house. Okay.
Let's move it along.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Like, yeah, he usually races for Sweden. I would talk to Lars, but Lars is in Italy. So, because he's our Swedish connection to the team.
What about Koldenhoff?
Yeah.
That
That's
sucks.
ugly. Yeah, that sucks. Yep.
Yeah.
Netherlands were down a man right away.
It was a rough weekend for them, just in general.
Yeah.
From that, and then the rest of the races, they all kept crashing too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a rough weekend for a few guys. That leads me right into my race.
Do you want to get into that?
Yeah, my Race Tech rant. Let's get into it. Racetech.com. PulpMX is the code to save with those guys. Pulp23. Call. Tell them listen to Pulp. Whether you get suspension work done, whether you get parts for your suspension, motor work done as well. They can help you out with the Race Tech guys. Can they give you a discount? They've been a sponsor of our show for a long time. I thank those guys for all that they do. Racetech.com. Great suspension. Great service. Race Tech service centers all across America as well. This is a familiar rant. I've done this one before, so I apologize if you remember this or whatever. But okay, so yeah, you spend. Look, it's just fucking phenomenal. This is the biggest race of the year. You have all these countries spending all this money to get there, and your starting position for qualifying is a ping pong ball. Like this is. Like it's insane to me. Like this start wasn't that unfair. Some of the starts are fuck ton unfair. Like you're just screwed if you're on the outside. You spend all this money, you raise all this money, the riders spend all this money, and a Monster Energy girl pulls a ping pong ball and you're fucked. Not if you're America, Belgium, Australia. Like you could start anywhere, you could start backwards and get in. But these qualifying races, I mean, it's a battle for 85% of the countries that are there. It's a battle to get into the main race, right? Maybe that's a little high. Maybe let's say 60% of the countries that are there. It's a battle to get into these races. And if you draw a bad ping pong ball, your entire weekend is fucked. Like that's it. Sorry, thanks for coming. Go fuck yourself. That's basically what they do. And they have ways like they can go off a qualifying practice for your gate pick. They can go off last year's finishes for your gate pick. They can do any number of ways to give you a seeding on the qualifying pick for Saturday. There's so many ways to do it, but nope, we're going to draw a ping pong ball. It's just like Loretta's. Loretta's is also insane. You spend $10,000 to go to Loretta Lynn's and pull a spoon. Oh, you're 40th? Go fuck yourself. Like, it's insane. The amount of commitment, the importance, the things that are put on these races are so big that you're going to just draw a ping pong ball. So Canada gets 40th ping pong ball in France this weekend. They're the last gate pick on the outside. They're great riders. This is the best team we've ever sent. They're great riders. But guess what? They got shitty starts. Guess what? The best team, the best rider on the team did what he absolutely could not do and crash, which I love Dylan Wright, but he does tend to crash. And then that was it. He's out. He's done in his race. Okay, MX2 time. Last pick on the gate. Oh, bad start for you. Ryder McNabb, you get 20th. Okay, well, they take top 17. So now you are out of this final, and you are going right to the C final, Canada, because I think he crashed again. Then, Jess Pettis, we got one more shot, gets a bad start, fights like hell, gets docked for jumping on a yellow, but we still make the B final. So no A final for Canada. Like, all that money just shit on. Just throw it away. Light it on fucking fire because of a ping pong ball. And again, there's so many ways that they could do this. Like, go off last year's results. Go off your fast practice time. Just go off anything. Go off your fucking deficit of your country. Whatever you want to do. There's so many ways to do it. But nope, they draw a ping pong ball. And you're just like, you're fucked if you're one of these countries. It's insane to me that they do this. And they do it year after year after year, and they don't care. They don't seem to give a fuck. They pay barely any purse money. And they're just like, thanks for coming.
They do pay purse money, though?
A little bit.
Okay.
We had 102,000 people come through the gates all weekend. We have a bed full of cash, but go fuck yourself on your ping pong ball. It's just nuts. And, like, Morocco drew gate number 1, right? And, like, they're terrible. They're a terrible team. But they got gate number 1. Should they really get gate number 1? Like, what?
Morocco?
I meant to do this before the show.
I didn't know they didn't have a team.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Moroccan.
I mean, it's not like they don't have a practice going on.
Well,
it's
that's
not
what
like they don't have it in the time schedule. They had fucking 65 races and 85 races and 125. Like, they have plenty of time.
So you have your practices. Let's have some timed practices. Why don't they average all 3 of the riders' scores, like lap times, and do an average lap time?
Or just do it fucking separate.
But, I mean, that way every guy's held accountable. So you have a guy do 2:01, 2:04, 2:06, and then they average those 3 out.
Greece guy, 16 seconds off the pace.
What was Moroccan?
Ukraine, 42 seconds off the pace. Luxembourg, 24 seconds off the pace. The Morocco guy, this is just MXGP.
Yeah.
23rd.
7 seconds off. So he wasn't bad.
Who won the B final?
I'm not getting into that.
Okay.
I'm not talking about that right now.
Got it.
There was controversy with that too. But, like,
a lot of
and again, like, if you Pookie just texted me and said that if they went off the previous year, then shitty teams might not even show up. But, like, the shitty teams, I've been going to this race. I've been to this race 15 years. The same countries are in the B final every year, whether they draw number 1 or draw 40th. They're in the same B finals every year. They obviously get money to go. They're obviously not even close to making the A main. So
they're going for the experience.
Yeah, they're just going to have fun. I mean, some of these guys are getting autographs in the staging. I've seen it. Some of these countries' riders are walking around getting autographs.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. They're just like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm racing Jet Lawrence. Please sign my shirt.
That's awesome.
I've seen
the jersey he's wearing.
Yeah. No, I've seen it.
Oh my
so
God.
Like, there's obviously, say, 10 countries that are just happy to be there. And again, if they draw number 1 or 40, they're in the B final. It doesn't matter. But there has to be something to make sense for these ping pong balls to go the fuck away. It's a joke. Like, Canada, look, they sucked, and we're going to have Newf on here, and I'm going to yell at Newf, and I like Dylan, and I like Ryder, and I like Pettis. They're good guys. They sucked. They crashed. They sucked. The ping pong balls are not the reason the Canada didn't have a good race, but it sure doesn't help.
Right.
Well, I think it was probably a domino effect for them. Like, your last gate pick, you go into the first turn, then you're in the back of the pack where you shouldn't be, and then
make mistakes.
Everything kind of trickled from there.
And like, again, like, Morocco having number 1 gate pick is a waste. Okay, so if you're gonna do it, like, separate, like, neither one of you are big soccer fans, I'm sure. But there's a Premier League and there's a relegation league, and you're in the shitty relegation league unless you win it, and then you get into be the big league. And then if you're last in the main league, you get dropped down. Maybe they do something like that, where, like, listen, Morocco, Ukraine, Israel, the shitty country, you're all in the B final unless you win and then you can get in the A final next year or something. There's got to be something where your whole weekend isn't determined on fucking ping pong balls.
Yeah,
right?
just put the top 10 in the A final. Let everyone else battle it out to get in.
Yeah. That's like how they used to do outdoors. Have a seated group.
I mean, just something, anything. And if you don't show up one year, then I get it. Like, if you don't show, if Canada can't be bothered to field a team, which we've not done a few times, then you
get fucked.
You're in the B final or whatever. Like, like I understand there should be some punitive.
Earn your way back.
There's a reason for the fucking, right?
Yeah,
These guys don't even.
But there's no reason for the fucking. Now
right.
We got 9th last year or something.
Right.
Like, it's just the biggest race of the year.
I agree.
Ping pong balls, man.
Well, that's the craziest part of it is like the MXGP series. They don't do that.
No.
They have qualifying practice, qualifying
what
races.
What series does Tell me who does ping pong balls. Does the Indy 500 do ping pong balls?
No.
Does any legitimate racing event in the world do ping pong balls for qualifying? No. Of course not.
No.
And even Loretta's. I've argued with Davey with this many times. Like, they can go, listen, these 8 guys won their 8 regionals. They have gates 1 through 8. The second place guys get gates 9 through 17.
Right.
Like, there's ways to do that also, where you don't have some hotshot Team Green that kid that wants to see there starting 40th because of a spoon draw.
Right. Well, and that's not even that great because you can actually cheat because I did that this year. I looked down in and I saw the number and I picked it.
Chris Keefe, everybody. Okay, so that's my race tech rant. I've done it again. They won't listen. They don't care. In front just tells you to go fuck yourself. Like, It's obvious. But what a joke. What a joke. And again, I'm not saying the ping pong balls are the reason Canada didn't make it because they could still, that start wasn't that unfair.
Do the team managers ever say anything, though?
I don't know. Who knows? Well, I'm not a team manager. I don't know.
Have you asked the team manager?
I've asked the FIM guy one year, why do you guys think ping pong balls is good? That's what we think is,
I'm just saying if enough team managers bitch, they would change it.
Do you really think they would?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't think so.
Okay.
How many free practices are there? 2?
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
I mean, split it in half. Have 1 free practice and 1 timed.
So 1 free practice for each class.
Maybe there's 2.
I'm on the results. It only shows 1, but
yeah,
I felt like there was 2 also.
No, I think there is
for each class though.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I feel like there's just 1
total or for each class.
No, 1 for each class.
Yes.
Yeah. 3 practices, one time.
So not 6.
Yeah.
But they're probably like the MXGP first free practice is like 30 or 45 minutes.
30, I think it's 30 minutes.
That was. I mean, they don't.
So that's why you should take everyone because obviously the track's going to deteriorate, right? So what you do is you take the leader of MX1, MX2, MX3, combine their times, all of them on the squad.
All 3 are riders.
Yeah, and then combine that time to average the lap time, and then that's your time.
Yeah.
Chris, again, there's so many. Go off last year's results, and if you didn't show up, then you're screwed. But go off last year's results. There's so many ways to do it, other than a ping pong ball. Think of the effort and the work and the time and the money that goes into this race for these teams and these countries that are outside the top 8 or 10. Think of that, and then they show up, and that's it. They're screwed.
Yeah.
And again, this start wasn't even that unfair. It's racetech.com, racetech rant. It's unbelievable. Canada got 40th, and I was just like, oh, well, that's great. Thanks.
So can I ask more about Canada since I don't know much about it?
No, because Nick's on 4. Nick, you want to talk about Canada? Nick, turn the radio off. Nick. All right, see you later. Nick want to talk about Canada. Go ahead.
What did they get in the B final?
Kris.
C final or whatever. I don't fucking know where they in. What are they in? Were they in the B or the C?
They're in the B.
Okay.
Thanks to Jess Pettis.
Okay.
Barely. They got in the B barely.
Okay, so what did they get?
Well, do you want the short story or the long story?
I want the long.
They qualified Sunday morning, 2nd and 4th.
Okay.
Looking pretty good.
Okay.
Jess Pettis pulled the whole shot in the B final.
Yep.
Promptly washed out.
2 turns later.
2 turns later.
Got it.
Washed out.
RJ.
Then Dylan Wright, working through the pack, eats shit.
Got it.
Then gets up, eats shit again.
Got it.
Ryder McNabb kind of just rides around in 18th.
Okay.
MX2.
Is Dylan hurt?
No, I guess he's fine.
It looked like his leg broke.
Yeah. Nick, what's up?
All right. So I'm an Australian guy living in Canada, and obviously Lawrence Boys fan. But going back to the Canada thing, you've got Dylan Wright on that team that is world-class rider and has done top 10 in GPs. You've got Jess Bettis that's done AMA Supercross, and then you've got Ryder McNabb. They should all fly home sitting on that plane with their heads between their legs because not one of them did anything. So you can't blame it on the ping pong ball. You can't blame it on anything.
I'm not blaming the ball. I said the ping pong ball was not the reason they didn't qualify.
Yeah, but going off of that, like Canada should be absolutely ashamed of themselves.
They should be. Yeah, it was like, do you know how much money they probably spent into this thing, and to not make the A main, it's unbelievable.
Crazy. I was watching it live. Not live, sorry. I watched it in the following morning, and I'm just like watching it and shaking my head because like they're a top 10 team, and you don't even make the B final. You don't even make the A final because you're just crashing all over the place. Like it's just madness.
Nick, are you just doing this to taunt me? Because I agree. I mean, yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
No, Antonio, it's just I feel like it's embarrassing.
It is. We're gonna yell at Newf later on.
Yeah, I've ridden with Newf a few times down at PulpMX here. And,
right.
Yeah.
Norway 16th, Brazil 17th, Finland 18th. You know,
Brazil, mate.
Sweden. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for your call, Nick. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nick, for fucking our night up. Thanks.
I thought he said Italian living in Canada, and then he kept talking, and I'm like, that's the wrong accent.
All right, let's get to our first guest of the night. I'm done ranting. It's a fucking joke.
Okay.
And it needs to change, and it won't change. And they don't care. They don't pay any purse money. They don't care about the ping pong balls. They don't care about the teams. And they're like literally like the in front guys. They probably fly out of that race on a magic carpet of money.
Gold-plated jet.
Yeah, I would think something like that. I mean, they are making so much money,
especially with
and they don't change, and they don't care.
People.
Yeah. All right, let's get to our first guest. He is now going to be using Renthal bars on his machine. Fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. 500 titles for Renthal now. Wow. Chris, I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did not.
Not counting the Canadian ones.
It's impressive.
Renthal inventory locator, different from a dealer locator, on the USA only, on their website. Works fit tool as well. Factory Honda, Red Bull KTM, Monster Energy Pro Circuit, also using Renthal products, bars, chains, sprockets, grips, all of it available at renthal.com. Speaking of Monster Energy Pro Circuit, let's welcome one of their newest riders, friend of the show, Levi Kitchen. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up, Steve? How you doing?
We're good, man. I'm just ranting about Team Canada at Motocross the Nations. It was embarrassing.
Yeah, I didn't really. I mean, I honestly didn't pay much attention to the nations, but
yeah. Well, Canada didn't even make the A main, so
I know. I knew that.
Right. Yeah. What wasn't?
I mean, their guys were plenty good, I thought. But
yeah, we all did.
Thought you were done.
What?
Thought you were done with this.
I'm just starting a conversation with Levi.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How was Hawaii?
Good. Yeah, it was fun. Learned how to surf and played some golf, so it's a good time.
Have you ever been there before?
No, I hadn't been there.
Dude, which island did you go to?
Kauai.
Oh, yeah. Hawaii's beautiful. Hawaii is
I've
absolutely.
Never been either.
You've never been?
No.
Connor, have you been?
Yeah. That's my territory.
Oh, it is?
And Guam.
So you fly to Hawaii to work on Fox dealers?
A couple times a year, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
that's
that.
awesome.
Oh, jeez. I love Hawaii. It's God's country, man. It's so beautiful there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Dude, surfing's hard, huh?
Yeah, and it's honestly way scarier than I thought it would be. Like, just the I don't know, the first day wasn't bad that I learned, and then I was with a bunch of guys that are pretty damn good. So the second day, you know, they took me out, and their scale's different. Like, they measure like a wave. Like,
yeah.
Most people in California, like they say, you know, a 6-foot wave, that's the front of it. Like if you're standing at the beach, they measure from the back. So they're like, yeah, the waves are like, you know, 4 to 6 feet today. So I'm like, oh, it ain't bad. Well, they measure the backs. That's double. So that's 8 to 12 foot bases. And I got out there, and I got caught in a few and felt like I was going to drown. I was held under for so long.
No way, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've surfed a little bit back in the day, and man, it's really hard on your core. Like at the end of the day, you're just like your groin and your core from standing up, getting up, standing up, swim. Yeah, it's really hard. It's not easy.
No, it's not at all. But it is pretty fun when you actually get up.
We went to Cayman, and I used to think so I surfed a long time ago, and I was okay at it or whatever. But then those boards that you stand on and you paddle,
Yeah.
right? You just see them. You just see those people, and they look like they're having a good time. Our friends in Cayman Islands had them. I struggled to stay up on those. Yes. I'm like, I thought I could surf. This shouldn't be that hard. Dude,
Were you out in the surf doing
I was out in the ocean. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's kind of hard because you got waves and things coming in.
It looks so easy and so fun. You see these older people doing it. And you're like, I can do that.
You probably see it on a lake where there's no waves and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, Levi, since you race and you do all these things, when you catch a wave, is that a similar feeling to the rush that you get when you ride your dirt bike? Is there anything that's similar to that? Can you replicate that in any other way?
I mean, I guess a little bit. Like, catching a wave and doing it successful is like somewhat similar to just ripping a nice turn, maybe. But ripping a turn's a lot easier than catching a wave.
Yeah.
Did you meet anybody recognize you? Anybody yell "Kitch" out or anything?
A little bit, but it was mainly because, well, first it would be Chase, and then it was, oh, you're Kitchen, yeah, that's me.
Okay, yeah, you'll take it. You'll take it.
Yeah.
Was there any kitsch talk specifically, or no?
Oh, God.
No kitsch talk.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll leave that. Hey, congrats on the new ride. That's awesome. Obviously, we've known about it for a while, but now the news is out. It's official. How do you feel about it?
I'm stoked. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I rode just a little bit before I went on vacation, and then, I'm super stoked. Just, new people around and new bike to learn. Even though it doesn't even feel like I got to learn much. I mean, the thing's really easy to ride, so, I'm stoked.
Did 2-year deal?
Yep, 2 years.
2-year deal. Now, something, and you can get into this as much as you want. Did you want to leave? Did they come to you? How'd the process go to signing with Monster Energy Pro Circuit? How did it work? How did it go for you?
Honestly, it was weird how it all worked because, right in the beginning there when things were up for me, first, a few teams reached at KTM was kind of the rumor that obviously got out. But no, Mitch was interested a little bit late, and
okay.
I don't know. It's just kind of funny how it all works, and obviously I ended up, trying the bike and really liked it. So it was kind of like a last-minute thing, and I'm stoked that it worked out. I mean, in the end. But yeah, no, it was. I just needed a change. It was nothing,
Yeah.
I wanted to try something new and kind of focus on myself a little bit more as far as the training aspect goes, and just get a little bit more freedom, which Mitch was super down with as long as I put in results for him. And he pretty much said I can do whatever I need to do. So.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Mitch has loosened the reins a little bit. He wasn't that way for a long time. I remember when he let Dino go to Florida, it was the biggest deal ever. But then Dino got better. And then Baggett, he let Baggett do his own thing. And, for a long time, Mitch is like, nope, we ride at Glen Helen, we scrimmage, we do everything here, we watch video. And then, I think he's realizing to get guys of your caliber, you got to let them go a little bit, right? But having said that, yes, you have to get results, Kitch, for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, it's obviously a gamble just as much for them as it is the rider. You've seen it in the past, but usually, the guys who make it work, they end up being, really good, not just, good, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All the guys that are on their own are winning right now. So, I mean, that's just kind of where I was at with it, and
right.
I wanted to work in silence a little bit more.
Yeah, it's it'll probably be pretty advantageous too. You're going to ride at Sandbox, from what I hear.
Yeah.
Yep. Ride at Sandbox, and I mean, look, the Star guys, they run a good program. The results speak for themselves. But yes, I've talked to riders who have ridden there and got away from there, and it's a dog-eat-dog scrimmage every day. You're all training with Swanee. You guys are all paying Swanee. It's not for everybody, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely benefited me. I mean, I can't.
Of course, yeah.
I wouldn't be where I am without all those guys, obviously. But now, I'd say where I'm at, I think there's a few things that I could try, and if it doesn't work, then I was wrong. But I'd be mad at myself when I'm done racing to say I didn't try it. So that's where I'm at. I gotta just do it for myself, and I think that's what it's going to take.
Do you have any relationship with Mitch before this? Did you know him at amateurs or anything like that?
No. I'd say the only relationship I ever had was I know Huffman there at Washougal was always, close with him, so he would talk to him a little bit about me, and Jason McCormick and those guys, they knew him more than I did. So, but no, not really, not until just this year.
Okay.
Going back to what you said about working in silence, and maybe you can kind of relay this to all the people that listen. Like, I picture myself in your shoes going to, the Star, facility, I don't know how many days a week, 3 days a week, and you're scrimmaging, you're racing with these guys. I feel like that is like going to a race, because you're going to race. There's a clock on you. You're dick measuring all your teammates. So it's basically inside of yourself is like a race. I want to win because you're an athlete. You want to be the best on any given day. So I guess my question is, how stressful was that every day? And I know it actually helped you because you said it helped you, but are you going to be looking forward to having a little bit more calmness when you go to the sandbox?
For sure. Yeah, no, and the thing is literally every day, you have every guy from Star Racing. They can walk out of the shop, out of their office, which they did pretty much every day. And they're sitting there watching you, and phone calls would get relayed from this guy to Bobby saying, I don't know, and I just didn't like that pressure on the weekend. There'd be weekends where I go in, Bobby's like, "Oh, I heard you were the fastest guy this week."
Yeah.
And I just, it's to me, that shit doesn't matter. I don't know. So it was,
right.
It is. It's basically, you're racing everyone every single day, and there's huge benefits to that.
Yep.
But then again, like you said, there's a little bit of pressure even on yourself. I felt pressure at the practice track every single day.
Right.
Yeah, I could see that wearing somebody down. J-Mart told me that too. When J-Mart blew out his shoulder, I think it was Deegan. He's like, I was trying to catch Deegan, or Deegan was catching me, and I did this little step-up thing that it was all rutted and shitty, but I wanted to win that day or be the best guy that day, and I shouldn't have done it, and blew out my shoulder,
Going back on the soundbite what Phil said, it's like, how many other sports are just grinding day in and day out, and you're showing up to it's like having these guys at a football, practice. They're just matching up every single day. These guys are doing that over at the Star facility, and it just probably takes a grind. I can't even imagine trying to race a dude every single day.
Okay, I'm with you, and I'm siding with Kitchen on this for sure. But it's also look at their results. Look at what they've done as a team, and then look at even Baker's Factory, the guys that ride together, Marvin and Osborne, Dungy, all those guys over the years. The secret sauce in that, in my mind, was the competition, right? But I'm with you too. It would wear on me after a while.
I think there's a shelf life with that, right?
Yeah.
There has to be okay, I'm going to do it for this long. It's going to help me,
right?
And then I'll sprinkle that in at times at other places, right?
Exactly, and that's kind of what I would like to do. Is there was just a few times where I would have enjoyed a day to, maybe work on
technique,
something by myself,
anything.
And you could always do it afterwards, but I could go work with Jeannie or something after a day. So they gave me that option, but man, after I did, 2:35, then I'm like, I don't really have, what good is it at that point? I feel like you're pretty tired after the day. So,
no, for sure. Yeah. I can see it. Okay. So listen, don't bullshit us. Just stop it. But what's the Kawasaki like? Be honest here. Don't.
Probably corner's better.
Okay.
Yeah. Brutally honest. It's fast.
Yeah, we saw that at the end of the year, right? Those guys found power. They got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, the bike's good. Obviously, it's got a different kind of power than Yamaha, and I'm sure everybody's just going to ask me, what's faster? Who cares, honestly? What's faster? But it turns good. It's super, I don't know. It's just easy to ride. I don't really know how else to explain it. It's really light feeling, and I mean, it's definitely skinnier feeling than the Yamaha. The Yamaha's kind of a little bit bigger up front. So I don't know. I've always liked them. I mean, I rode a Cowie. I actually tried to get on them back in 2017 or 18. No, 18. I rode my buddies for a few weekends and raced it at Washougal, and then I couldn't get any help from them.
Okay.
So I went and bought my own Yamahas, and then, yeah. But either way, I had rode one back then, and I really liked it.
Nice.
So I kind of knew I would like to buy going in.
Right. East or West, do you have a preference, Supercross?
No, I don't really care, to be honest. I mean, just depends. Like last year, we started riding fairly early, and we started riding like middle of October. This year, I'm probably gonna, I mean, I just got back from vacation, so I'll start getting back to at least some physical stuff here and there. But I'll start riding probably in 2 weeks, and it just depends where I feel as far as. I mean, it's also their choice.
Yeah.
Last year, I was definitely ready to go by West. I think if I would have waited till East, it would have just been. I don't know. I'd already had a lot of good days, so even though it's a new bike, I think I'll be ready to go for West, which is always the goal. So
right. What do you think of the SMX thing? You won a race. What do you think of the format, the moto length, and all of that, Kitch?
It was okay. The longer motos were, I'd like to say that they were better, but you never really saw. I don't know. I don't think a longer moto really benefited anybody in any way.
Right.
It's not like we've seen somebody come from wherever and make a last lap pass or
right.
anything crazy like that. Except, honestly, I think Smitty was probably one of the ones who worked up and used all this time in that last race. But,
yeah.
So I don't know. It was fun for sure. The second race, what was that? Charlotte?
Chicago.
Chicago. That's right.
Yep.
I'm already mixed up. I wasn't too sure about that one. I actually kind of the outdoor vibe that it gave was pretty fun, but the lighting was a little bit dangerous in my opinion.
Yeah, I heard
mean,
that.
luckily everybody made it out of there, but it was really hard to see.
Super Minis didn't make it out, but yeah, everyone else did. Right.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, I thought it was cool. It's just definitely a lot of racing, by then, I think.
Yep.
I don't know how they could do it differently, but.
Sure.
I'm surprised Connor didn't ask this, but I'm going to ask this. How's the gear?
I didn't want to. I thought about it, but I didn't want to be that guy.
I love gear.
Connor here's a Fox rep, Levi, in studio with us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It feels good to be back. I mean, I got to say that.
Were you Fox before? Yeah.
Yeah, probably like 5 years before.
Was that a Lancaster deal?
It started Lancaster, and then Todd was helping me, and Aaron West. Those were some guys that were there previously. And
is Todd Hicks still at Fox?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Was the biggest change the boots? Because that's got to feel a bit different from the Alpine Stars, right?
Yeah, I would say that was definitely. But I'd already worn them in the past too, and they're just a softer boot, but they're pretty damn nice. Yeah. I like them.
They're light, Steve. You ever put a
They
Fox
are very
boot on?
light.
No.
It's like a tennis shoe.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of how I feel about the Sevens, the Tech Sevens.
It's like that, but
Right.
like a little bit snugger around your foot, but
Right.
like light. Like
Right.
it feels like it forms to your foot.
Mm-hmm. Kitch, you went to Glen Helen last week. I saw Lone Wolf Jr. there and McAdoo, your new teammates, riding around. So
Who's Lone Wolf
Jr.? Come on.
Okay. Sorry.
Max.
I didn't even think of the junior part. I thought you were just saying. I was like, you just said Lone Wolf. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
I honestly just call him Lone Wolf Jr. I'm probably the only one who does that, but yeah, they were there riding outdoors. So your new teammates were there,
He was soaking up the sun. He's like, fuck Glen Helen.
What? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Kitch. I don't know if you heard this, but Sexton went to KTM. I don't know if you saw that today. I know you were with him in Hawaii. Maybe he didn't talk about it, but it's big news today.
Damn. Yeah. No. That's crazy.
He didn't say much about it. I'm sure. Yeah.
Hey, Kitch.
No.
I don't know if we talked about this. God, I said Kitch. That's horrible.
Yep.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's
Fuck.
awesome.
Kitchen.
Kitch.
Levi.
Call me Levi.
Thank you, Levi. What's your middle name?
Thomas.
Thomas. So Thomas here.
Yeah.
I feel like
First of all, Levi's a cool name.
It is
I
a
like
cool
the
name.
name Levi. Like if I was Levi Mathis.
Do we know
sweet.
why your name Levi? Did your parents ever tell you?
No.
Okay. I mean, I asked my parents why they named me Kris. Or,
Yeah, I don't really know why they did. I'll have to ask.
Your dad's name is Paul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to call Paul. We got to ask Paul about this.
Okay. For a tall guy,
Yeah.
he has good style. Usually tall guys look like dog shit on a bike.
Okay.
Like I
Wow.
feel
Yeah.
like he
Travis
has
Preston?
he rides small.
Yeah.
Like you look a mutant. You look like a mutant on a bike,
I
right?
do. That's fair. Yeah.
Like Kitchen doesn't look like a mutant. He looks smaller than he is. And when I was watching him ride the Cowie, me and Aiden were watching him on the phone the other day, and I go, he looks smaller on the Cowie than he does
Really?
the Yamaha.
'Cause
Yeah,
Yamaha's a bigger bike. So
I
you would
know,
think-
but that's what was weird. Like he doesn't look as tall.
Okay. Well,
You
Wait,
know?
so you think I look shorter on the Cowie?
I do, and Aiden's like, he think he looks taller, and I go, I think he looks shorter.
Dude, have you seen me? Have you got to see me ride in person yet? No.
No, just on the socials.
I look huge.
Really?
Yeah, but it's not a bad huge. I just look. I don't even know how to describe it. It's really, really different.
Okay.
Do you feel big
I don't know.
on the bike though?
I just feel. No, like a little bit, but I just feel like I'm gonna be able to absolutely manhandle this bike, like in the whoops or anything. Like I feel like I'm just gonna be able to do whatever I want.
What bar band did you settle on?
I don't even know. All I know is I went from the Carmichaels on Pro Taper, so whatever the Carmichael bend is with the rental.
999.
What is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
999,
What's crazy?
yeah.
He's fucking 8 foot tall, and he's running the low bar. Are you on a high
I
bar
know,
mount
that's-
or what? What are you doing?
I do have a pretty high bar mount, but Ferrandis used to get on me about that. He told me to run I think there's Wyndham bars that are pretty damn big.
Well,
but-
he was running fucking ape hangers, so you
Yeah,
can't really.
I don't know if I go Ferrandis for bar
Right,
advice.
exactly.
Yeah.
Looked like he's doing bar
Did he
hops.
did he switch those or no?
He did went to a lower flatter.
I feel
yeah.
like he did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I watched him
but
ride.
once he went to the new bike is when he switched.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say I don't remember. He was switching everything though. He was doing foot pegs and
Right.
bars and mounts and. I don't know if Dylan ever got happy.
I just thought he looks better on a Cowie for me when I watch him ride.
Right. So do you? Okay. So you got Faulkner and McAdoo and Max Voland and Hamaker. Do you know any of these dudes, Levi?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
Okay.
don't really know Faulkner too much, really at all. McAdoo though, I know him a little bit. I mean, just seeing him around.
Okay. All right.
Just tell
Well,
Cam that
he's
Steve was giving him all the heat he could handle at Glen Helen, dude.
Yeah.
I will.
He pulls.
I'm sure that was true.
He pulls in right as I'm finishing my 30, which is just bullshit, as you know, Kitch. It's bullshit for people to do that, but that's what Cameron thought would be funny.
You were doing a 30?
Something like that. Yeah. It's a good team. It's a real good team. Like, look, Levi. He won races this year, so we know he's solid. But McAdoo. I mean, if Hamaker, Faulkner, and McAdoo can stay away from injuries, they can all win races.
Yeah.
Every single guy on this team can win races, indoors and out.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So it's deep that way, but they,
and it's definitely a team. Like as far as raw speed goes, there's some pretty good raw speed between all of us, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree.
There's a send meter over there, PC.
Yeah.
The send meter's high.
I'm gonna have to bump my send meter up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like Kitch is a big send meter
No.
guy, but yeah.
There's
but
some guys that have send meters.
Yeah. I think Hamaker is totally underrated. I again, he got a big get off in LA, right? But I think I'm a fan of Hamaker. I think he can do really well. He just has to stay healthy. So,
yeah.
But in a way, Kitch, I mean, you showed a lot of potential this year, winning races. I know I give you shit about, it feels like you're, if you don't get the start, if you get the start, you can win. Just get more starts. But like you said, it ain't always that easy. So
No, and honestly, I just need to work on obviously my starts, but also just, I'm either hole shotting or I don't really have any mediocre starts. Like I need to just work on even getting some
fifth,
like some fifth place starts.
Yeah.
Would be great.
Right, you're right. You don't normally. I can't think of so much. Yeah, it's usually Kitch is gone or Kitch is 15th.
Yeah, you never see Kitch go 5th to 1st and win.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So, well, good for you, man. I'm happy for you. It's a good team. It's a good bike. All of that. You had a lot of success. You are definitely a rider on the rise, and it'll be great to watch you with Pro Circuit, man. So I'm glad you found time for us after your Hawaiian vacation, Kitch. That's awesome.
Thank
of
you.
course.
Thank you,
yeah,
Levi.
I'll see you boys probably pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll be around, man. We'll be at the GH. Sometimes I go over to the test track and bullshit with Bones and watch the guys. So,
Okay.
yeah, I should end up being over there. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a question for you guys.
Okay, yep.
You can be brutally honest.
Okay.
What do you think about the career number choice?
That's amateur number, yeah?
Yeah.
I like it. I like anything in the 40s, personally.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
So I'm weird with numbers. I don't like round numbers. I don't like 8s, 3s.
You don't like 40s or 0s?
I don't mean round number even odd. I mean the shape of the
shape,
number.
yeah.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, I get what you mean.
So I like straight numbers. 47, straight number. 17, 44. I like all straight looking numbers to me. I think it's good. Yeah. What were you thinking? Was that just the one that came to mind right away?
Yeah, well, I mean, ever since I had to go 3-digit back because Shimoda, I always grew up racing him, so I'd have to slash my number at all the races when I was 47.
Yep.
So I went to 147, and then, I don't know, I just always told myself when I got a career number, which I honestly didn't think it would be this soon, so I'm happy for that. But I was like, yeah, I need to do 47. And then I got all these temptations, like 20 was open, looked kind of cool. I actually messaged Brayton because I thought he was maybe going to be done, and I was like, dude, 10 would be badass to have. And he was like, no, dude, I'm racing next year.
Well, no, honestly, he may race, but you know what he also told me? Is he kind of wants to save it for McAdoo. He just needs to have McAdoo put it together.
That's actually cool.
Yeah, like he.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like he just needs McAdoo to put this thing together and hold it together for a year, because certainly Cameron's capable of getting that number. So, but Kitch, you can change. I told you that on the text. AMA will let you change. So.
Yep. I know that.
So that
that would have been a bit of a dick move if I took it from.
No, but but look, if Brayton loses it and Cam can't get in the top 10 overall, take it. You deserve it.
Yeah.
But again, I think 47 might be cooler than 10. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, and I don't really know of anybody who's like branded themselves around 47.
Right.
I mean, a lot of guys. I've had it for a year or whatever, but
so that's
I don't know.
That's Aiden's number. His amateur number is 47.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
What did I think of One Punch when I.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Rip off your fucking shirt for opening ceremonies, Kitchen.
Yeah.
No, fur coat.
Yeah.
Fur coat opening ceremonies.
Yeah, but you got to take it off. Let those pecs fly, dude.
What do you think of Chase taking 4?
Well, I don't know. I think it's whatever. I think 23 was pretty sick.
It was neat how it was branded Honda red, but I guess he was going KTM, so yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. We were talking about it in Hawaii, and 4 was actually his very first number on the PW, so I think it's pretty cool that he did it.
Yeah, listen, I got a few people that said, what the hell? I'm like, Baggett wore that number for a long time. We're over it.
Yeah.
Actually, when I look at him on the KTM, I think of Baggett. I don't think of Carmichael.
Right.
Honestly, I did too. When this video came out, I was like, that looks very similar to Baggett's,
Listen,
font and stuff too.
I'm the first guy to I love the history of the sport, and I know about it, and I love it, and I celebrate it. But yeah, man, you got to move on. These numbers are open. I don't.
I know I don't really get that whole how people the number's eventually going to be open. There's nothing you can do. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm with you, man. But again, I remember when the AMA changed the rule to make these guys run number 1. The insane thing was Chad and Ricky weren't running number 1s when they were number 1, and you grow your whole life to be number 1 in any sport, and they wouldn't run it, and it's just insanity to me that they wouldn't want to run the badass number 1, right?
Yeah. So you're not forced to run it?
Now you are.
You have to.
Now
right?
you are,
yeah.
Right. But for years you weren't. Yeah. So no, I like it, Kitch. 47 is good. I didn't know that was your amateur number, or I forgot. You don't
know much about amateur.
No, I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, before you get off,
I never even heard of Levi Kitchen until Star signed him.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Loretta's we talked about. You didn't know who he was at all.
But to be fair, he was low key and amateur. He wasn't like some
Well, he's still low key. Listen,
No, but I'm saying like
that's why you guys get along. I feel like you're both a 5 when you guys talk.
Okay, but in amateurs, Kitchen wasn't like a Kennard or a Alessi or anything. Like no, everyone was kind of like, huh?
He's
right?
like you were one of the late bloomers. Like you were older in the B class and doing your thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So like for me not hearing of him, back off.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal, honestly.
Right.
Were you ever going to stay in California? Because when this thing was going on, I talked to your parents, and they said it's going to be nice to be close to you, a little closer. But that's changed, obviously. You're going to stay in Florida.
Oh, they just mean like, because I'll be out there.
Got it. Okay.
Every once in a while, but yeah, no, there was basically. I don't want to live in California.
Yeah, I get it.
So, yeah, but I'm fine with. Like I said, the whole reason I did this, I don't mind going to California here and there at all. Actually, I enjoy it. But yeah, for more than 2 or 3 weeks, I'm good on the place.
Yes. Yeah, understood.
Better fishing back east.
Better track.
According to Lee McCollum, who just texted me, the great Lee McCollum.
Wow.
MX47.
That's true.
Well,
correct.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fro's a big 47 guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
True that.
So, but I still think of One Punch. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Kitch. Thank you. Thanks for the time. Congrats on the signing. You're going to do great. I just know that, so it doesn't really matter. Like you're just going to do great. I just feel like I feel like 2024, 2025 are year of the Kitch. So, yep.
All
right. Levi's never got a
Thank
style,
you.
man.
Yep. All right. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks. See you, boys.
See ya.
That's Levi Kitchen, everybody. New Monster Energy Pro Circuit rider. If we get time later tonight, I do want to get your guys' thoughts on like Schmoda, Kitch, Voland, kind of the 250 guys moving around, and kind of what you think is who's going to do much or who's going to do well with
the
best. We talked about it last week a little bit. A couple questions for Keefer real quick. Logan, go ahead.
Hey, Kris, I got a question. So I have Fox boots. I've worn Fox boots all my life. You don't recommend mismatching like the Fox boots with any other gear, correct?
I don't recommend it, no.
He softened his stance a little bit.
I softened it a little bit. Look, as you're riding dirt bikes, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
But if you have a choice and you can fix your gear problem, because you have a little bit of money and you're going to do it, I would prefer you not to mix match.
So you have a problem? Do you have a problem with Fox boots and a helmet and A-Star gear?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a word.
Well, so I tried the Tech 10s.
Yep.
And I did not like them. I wore them around the house. I tried to wear them in. I wore them a couple times, and I didn't like it. So I actually sold them, went back to Fox boots, but I'm in Texas, and I haven't found, like, the lightweight Fox gear. I know there's a Fox wrap in there, so I don't know if he has some insight on the light gear, something that's super light on my body that, has good airflow or whatever that I could order.
Logan's trying to get free gear. Logan's
Flex Air, any Flex Air available for this guy?
Yeah. Connor doesn't have free gear capabilities.
I do not need free gear. I just need insight.
It's Flex Air.
Yeah, Flex Air or Airline would be like vented hot weather gear.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm very honest.
Yeah.
Fox has some of the best gloves ever. Like Flex Air gloves are probably the best gloves there is. It's insane.
So what do you want to know, Logan? Like just what the line is called, or like?
No, yeah, just the line. Yeah, that's.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Flex Air.
Yeah, Flex Air.
Okay. Good
That's
deal.
the move.
Right. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Cool, man. Thank you. We have Brandon. You there?
Yeah. Hello.
What up?
Hey guys, driving home from the Church of Dirt tonight from Abingdon, Virginia, heading back home to East Tennessee, and we got the Cody Gregg two-stroke race at Muddy Creek this weekend. We had Aaron Plessinger, Captain America, donated $10,000 to it.
Nice.
And we're going to have some heavy hitters there. I think Brownie's coming. Luke Neese went to 421 yesterday. Cody Schock, he was there on a CR250 that was
cool.
Made Keefer jizz in his pants. It was so crisp. It sounded awesome.
Number 69.
I won't jizz for a two-stroke.
Yeah, he's not a two-stroke guy.
Sorry, sir.
I know, but man, this one was sweet. I'm telling you. Your boy Taco was there.
Flying Taco. He's our guy.
Yeah, Taco was there on a Yamaha and his O'Neill gears, looking fresh.
Awesome.
But it's just cool. I think the purse is up to like $25,000, $30,000.
Wow.
So and it's growing. Usually this last week it grows and grows.
This is a two-stroke race?
It's going to be awesome. Oh, yeah, two-stroke race.
Dude,
Only two strokes.
these two-stroke guys can make a career and make a six-figure salary on just going to these fucking two-stroke races that everyone has now.
I think Burkeen won it last year, and I want to say he brought home like $7,000-$8,000, for winning it. And it pays ridiculous, back to 15th to 20th place. I mean, they spread the love around.
Well, there's a guy named Pasha out here that has these two-stroke races in the West Coast, and he has 4 or 5 of them a year, and it's like $5,000.
Really?
Yeah.
The winner takes home $5,000.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, yeah, even the purse, like, so they take home $3,000 or whatever for the win. I'm like, but he splits it up between 125 two-strokes, 250 two-strokes. Like, if you're a two-stroke guy, just go around and go to these two-stroke races.
All right.
Yeah, it's awesome. See, Muddy Creek is like 125, 500. You see the old 500s, and it's just everything. 40-man gate.
Keefer and I just got back from England. We saw two strokes everywhere.
Insane.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Their throttles stick wide open too on those things.
Yeah. Thanks,
I've
Brandon.
heard you didn't have very much luck.
Thanks for the call, man, and good to hear about that race happening. Good for AP. Great.
Let us know who won. Give us an update on the next show. Let us know who won.
Brownie. I'm an East Tennessee guy. Brownie all the way.
Fuck Brownie.
Yeah, okay.
I'm out.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it. Thank you.
See you.
All right, everybody. Our next guest on the show brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Piston. They work with Factory Honda this year, and I don't know if you heard about Factory Honda. They had a pretty good year.
Really?
Yeah, they won everything but one race, but one championship, I mean.
Team manager's a dick, though.
He is big time. Wiseco, performance partner of the Factory Honda HRC guys. They got a full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, you name it. 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons. Pulp 23 is a code to say with Wiseco. Who didn't have the giant Wiseco stickers on their fork cards?
Not me. I had them.
I had them. Connor's too young for them.
Yeah, I think I'm too young.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Right.
A Warthog sticker and a Wiseco sticker.
Wiseco's been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. So please use the code PULP23 if you need anything from these guys, including Garage Buddy, engine rebuild kits, and more. Let's bring our buddy Alex Martin in. Troll Train, what's up, man? How are you?
Fellas, how we doing tonight?
Dude, we're good. How is the track prep coming along for this weekend's Millville PulpMX Day? Like, what are we doing? What's going on? How's it going?
Well, I mean, it really depends. It's your big day. How do you want to prep?
I don't want national prep. That's too deep. Is there somewhere between like hardpack shitty Millville and national prep? Can you do that?
Well, I mean, it's a good thing that all the riders have been complaining for about 10 years about how hardpack Millville is.
Oh, so. Phil was so mad at you this year for the national. Phil was irate.
Yeah.
He was not happy.
Yeah.
Man, I'm looking forward to it. Now, it looks like we're going to get rain on Friday, some rain on Saturday, good day on Sunday. The temperatures, I looked a couple weeks ago or a week ago, the temperature was like 65, but now it looks like it's 58 or so.
That's good riding weather.
It's going to be a good fall day in Minnesota, Trail Train.
Yeah, your fitness will be all time with those temperatures.
Yeah, I like it.
We had a local race last weekend. It's kind of the last local race of the year for Spring Creek, and it was like 55, like mid-50s, and I mean, you could just like kind of go all day. Like you just felt, especially after coming off of like the weekend prior was like 90s.
Yeah.
So it definitely is kind of nice, but it also hit pretty hard. Like everybody's wearing hats and jackets and a sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm.
So,
wow.
I mean, definitely bring your sweatshirt this
We're
weekend.
doing a pulp show Saturday night, so yeah, it'll be a little chilly for that. But bring your toques and lumberjacks.
We got a bonfire going on at night there somewhere?
Do we have bonfires?
Yeah, bonfires are allowed. Yeah.
Okay. And where is the pulp show going to be for people who are listening at Millville for the Saturday night? Where are we doing this? What area of the track?
Yeah, so as you come in the gates, the facility,
Yeah.
Basically 100 yards in, you'll on the left there's like a beer garden so for the national,
Okay.
and like a lot of times for local races, my mom will have a band and stuff over there. It's kind of in that area. It's like the beer garden. It's all fenced off, and there's a little like podium kind of platform area where you can set up everything.
All right, cool. That's good to know.
Yeah, we'll have lighting and bleachers and all the your entertainment equipment, Steve.
Good to hear. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun, man. What's the buzz in D23? Like, are you getting some people asking about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, not to make your head too big or anything.
Yeah,
but,
no, go ahead.
You know,
let me
I mean, you got a pair. Yeah, Keefer, just feel free to interject at any time.
Is there camping on Thursday too, or just Friday?
Just Friday.
Okay.
Yep. Gates open at 5 on Friday, and yeah, it's the normal I guess prices you would have at a normal Millville race. You know, $20 for camping, and the gate hours are the same. Open up on Friday at 5 to 10, and then practice. So I guess a lot of people have been kind of asking us because because everybody's wanting to get in for that Saturday invite only, but the whole weekend is open to everyone.
Yeah, I wanted
to come down.
I want to make that clear for people. Sunday is open to anybody. Just pay your gate fee and your racing fee, practice fee, I should say, and it's open to anybody. Jason Raines from Yamaha will be there with demos. So if you want to ride a Blue Crew, 24 Saturday or Sunday, Connor, you should try one. I mean, you'd switch in a second. Please show up on Sunday, and it's free to open to everybody. And even Saturday, if you just want to hang out Saturday and bug Keefer and bug RV and Bradshaw, you can do that too. Just a limited amount of spots to ride on Saturday. So
yeah. Hey, is JT coming?
JT's coming. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was a little worried about the cold weather, but we'll get him there.
I'm sure Fly's got some jackets they can bring.
We got Bradshaw, Villapoto.
Nice.
Weston Pike's coming. Keefer will be there. Justin Starling will be there. Our guy Phil will be there Sunday.
Wow.
He's flying. He's flying in for this.
Wow.
Philip is. Yeah, it's gonna be great, man.
Get to ride with Amart?
Yeah, Amart, are you gonna ride?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know what the status was of your riding right now. So
well, I don't ride much these days, but I did ride this last Saturday for the first time in a month, and I was so freaking sore yesterday. I could barely bend down and take my shoes off yesterday.
Thanks to our listener Noah too. He came by Vegas today to pick up. I'm bringing my project bike out. You're gonna ride.
He loaded
it,
it in the van,
yeah,
or the trailer.
So Noah, a listener named Noah, and his lovely wife or girlfriend and his parents, they're all making the trip out. Troll Train, they brought all of our bikes out. So thanks to Noah.
We don't know Noah that much.
Chris is worried about him stealing everything.
I was until I met him. We're good now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so it's gonna be great, man. It's gonna be really fun to do. Now we're not going all the way up Mount Martin.
No, not this year, Steve. I mean, well, first off, are you riding? How's the elbow?
No, I
great
rode.
Question.
Yep, I rode at Glen Helen. I was upset driving down there, thinking it was not going to go well, and then I was going to bail, and Kris was going to get mad at me, and I was going to call him an asshole, and then we were going to end up fighting, and I was really depressed. And then you know what? Wasn't bad. Hurt a little bit on braking bumps coming into corners, but like I'm good. I'll be able to ride. Yeah, I'm not
okay.
So
take some ibuprofen.
Yeah, I should be okay. I've been doing dry needling. I've been doing ultrasound. I've been doing this cocoa butter rub thing.
Wow.
I've been
going on all the stuff.
Dude, I've twice a week I've been going to therapy for this.
Like tasty.
Yeah.
That's like professional athlete type of therapy there, Steve.
Right. Now, okay, so just correct me if I'm wrong though. It's sort of my track, right? Troll Train to rent. I've rented it, right?
Oh, so you just think you own the property now?
Well, no. Just rented it. I rented Millville for the weekend in effect, right?
Well, I mean, it's your prep job, like I said. You got to choose who the vendors are. You got to pick who's riding Saturday.
Yeah.
So
what if I just keep on? What if I just keep on going up Mount Martin? Just keep on going. What are you gonna do? You can't stop me.
I will laugh. And actually, I want to be there to watch this because I would like to film it. It's pretty rain-rutted right now, but I mean, honestly, Steve, nothing's stopping you. I guess if you want to go for it.
Okay, well, stay tuned, everybody.
Steve's gonna be up the top shred in the sand track, just by himself, just grinding.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'll do is probably just distract my dad so that he's like on the other side of the property and can't see you doing it.
Right.
And I think you're good.
What's the sand whoop prep going to be? Can we smooth those things out?
I mean, I was going to peek him up.
No. Don't do that.
Let's double them.
Now, Keefer, you rode Millville, right? You rode.
Yeah,
you tested a bike there.
Yes.
Back in the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's top 3 tracks for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very fun to ride.
Connor, have you ridden it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the National 2 years ago, and I've been there a bunch as an amateur too.
Right. Okay. So yeah, great track. Do you agree?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, probably top 3 of any track I've ridden.
This Noah guy that's driving our bikes up, he told me today or his mom told me today that he's dreamed of riding Millville his whole life.
Yes.
He's never ridden Millville. It's been on his bucket list of things to ride. Like he's a California guy, and he's unbelievably stoked to ride Millville. So, how about that, Troll Train? This guy from California, it's his bucket list to ride your track.
Yeah, have him come out. Enjoy your big day. Hey, I got to say, after watching Disney Nations and seeing that crowd, I'm sure you guys all saw that hillside full of people.
Yeah.
I'm like, we need to have that in Millville someday.
Right.
I think that would be cool.
It would be great. Can you fix your goddamn cell service first, though, Troll Train?
Steve, AT&T's got full bars.
Yeah, well, guess what? I'm Verizon, so,
Well, just
so
upgrade your plan, man.
Are you going to tell Infront, hey, Sorry about your luck. 50% of you won't have any service. I mean, is that what you're gonna? Is that gonna be your pitch to Infront to get the raise?
I mean, hey, when I retired, my wife and I, we went from Verizon to AT&T. I got a free iPhone upgrade, and I got full bars everywhere.
Oh man, it should be great. No, I'm looking forward to it, man. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And thanks to your John. Thanks to John, Greta, you, J-Mar. I think there's a sister in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, Jennifer. No,
Jennifer.
she runs the sign up. She's a very important part of the program. So
Yeah.
we tried to get J-Mart out here. I wanted to have him hop on the tractor and maybe do a little ripping while I was on the dozer, but he's got some appointments on Friday. Or actually, he's got a family vacation, so he can't make it. But
he's lying. He'll be fine.
So we're gonna have the troll training water truck out there. We'll be depending on how much rain. So I was looking at the forecast, and they are saying rain Thursday, Friday, but I looked into it and it was like a 1/4 inch Friday and like maybe another 1/4 inch Thursday. So it's not a lot.
Okay.
And
then I should know. Oh, by the way, so yeah, EVS is going to set up and vend there. Namira's coming out. FXR I think is going to set up something. Fly will have a display there as well. So we're going to have a little bit of vending going on. We're going to have
we got jacked up coffee.
We got jacked up coffee truck. We got food trucks.
We got food trucks.
Is the donut hole lady going?
Yeah.
Well, no food trucks, Steve. We're just got the concession stand, but we're gonna.
Okay.
Remember, I told you this. We got concession stand, but we're gonna have burgers, French fries, chicken strips. We got walking tacos, pulled pork, sandwiches.
Oh, well, we got a whole thing.
We're good.
What about the mini donut lady not coming?
I don't know what she's doing. Yeah, she wasn't even at the last local race. I don't know. Mini donut mama. I don't know where she's at.
Dude, I used to.
Are those tasty?
Oh,
yeah. Really?
When I was a
they're
mechanic,
amazing.
I would walk over and get a bag.
Like glazed
During
or what
the
is it?
Yeah.
She's been there for 25 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can we get Bob Cycle to set up? Can Bob Cycle vend for old time's sake?
Yeah, Bob's Corner. I don't know. I haven't seen them in a while.
Is there any chance that the Whoop Monster is going to show up?
Oh, wouldn't that be epic?
Wow.
I don't even know if he's, to be honest, guys, I don't even know if he's still alive.
That actually will be RV when he's drunk. He's the Whoop Monster.
He's just going to yell at everybody that's going slow in the whoops.
Yeah.
You suck.
Yeah.
That guy, the actual guy, found me on Facebook somehow.
Oh, yeah?
I can't remember what his name is now to look it up, but
he was just stoked on you?
I guess.
Yeah.
I think he's like friends with every motocross rider ever.
Was his name Whoop Monster?
No, it's just his real name, and there's just pictures of him in the back in the Whoop Monster.
There was Whoop Monster beef with John Martin for a while. He wasn't there, and then he got welcomed back in. It was a whole lot of ups and downs for the Whoop Monster saga over the years.
Yeah, I think that Monster actually sued him at one time.
Really?
What?
Yeah, for the infringement. I don't know, the logo or something.
Yeah.
I think they sued him. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. Track should be great. Should be a good time. Riding's 10 to 4 each day, 10 to 4. And again, thank you to Yamaha for doing the demos. It's going to be great. We got Phil at 250F to ride. Hopefully he's happy with that. Nice. You never fucking know with Phil, you know?
Yeah, I'm excited to talk some shit with RV here. Maybe bang some bars with him. Is he going to be riding both days?
You know what? He hasn't ridden much lately.
He's riding.
He's riding? Okay, because a lot of his RV things are just showing up to drink beer.
No, he was at the 24 YZ250F intro, and he rode.
He did?
Yep.
Okay, actually, speaking of RV, Rich is on. Rich is actually RV's media guy. Rich is on the line. What's up, Rich? Rich, you there?
Richard?
Rich?
Yep, sorry about I'm here.
Yep, you're
sorry
here.
About that.
Hey, man, is RV's coming, and he's ready? We're ready?
Yeah, I talked to him today. He's in 100%, and toe's okay. He's riding, and he told me today he's the best ever.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Him and Bradshaw, just like thick as thieves, man. Those two guys are the absolute, they love each other. It's great.
100%. And Steve, I owe you a deep apology. When I shot that video at the Cowie party with you and RV, I was so spun out that night, I misspelled your name and took so much shit for that. I apologize. But I did fix it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Was it Matthews? Steve Matthews?
No, Steve Mattis.
Oh, you forgot the H. Yeah.
Yeah. Too many martinis at Mastros Ocean Prime with RV.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that happens. No, I'm looking forward to it, man. RV should be great. He complained to me a whole bunch about having to do this for me. And then I'm like, listen, fucker, you're getting paid by Yamaha. Yamaha asked you to go. I didn't ask you to go. And then we got into a whole thing about who asked who to go. So it was great. Yeah, he was grouchy as usual, but he's going to be great.
There's a couple of guys coming from Sacramento. I was going to ask you if that's the longest. They're driving a sick
Sprinter van, but I think that guy who's hauling your bike maybe have him beat by a little bit. But they're leaving Wednesday morning. They're team driving to Millville, and they're just like,
wow,
it's like going to Graceland for them.
That's awesome.
Did they get the invite for Saturday?
Yeah, no, they did. At first, you didn't respond to them forever, and then right before SMX Coliseum, they got an email from you saying, "Yeah, you got your golden ticket."
Okay.
And I mean, these guys are like 50-year-old, vet guys, but
nice.
like they called me like it was like the best thing that has happened in their life.
That's so rad.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, honestly, I would have got on it more, but Mark's took forever with the email.
This is how good the dirt is. This is what it does to dudes.
Yeah.
Like that ride.
Yeah.
Like we love it so much.
Yep.
Like that's how nice.
Should we
it
have a
is.
race? Should we drop the gate
No,
and have a race with
let's not.
RV,
No.
Phil,
Calm down. I didn't
JT?
even-
I
I just filled out the AMA event insurance and I put practice. Okay, we're not covered for a race, Steve.
just a superstar legend race.
The legends.
Starling,
Because that Legends race went well.
A
At
Mart,
Indiana.
I mean, A Mart should wax everybody. No, in shape or
I'd
not
race
ashamed.
Phil.
Yeah.
I'd race Phil and RV. Hey, you guys think the last time RV was there, you think he was winning, or how long ago was it?
Oh,
he's been in Millville.
Right, 2008, right?
No.
Don't worry, he'll tell you when he gets there.
Sorry, 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not RC, RV.
No, I don't know what RV RC's was 07. That was his last race ever before Destinations, right? Sorry, 2012, and then 13 was GPs, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll tell you how great he was at Millville, I'm sure. Oh, him and Townley did this and that, and
He'll
do the
shame
dabs.
me for not drinking. He'll yell at me.
Right.
And,
Right. Yeah, it should be great.
sure.
And Pulp Show Saturday night. And also too, like we're gonna have JT on here in a little bit, but he's riding. Dude, that dude never rides.
That's
wow.
That's what I'm excited for the most.
Right. I don't know what he's riding. We gotta get him a bike. We'll figure it out.
I don't care.
Say, who's bringing JT a bike?
I think he's gonna ride your gas.
Oh, okay. I think there's going to be quite a few people ride my bike then.
I will figure it out. I never actually. Remind me when JT comes on. We'll ask about.
You can sign up for the demos.
Yeah, he can ride.
Yeah, and you can ride the 125.
The 90, 125.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Rich. Though, thanks for calling. I'm looking forward to seeing RV for sure.
Yeah, appreciate those guys from Sacramento, Rob Zimmerman and Eric Kohler. They'll look you up. Don't worry.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we'll be there. Thanks, man.
Okay.
I just looked at
thanks.
27-hour drive.
27 hours? Jesus, yeah. Well, Keefer and I were planning on driving. The first plan was load the Sprinter up and we'll go. And then, like, as we started really thinking about it.
Yeah. I don't know if we could hang in the van together for 27 hours.
Yeah. I can. Hey, Keefer, you're gonna have all. It's gonna be jammed with people.
Right.
And they're gonna all want to talk to you.
I'm in.
And you're just gonna. Hey, man. What do you do for a living? How you doing? What do you got for a bike? Hey, man, you
How
enjoying
long you been with your wife?
Yeah.
What do you guys do?
Yeah.
What's your favorite sexual position?
Hey, man, you beating off?
You beating off?
I was going to say, someone hit that.
You beating off?
You're going to have your J-Mart tent off to the side.
Oh, man.
You're going to have your own J-Mart tent in the back.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, that's the other thing, too, is your buddy dropped off a camper for you this weekend.
Oh.
But we got to figure out where you want your camper located on the property.
Okay, yeah.
Make sure everybody knows about it, Amar. Everybody.
No. Moving on from that.
Like at 2 a.m, we want guys banging on the trailer door.
Oh, man. It should be fun. It should be great. Weiskill bringing you Alex Martin here on the show. Millville Ride Day this weekend. Jimmy wants to talk about Sunday here. Jimmy, what's up? You got a Sunday practice question?
Yeah, I do. Hey, I'm thinking about coming out on Sunday. I'm a Vet C rider. And I want to know if it's going to be the Wild Wild West, or are you going to separate us by classes?
Yeah, we're going to have.
I don't need some A dude jumping on me.
Yeah, Keefer, just asshole Keefer, just doing that. I can see it totally.
Panic revving at him.
Yeah, panic revving. Phil throat slitting you. No, Amar, we're going to break it up, right?
Yeah. Should we have it to where like Phil goes out and each so we're going to do A, B, C, like a normal practice where it's 10-minute sessions, A, B, C, Vet A, B, that sort of thing. But we should have Phil go out in every class and just throat slit everybody out.
Yeah.
there.
Everyone gets the experience.
Yeah, so there you go, Jimmy. They'll be broken up on Sunday for you.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, Steve, it's been 40 years since I've ridden that track, so I've been up at Cambridge all summer.
Oh.
You know where that is, Steve?
Yeah, I know where that is. Yeah,
40 years.
40 years.
Dude, these people.
Yeah, I think it was 1983. I was a high school kid racing the C class back then.
But you're in Cambridge.
So,
Why haven't you haven't made it down or what?
Well, Cambridge is closer to my house. and Cambridge has slightly less intimidating jumps.
Now, we got the one tabletop. Jimmy, you're good. You're fine. Millville's
finish line.
Cambridge is only 2 hours away.
Yeah, but Jimmy, for 40 years, Jimmy hasn't made the 2-hour drive.
No, Steve, I've only been riding back for the last 5 because of your damn show.
Oh, okay, good. All right, okay, got it. No, honestly, Jimmy, the finish line tabletop is the only thing that's at all big, and you can just jump it as much as you can go as far as you want. So there's no other, like, everything else is fine. Like the catapult won't be like.
So you're claiming you're going to do all the jumps? Are you claiming this now?
No, I think the finish line is pretty big, isn't it?
Steep.
Is it? Yeah.
They made it big for the national. The catapult's bigger and the finish line is bigger. But I mean, there again, Steve, it's your day. So you know, do you want us to round the landings and kind of mellow out the faces, or how are you feeling about this?
I will be there Friday to inspect.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Jimmy, I'll make it easy for us. Don't worry, Jimmy. I'll make it easy.
Hey, thanks, boys. Have a great night.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
What's crazy about this ride day is we have ride days out here in Southern California all the time. I have never heard of people coming out of the woodwork to go to these ride days, and you hear all these stories about this ride day over the weekend. That I got guys crying about the dirt. Old dudes haven't ridden 40 years. People come crossing borders. Like, it's gonna.
They got Manitobans coming down.
It's gonna be a happening spot.
Yeah. It's Millville, dude. Damn. Again, Redbud's awesome. Yeah. I know Tim Ritchie listens to this show. I'm sorry. Millville's the best damn track on the circuit. It really is.
Sorry, Tim.
Yeah. Tim's awesome. Tim's great, but Millville's better. Look, again.
Yeah, he's done a good job of hyping it up all summer, I will say.
Yeah, listen, if Millville's not the best track on the circuit, Tim, then why'd you go ahead and put Sand Whoops there? Because you wanted to be like Millville. That's why. That's why you did it, Tim.
I will say, man, if we could get Tim Ritchie's tractors and water trucks set up, we'd be really dying.
Okay, well, we'll just go. We'll take it this weekend. We'll go up there and grab it.
Those water trucks are cool, though.
Drive it down. Yeah. Listen, Tim, drive your water truck down. No, I'm looking forward to it. Troll training too, by the way. Trolltraining.com. It's fantastic. It's going really well for you and John. There, you're working with a lot of great athletes, of course. Troll Train, and that's going well. That's moving along.
Yeah, no, it's been good. I feel like we've gotten a bump of a bunch of people signing up. Summer's over and the fall's coming up, and people looking to just get in shape over the winter, or stuff like that. So it's been fun. It's nice to be able to keep working with people in the sport and not only stay relevant, but just kind of stay sharp on my knowledge with training and riding. I feel like I have people that are constantly asking me questions, so I kind of have to be on my game. So
sure.
But yeah, we have a cool thing going, and I've really been enjoying it.
No, I think it's really great, and I hear from a lot of racers how good it is. Aiden Keefer is now troll training, and he's doing well.
I've never seen him work as hard as he does with Alex.
Just because Dad doesn't tell him what to do.
Exactly.
Right. I got a question for you, troll training. So, with my elbow issues for like 6 weeks now, because Keefer made me ride those Hondas at Washougal, I've been forced to road bike more than mountain bike. Because I can't pull up for rocks, I can't pull up on a mountain bike, and it hurts more. So I've been doing road biking more. I gotta say, kind of getting into it, kind of enjoying road biking a little bit. Like, it's more dangerous, so that freaks me out a little bit how dangerous it is. But kind of getting into road biking more.
So I gotta say, I feel like I get asked that question a lot with our athletes. Is like, road bike, mountain bike, what would you prefer? And I feel like it's all just depending on your location. Like, if you live in an area where you have cool trails, I would say mountain bike any day over road biking. But, I mean, I guess in Vegas, you kind of have the best of both. You have nice roads and nice trails. I mean, I think it's good to mix it up. Just doing the same thing over and over again, I feel like that's how you get that fitness plateau. So you have to just constantly throw different things at your body. And, also just you have to do things that are fun. If you're liking road biking, Steve, go for it,
I do feel like and again, I'm not training for anything. I just need to get in better shape, period. But I did hear from some trainers over the years, like, mountain bikes, too much spiking, too much spikes of your heart rate. Yeah, too much. That's not good for losing weight and that kind of stuff. That is why
I think a lot of moto guys do the road bike, tend to go towards the road bike, is just because you can really control the effort level. You know what I mean? So, and like in Claremont, Florida, where most of the Baker's factory guys are, or Tallahassee, where Star is, like, the roads are better than the trails. So,
dude, I don't know, man. I went on a Baker's morning ride before they went riding when we were there for the week.
Yeah.
It was fucking sketchy.
Why?
Going around the lake, like in the morning, traffic, everyone's going to work. Dude, I was like, and these guys are doing 20, right?
Yeah. They're just
we're passing cars. They pass us. We pass them back. It's like a race with the cars to get to the light. I'm like,
hey, I will say the 5 years that I lived, or 6 years in Florida, Claremont, Florida, the traffic got so bad in that time. They've been building so many new homes in that area. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Connor, for you, road biking or mountain biking?
Mountain lately.
Yeah.
Just like Alex said, just based on location.
Yeah.
There's so many cars right around me in Corona that I can ride up Skyline right there, and it's easy. So.
Yep.
Gotta love Skyline.
Yeah.
I need to go do Skyline. I've never done it. Although I don't. Going down doesn't look very fun.
You can just go down the.
Is there an easy one to go?
Yeah, you can just go up the same way.
There's spots that are fun and easy.
Right.
There's some spots that are scary.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Right. There's a pro line coming down that you do not want to go down. No, I've been liking the road stuff. It's just like, I go right by the Raiders practice facility in Henderson, and I go down some hills, and I got about 1,000 feet of climbing, and then a couple of those spots I got to cross 3 lanes to get to the left turn signal to turn left, and you're in between cars.
Can you recon a loop that has less traffic, just kind of somewhere out by Red Rocks, to kind of recon something that doesn't have a lot and do a loop?
No.
Okay.
You can do the Red Rock thing, there and back, which is fairly wide shoulders, and that's fine. I never feel unsafe there. But when I leave from the house here is when I deal with more traffic.
Correct.
Yeah.
So do you take the same route every day, Steve, or do you mix it up?
No, I mix it up. Yeah, I've got 3 or 4 different road bike ones that I do. So, but yeah, I've been enjoying it just because it's like a little bit more.
It's relaxing.
It's relaxing. Yes, it's more relaxing.
Yeah, you gotta ditch the sugar cereal. Eat some vegetables.
Yeah, I have. Okay, yeah, leave me alone. I'm trying to do that.
Sugar cereal?
No, I try to figure out what to eat in the morning, and what I like is a bagel with peanut butter and banana. And Amart says no.
Oh.
No on the bread.
Well, you didn't say the peanut butter banana. You sent me a picture of like Lucky Charms, and you're like, "Is this good?"
No, I was kidding. I was joking. I was kidding on that. But I did buy like a Kind cereal bar. No. Okay. All right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, okay. Drolltraining.com, everybody, check it out. But the Millville Ride Day this weekend. Thanks for having us, Alex. This is gonna be really fun. It's going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. It should be a great track. And, yeah.
Is there a tour later in the day where everyone could just walk around with Amart and they can kind of have a guided tour of the facility?
I would like that.
Yeah. We got a lot, we're building a house across the property, so we'll have to give you the tour there. You can meet little Everett Martin.
Mm-hmm.
He's 6 months now. Plus we got, the tracks up on top. We got trails in the woods. We can kind of give you the full tour.
I would like to go up on top and see that track on top. I just heard about this mythical track.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
It's pretty grown over right now. Because I quickly realized I was doing my troll training sessions up there. Because all summer long I've been doing like weeknight sessions at Millville. And I quickly learned that because of all the work that it takes to run Millville as it is, I can't really prep and mow another track on the property. So I just kind of started sticking to the mini track and doing stuff back there. But so it's pretty grown over, but you can still kind of see the general landscape of the track and stuff.
And Noah, our listener Lower, said I could ride his dad's e-bike around. So I would like to take that property out around.
Okay.
So can I ride in the creek too? Can I go up and through the creek and everything?
Steve, man, if you want to bust through the creek, be my guest. We'll look the other way.
Yeah, it's my track, dude.
It's your day.
It's my day.
It's your day.
It's my day. Is it going to be
Nick Way went by the sand wash?
Yeah, he
is one of the only pro riders to go in the creek right there.
Are we going to have the same layout as the National, or is it going to be back to the older layout?
Wow, what do you mean?
Well, the National had that extra little chicane in there, didn't it? In the back?
The chicane's kind of there right now, yeah. We left it after the National.
Okay.
The thing came out, and that was like the jump up instead.
Right, I kind of like that.
So I'll be running the dozer, Steve, and if I make a little inside berm where you can just option lane, go to the right, you go up to Mount Martin, that'll be for you. We can just kind of leave that option lane there if you want.
It's my day.
It's your day.
Can't wait. Thanks, Alex. Thanks for calling in. Weisco Piston bringing you Alex Martin here. I'll see you Friday, and for our listeners that are going to be there, we'll see you Saturday, Sunday. We'll be around. Come see Keefer, take photos, ask him about him and Heather, their sex life, anything you want. He'll be there for you. So Yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks, guys. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a fun weekend to kind of have all of us together.
Yeah.
Weather's looking pretty good, especially Saturday, Sunday, and I think it's going to be fun. Track's going to be fun. We'll have a good group of people. The live show, Saturday, 7 to 9 p.m.
Yeah, it should be great.
Fun
And
time.
thanks to Yamaha and for doing this. And Fly, of course, is coming out, and a bunch of people are supporting it. So that's really cool to see these companies coming out and supporting it too. So awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to seeing you. Keefer, good luck driving.
Thank
Are
you.
you guys driving or flying?
No, we're
Oh, we're
flying.
flying.
We're flying.
Okay.
Keefer was complaining before the show about how much money this is costing him.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Right off.
Yeah,
right off.
Someone said that already.
Yep, there you go. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right. Thanks,
All right,
fellas.
see ya.
See ya.
That's Alex Martin, everybody. Millville Ride Day this weekend. PulpMX. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be so fun.
Be fun. Yeah, I
You
can't
coming?
wait.
No.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, you got a job or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that.
A little bit.
Okay, we're gonna take a commercial break here. JT's coming up. Ryan, the Newf Lockhart, is coming up as well to explain what the hell happened to Canada. We got some silly season talk and more. Connor Olson and Kris Keefer here in studio. We'll be right back after this, everybody.
Hey, man, you beaten off?
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin Silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CV4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing, Kris Keefer, Connor Olson here in studio. JT coming right up. We do have some phone calls here. Let's go to, we have a rant for Connor from Wyatt. Wyatt, you there?
Yes, sir. What's up?
What's your rant for Connor?
Huge Connor.
So, me and Connor have a mutual friend. His name's Stephen Potts. Just want to give a shout out to Steve. And Connor, we gotta fix Steve, dude. Why is he such a bitch on Call of Duty?
I can't answer that question for you. But I agree that he needs help. He needs help with a lot.
I agree. Can you? You're a lot closer to him than I am, so can you just get in his ear about it?
Yeah, I'll plan an intervention.
Yeah, what's the problem? We don't know.
He has kids. I don't know.
He's not a team player.
All right. There's nothing worse than Call of Duty.
I don't know what the fuck's going on, man.
You don't know what Call of Duty is?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Are we gaming? Is that what we're doing?
This is gaming. Yeah.
Okay, he's fucked up on the game.
Oh,
and we got a voicemail
everything.
for you about gaming, for you.
Hating on me?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
Connor's a good Call of Duty player, you know.
Yeah.
Aiden said that too. Yeah. Said you jam on it.
Yeah. Sometimes.
There we go. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call. Connor will work on that.
Hey, one more thing, Steve.
Yeah.
Fuck JT.
All right. Cool, man. Thanks. Jason Thomas coming up next. Is this Colin?
Yes.
What up? What's up, man?
So I've been listening to you for about 6.5, 7 years now.
Okay. Thank you.
And I just want a moment of recognition for Jason Weigett's quality of his cell service last week.
Yeah.
That was the first time in the history of you doing interviews with him that he has not had. He wasn't packing his kids' school lunches. He wasn't taking a shower. He had good cell service. It was an exceptional time. So we just need to recognize that.
So that was a landline. He gave us his landline number last week.
Oh, my God.
So you had to do a workaround.
Yeah, landline. But he stepped up. Yeah, you know. I don't know, man.
Well,
it's honestly, I rage on him on our group text, and he just goes, "Yeah, man, I'm busy. What do you want?" Like he just there's no apologies from him. He is DGAF.
Well, we just needed a moment of recognition for how wonderful of the time that was.
No, I agree.
Great radio.
Thanks,
All
man.
right.
Thanks for the call. Thank you. Appreciate it. Connor Olson here from Fox, Kris Keefer as well. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by ORW, offroadwarehouse.com. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. The code is PulpMX to save, and they have stores all across America, and they also install everything they sell, from suspension kits to tires and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. If you got a truck and you want to make it cool, like so many other people, PulpMX is the code to save at ORW, offroadwarehouse.com. Get your truck to the track in style. Thank you to those guys for bringing the 7 o'clock hour for us. And also Fly Racing, the Formula S helmet. It's a helmet with a brain. It can actually save your life, and I'm being serious with that. The Formula S helmet. Please look up the technology on flyracing.com and check that out. Read all about it. See the videos. Watch the videos. Read up all about it. It's a Formula helmet, which is fantastic in its first place, and then they add the smart chip in there. To talk about the Motocross Nations and more, it's our regular caller, Mr. Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not much. I would also recommend going to flyracing.com/formula-s. Just to give you a little bit more context. It's like its own website just for the helmet.
Okay,
so,
sounds good.
Ton of info there.
Yeah, it's super sweet. I've been wearing it. I will be wearing it this weekend in Millville at the ride day. So, what are you going to ride? Do we know? Did we talk about this? What?
He's riding. I don't care what he rides.
Okay.
I mean, weather dependent. I mean, I'm not going out there and swapping around in the mud. I did that in 2006. And I'm good.
No. The troll says good for Saturday and Sunday for rain.
No, he's looking at the same weather reports I am. We'll see.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
What do you mean? I'm just telling you what the weather's telling me.
He is the weather guy.
He is the weather guy. What do you want to ride? What are you looking? What's your?
I don't care.
What's your preference?
Yeah, I don't. Whatever.
Oh, doesn't matter?
I don't. I'm good. Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
I have been to these before with like Jason Raines when he brings all the Yamahas, and I'd ride some of that, and I don't know. I haven't ridden in 2 years, so pretty much up for whatever.
Yeah, should be.
Not much 2 years either.
Should be good. What?
No.
Stop it, Keefer.
Huh?
What did he say?
Nothing. Just keep on moving. Sorry.
He just wants you to ride more, JT.
Yeah, I know. I got a couple things going on, Keefer. Sorry.
Okay. Can we talk about those or no?
Yeah. I mean, I'm at the races every weekend, and then I'm at the office all week. So, and I don't own a motorcycle.
Oh, I thought you said a couple things going on, like you have something coming, like a bike or something. My bad.
No. I just like
in his life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just busy schedule.
No, you are. You did a good job over the weekend, I thought too. By the way.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Well, I can't wait. You're gonna shred the sand whoops, JT. You're gonna climb the Catapult, up Mount Martin, finish line, Millville. Best track of the circuit.
Are we going all the way to the top?
No, we're not. It's bullshit.
Okay. Here's my thing real quick.
But actually, though, I talked to a couple people. A few shows back, I was complaining about not going all the way to the top and down. Mm-hmm. And then a couple of pros texted me and were like, dude, it's really scary.
Yeah, it is very gnarly.
You don't have to go 70 miles an hour.
Right.
No, that's true. So. Right. But, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want see guys going wide and getting whiskey throttle and yeah.
Right.
You'll end up like that guy's bike that
Yeah.
snapped in half.
Finland.
Oh my God.
Finnish guy.
Yeah.
JT, I guess I didn't see
He's
this. But
certainly finished, that's for sure.
Connor said Craig had a better view of it on his social. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah. Christian Craig's Instagram is amazing.
Yeah.
I think it's gone now. I couldn't find it earlier.
Okay.
I don't know if he had to take it down or maybe it went away.
Yeah, because I tried to share it and then I went back and it was not there. So I wonder if somebody had copyright on it or something.
I bet you Husqvarna or KTM said, "Hey, man, take that shit down."
Oh, yeah, that would be more like it.
Yeah,
because it is a KTM.
Yes.
But I mean, let's face it, you're dropping the bike from a.
I understand that.
Cartwheeling.
You got a team riders putting that video out. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think they want that.
Yeah, that's
I've never seen. Have you guys ever seen forks shear like that?
Yes.
Really? Okay.
I have too. I saw a KTM, ironically enough. Same thing. It's happened. Pulled out from the bottom.
Okay.
Crazy.
Yeah, I would have thought at a fastening point, like where the lugs are at the bottom or something I could see, but like just shearing in half in the middle of the fork, like I don't think I've ever seen that.
I didn't look and I didn't see the clamps, but do we know what clamps he was on?
The forks were in the clamps.
I know, but that's what
I think
I'm asking.
it snapped there.
The head
or
tube?
Maybe it's just the radiator that blew up. But
dude, some serious, yeah.
Wow. I hope is the guy okay? Do we know JT?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, he was fine, I guess.
All right.
Crazy. All right, JT, Motocross the Nations, France, you were there. Ernay. Look, we talked about it. We broke it down for an hour before the show. First hour of the show. USA was tied for fourth. The end of two motos. That's a good finish. And then their third moto went to shit. AP did not ride well. Christian was a little low on energy, and you get an eighth place. To me, I just shrug. Like their high point was 3, and say the worst was 8th, and they got 8th. Like they're anywhere between a 3 and an 8th place team, and they got 8th. And I just shrug, and we'll move on to next year.
Yeah, I was asked, a million times, like, how's this going to go? What do you think they're going to get? That everybody has their predictions, and it's bench racing, right? That's what makes that event. Part of it is just the bench racing, and it's a big bro fest all weekend, which is great because everybody's there except for Steve this year. But I just kept saying the same thing all weekend, somewhere between 4 and 8. And they, that came to be true. They ended up on the bottom end of that range, but that's just kind of how I saw it. I didn't think we would put up like the 1s and 2s and 3s on the board that it kind of takes, that you need to be right at, to have any chance at a win or at least a podium, you need some of those type scores. And then unfortunately we had some scores that were not so great too. So we ended up having to use a score that we would prefer not to have. Right. So yeah, I just felt like kind of what we deserved. Could have been a little better. Sure. Could we have been 4, 5, 6? Sure. But I don't think that we were really better than that over the course of the weekend.
Here's my thing. Does it matter if we get 5th or 8th?
No.
Right.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
And we were worried about RJ crashing, and he did. We were worried about Craig's lack of seat time, and it showed.
Yep.
And it came off. And AP rode amazing in the first moto. That 5th is really good, and like maybe his top end of what he could do. But then that second moto, I thought he crashed. Turns out he didn't. He just really rode poorly. And that's what you get. So we got kind of the predictable Team USA we thought we would outside of AP's second moto.
We are who they thought they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, going into that final moto, like I kind of was worried because there was some excitement and there were people that were like, oh, we can do, but I was looking at the scores and Steve, this all too well because we've been to this race so many times. When you haven't added in the drop score yet, things look a lot different than they're going to after the third moto, right? And I was looking at Spain. They were sitting like 7th or 8th, but I knew that Oliveira was now done, and they were going to put one of his drop scores in. And you figure like Fernandez and Prado would do really good. Fernandez ended up crashing. But
but they were third overall when he was
right.
up. Yeah.
They're going to be like it's going to be like a 2-6 or something, which replaces like a 22nd of Oliveira. And that changes everything, right? Like you jump 18 points further up the leaderboard, like it really changes the whole dynamic. And that happens all the way through the field, especially with some of the teams that had like a lesser third guy, like Germany, let's say, like with that happens in that dynamic when that drop score comes in, especially if it's a bad score, you're not even thinking about them. And then all of a sudden you're like, holy crap, where did that team come from? And it's just because that drop score got taken off. So it wasn't going to do me any good to like try to explain the math in between motos, but I heard people getting excited. I'm like, it's going to change. Like, it doesn't mean it can't change in our way too, but I think if you're trying to deduce what's going to go on between like 3rd and 9th place right now, based
Yeah.
off of what it is right this second, you're probably going to be disappointed.
Star of the event for you: Prado, Roxon, maybe Vial.
Star
Jet?
of the event.
Jet. I don't know. Jet's first moto was really good on a track that you couldn't really pass on.
I think surprise slash upside would be Kenny to win the MXGP class. Was pretty special. He didn't win any motos. He didn't win a qualifier. He didn't win anything. He wasn't fastest in any of the practices. But I just to get it done and win the overall, I thought it was really impressive. I don't think many people expected a lot from him, and I because everybody else I could say something where it just wasn't great. Like Febvre had a really on and off weekend. Like Saturday wasn't great, and then the second moto wasn't great either. Vial had a really strong weekend, but he didn't win, any motos or anything. So I don't know. I like Kenny for it. I think he deserves a lot of credit for how good he was.
Vial beat everybody else except for 1/450 in one of his motos. Pretty damn good.
But the first moto, what he got, 6th or something like that.
8th, 8th, I think they said.
8th, yeah. Yep. So. I don't know. I don't think there was a clear-cut guy. It wasn't that type of year where somebody just dominated, which we've seen many times at this race, where somebody just clear-cut the best guy. Why not? Kenny won the toughest class by far, which was MXGP. It was not even close as far as talent goes. Everybody piled into the MXGP class this year, and he came out on top.
Keefer mentioned this too. Liam Everett's was pretty impressive on the 350.
Yeah, he and wasn't Vial, it was Adamo were going at it in that second moto. I thought it boded well for his future, right? Because going back to last season, I thought it was kind of iffy for how it was going to go for Everett. I wasn't sold on him kind of making it happen, as far as just being an MX2 contender, taking the next step, because there was just a lot of inconsistency. But you can see his progression is really happening now. He's getting a lot better really quickly. He won his first race this year. He really took steps. And I think riding that 350 that well was just another step. It was another sign that, he's going to make it. Now, does that translate into him being a star in MXGP? I don't know. But I think he will be, he deserves that factory spot in MX2, and I think he'll be a race winner, multiple race winner in 2024.
Yeah, it's just so hard to, Adamo kind of came out of nowhere. Everett's obviously has the pedigree. KTM MX2, they seem to be able to pick anybody and make stars of them.
Yep.
And so I am at least a little skeptical of all these dudes, but obviously.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Going to MXGP is a whole different world. That is yet to be decided. I'm not saying any of that. I just was worried about him being a real guy in MX2. I wasn't sure that was going to happen, but I'm kind of sure now. So that's at least there is that on the horizon, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Do we know why KTM doesn't have a guy on a 350 anymore? They had one when the bike was kind of shitty.
Alessi.
Now the bike is actually really good, and there's no one riding and racing it. Weird. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure somebody has to have had an option somewhere, right? They sell a lot of them. I'm sure they want to market it.
Right.
I just wonder if the guys that they sign they decline or want to ride the 450 or whatever. Cairoli made it work. He was great on it.
Yeah, and that's back when it wasn't that great.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that thing was a 400. But even still, he still rode great.
Right.
Some people will swear it was a 350. I heard others will swear it was a 400. But anyways, and so, look, and without Jet's fall, he goes 1-1. I think he was pretty remarkable slicing through the pack.
Those guys were going I don't know about that. I don't know. That first moto, both Jet wasn't able to match either of the top two's lap time, and I know it was traffic and all that stuff.
Yeah, he was back there.
Those guys were going really fast in that first moto. So I don't know. I would have loved to see that battle, but I don't think it was a given that he would have won that first moto because he wasn't able to do it on Saturday either. He wasn't great on Saturday. So I'm not sure.
Do you know, you've been around the GP paddock, is Febvre and Prado still kind of on the outs? Do they even talk to each other?
Yeah, I don't think they're I don't think they're super tight by any means. And I to be honest, I haven't seen many riders that Febvre is tight with.
Right.
So I don't know if that's just a Febvre thing, because I think Prado's pretty easy to get along with. I just think Febvre kind of marches to the beat of his own drum, and I have not seen him with a lot of like buddies. You know what I mean? Like he's not. He just doesn't seem like he has a lot of friends at the races, and that may be by design. That may be, who knows? I don't know him well at all.
I mean,
but it is something I've noticed.
You know, Steve's buddy raced him hard, right? Like he wasn't giving. Yeah, he wasn't giving him an inch. And like,
no. Big man was going for third overall.
Yeah. So
that Prado was going for it, right?
Yeah.
Like, you should ask him or have someone out. Like I was wondering in the moment, like, was that for Italy, or was that what I don't like Roman Febvre,
Right.
or what was the motivating factor? Because it was definitely a thing. It wasn't just like we're battling. Like you could tell the aggression was targeted at Febvre for whatever reason.
Well, he doesn't speak Italian or anything, so who knows?
Right. Maybe you have to clicks, get their clicks right, and they'll understand it.
Hey, I kind of good job on the broadcast with Malin, but I kind of disagree with you a little bit. You were talking about the surface of the track and the USA guys not being used to it, and I'll give you that. But we've had some harder packed tracks the last few years in the Nationals. They've discovered that that's worked a little bit. You know, I saw a lot of Lakewood out there this year for those guys, and Jet and Kenny, Hunter. You know, guys that have been in America for a long time are in the same boat as Team USA. Now, Keefer talked about the Austrian bike setup not being well because of such a stiff frame and everything. So maybe that was it. But I'm not so sure. Like, I did get a few DMs, and I don't agree with the DMs, JT, but I did get a few DMs that were like saying JT's making all these excuses. And I'm not saying I'm siding with those guys, but I thought you were going a little too easy on the Americans' performances. That's all.
Oh, I'm not making excuses at all. I think they kind of finished where they deserve to finish. That's what I believe. But I'm more basing those comments off of talking to them. And I know for sure Christian and RJ, I can vividly remember both of them saying they'd never ridden a track like that, with dirt like that. So it's easy for us to sit back and say, if you're like, well, the tracks they ride, well, both of them said, I've never ridden anything like that. That speaks volumes to me, right? Like RJ was beside himself with like the traction and not knowing what to do with it. So I'm just going off more their comments and their feelings than anything else. So I definitely don't want it to come off as I'm making excuses, because I'm certainly not.
Well, this race doesn't get people with passionate takes for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, and I think I've done that in the past where I'm like, yeah, these guys, they're better. I don't really believe that. Like, I think the field was super competitive, and okay, if you take them to Redbud again, maybe it's a little different, but I don't know that our team this year wins. I don't believe that. I think France had the best team on paper by quite a bit. I think Australia likely beats us, at most tracks, because they have, like, Jet likely wins his class most weekends, and Hunter, if he's 100%, we saw how great he was. He won 2 titles this year. So I had a couple people comment the same thing, and I'm like, it was not excuses. I've made excuses in the past. I know exactly what that feels like. This was not that for me. I kind of was more trying to make the point of this was a really challenging track and dynamic for these Americans, right? So finish where they might, I just felt like this was a really tough setup for them to kind of fight through.
It looked hot, too. Huh? It's hot?
I mean, like 75.
Oh, okay.
I guess, if you think that's hot.
No,
Yeah.
75 is nice. It's good weather.
Europe, that's hot.
Yeah, Europe. I'm sure the Europe guys were hot, but
I had my jacket on until noon, both days. So
I just felt like, again, with some of the U.S. national prep track, we've gone more Euro. With less water, less sawdust, less tilling. Less working it up. We've done that in the last few years in the nationals to some tracks on some weekends. Now it hasn't been universally loved, that's for sure, right?
Yeah.
But
I would tell you is, like, go watch like Christian Craig in the qualifying race trying to deal with some of those ruts. Like, have you ever seen Christian Craig look like that on a motorcycle before?
No, and Keefer, we got into this in the first hour. Keefer, thought it was an Austrian bike thing for all 3 of the guys.
Yeah, I'm just saying Christian Craig's one of the most talented. Like, when I watch him corner, I'm like, that's exactly, like, that's art. the way he's doing that. And you look, and he looks like he's never ridden before in some of those like uphill ruddy corners, right? So that to me was like, yeah, these guys haven't seen conditions like that, and that is a part of this race. So for people who think I'm making an excuse, it's not. Like, if you want to win this race in another country, you have to be able to overcome all of those things. Like, that is a part of what this race is about. I'm more trying to kind of translate how challenging and how difficult it is to go ride tracks that you're not used to. You've never been there. You've never raced in Europe. There's a lot of different and a lot of acclimation that's got to go on. So if you see them struggling more than maybe they should, then maybe look for the reasons why.
Did they make that track comment on Saturday or Sunday?
Both days. Like RJ, if you go like listen to RJ's Vital interview, which I was standing right there for, he kind of spells it out. And then Christian, I talked to him, both days actually. But I think they were just shocked. Like everybody, even like Calvin Volanderen, everybody expected the track to be a lot deeper and a lot softer, and it was not any of that. Had a really, really hard base. And then they tried to add some moisture to it, but it just kind of got like hard ruts on top.
Yeah, it didn't look like a fun track to ride.
Saturday didn't look good at all.
Yeah, but I mean JT too. Like Connor's point, also they had 16 races on it with Blue Crew races and all that. They had a lot of time on that track,
Yep, and I fully agree with some of the comments I read too. Like everybody's got to race the same track. I'm 100% in agreement with that. That's what is challenging about this race, right? It's at a different country and a different track every year, and you have to be able to adapt. If you want to win and you want to be on the podium, like it's just that's what the ask is.
Yeah, absolutely. We made a mention that if we had Austrian riders that are struggling a little bit, bolt on MXGP suspension settings and let them ride that for a week. I mean, I know they'll complain because it's so soft and it moves so much, but do that.
It's also tough
more
too.
traction.
Yeah. It's also tough too. Some of those GP settings for suspension goes with their chassis, and we probably have a different chassis.
Okay.
So,
well, you want to talk about ping pong balls, JT?
I know. I'm sure you already lost your mind over this one tonight.
Yep.
Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, look, it didn't cost Canada. Again, I want to be clear. It didn't cost Canada the A final because they fucked it up on themselves. But what a joke. And it continues to be a joke. There's so many better ways.
Are you getting mad again?
I am. But I know you agree with me, and maybe you just don't want to get kicked out of the TV booth. But
yeah, I don't. Yeah. No, I don't. I've never liked it. My take would be, and I didn't listen to your rant earlier, but my take would be that there's too much at stake, too much money spent, and too much on the line for something to be that random.
Yes.
I'm not a fan.
No, absolutely not. Canada was by far just a disaster. Just
wasn't good.
Jess Pettis got docked for the same thing twice.
Yep.
Jumping on a flag. Twice.
I think a flag's universal, right?
I don't know. I don't recall jumping on doubles. I think every country you've ever gone to, it says don't do this.
Right.
Dylan Wright crashed 14 times. I got a text on Thursday that was like, bad day today. Dylan and Jess absolutely ended themselves on this practice track on Thursday. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like, it never stopped.
Wow.
All weekend long. I mean, Canada may as well just took that money and lit it on fire.
Is that fundraiser money? Or is that actually?
It's everything, yeah.
Okay.
Fundraiser, donations, that kind of stuff, yeah. So,
how much do you think that is for them to go?
I think it was 42 grand or something.
Wow.
Yeah, 42,000. Just for a ping pong ball to fuck your weekend
And the
up.
riders don't pay for their flights or anything like that. That comes out of that $42,000.
I think they get a flight. I don't know. AMA, you get a flight for you and your mechanic get paid for, but everybody else, family, girlfriends, they pay. You got to pay for the flights. So I don't know.
I think the USA. This could have changed, but at one point it was the USA guys got $3,000 for a flight. So if they wanted to buy a business ticket, they could, or they could, do whatever they wanted. But at one point it was $3,000.
Jason Thomas here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Fly Racing. Please check them out, the new Formula S helmet, of course, and Fly Racing's Damon Bradshaw this weekend in Millville. Should be sweet. He's driving his van out.
How do you think Morocco feels? 2 in a row. They draw one. This ping pong ball.
Oh, they had it last year too.
Undefeated.
I didn't know that.
Undefeated over the last couple of years.
Well, what about this, JT? The last 4 designations were won by the home team. Does Team GB do it next year?
No.
Okay. It ends with Matterly.
They do not. Yeah.
Yeah. They're a little bit transition for those guys with Watson.
Did China win in 2020, the COVID year?
Why was it in China?
Well, it was just COVID year.
Oh yeah, got it. Yeah. China won. Yeah.
China.
All right. Well, how was the vibe? How was the vibe of the weekend? And everything? How's that?
It was pretty great, honestly. That you were there in 2015, and you know what that environment is like.
Yeah.
It is just insanity. I think the sketchiest moment of the weekend for me was I went to the top of the hill, and that's where they had like this lunch thing up there, and I went there on Sunday at around noon, which was one of the worst ideas I've made in recent memory. I didn't think I was going to get out of there. Like you couldn't move. Like you could not move. Like I'm not even kidding. Like I was with Stefan Everts, was like 2 people in front of me, couldn't move. Joel Smets ended up getting a motorcycle and just revving it wide open and clearing people out, like trying to get through. It was just insanity. Like nobody, you could like. It wasn't that people were trying to cause a problem. There was just too many people in too small of an area. You couldn't go anywhere. Like it was pretty wild. Like almost unsafe. Like if somebody had a problem, I don't think they could have done anything about it.
What's it like hearing 102,000 people cheer? Like I've never.
It wasn't
heard
102.
It's not even cheering. It's noise machines and
air
horns.
Look at our CCs.
It's 102 throughout the weekend.
Okay.
They count everybody 3 times. But still, a lot of people. I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of people.
That sucks.
That's how they do it.
I was gonna
There's
say
probably 50,000. There's probably 50,000 people there.
So a stadium full.
What I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's like a gladiator stadium too, where they're all on one hillside.
Yeah.
And they're all like over top of the track almost.
Dude.
It's nuts.
It looks so cool.
It did.
Yeah, I've got videos in my phone still from 15 when I went, and I watched them once in a while. I'm just like.
So there was that many people in 15 as well?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was nuts. Yeah.
I know it was the most they'd ever had over the course of a weekend.
How was traffic getting out?
It was fine.
Yeah?
It was actually okay. It really was. I don't know. I was there probably an hour after the race, so maybe a lot of it had already cleared out. Or I was kind of thinking a lot of people just stayed, right? They would stay and celebrate with Team France or whatever. But it really wasn't bad.
JT's he hates me at the end of these things because I have to go run around and do interviews and press conferences, and we do a wrap-up pod, and he just wants to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
And we share a rental car normally, so JT's very upset normally.
I actually don't. The only reason I am like that at this particular, especially this one, is because it's like a 3.5-hour drive to Paris, and you're just like, the longer you sit there, the longer you just like start doing the math. And I still didn't get to the hotel Sunday night till 10:15, something like that.
Yeah.
Are you business class on the way home and to and from?
Usually, yes. Yeah. Which helps a lot.
It's a good life.
I haven't flown to Europe in the back in 15 years.
I still remember that Steve flew me.
I gave him an upgrade.
I was in Spain. He flew me. Yeah, I was in Spain, and he flew me to New York, and I was like, it's a whole nother world.
It makes life. I mean, it honestly like makes or breaks a trip.
Yeah,
it does.
That's the best gift he's ever given me.
See what I did for you?
Yeah,
United. United. We share the love at United.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, JT. Thank you for calling in. I'm sure you're jet lagged and tired as hell. But appreciate it, man. And good job on the booth. And we'll see you this weekend in Millville. Yeah.
Steve, are you going to Matterly next year?
Yeah, I would think so.
What changed for you?
What do you mean?
Like, why didn't you go this year and you're going to go next year?
I already went through this on my numerous group texts with you.
But what's the difference between next year and this year?
They moved this event. It was my birthday. Team USA wasn't going to go. I was told from somebody on the team, 70-30, they weren't going.
Right.
Ticket prices were expensive.
Okay.
My birthday, Millville Ride Day the next weekend, so another weekend of travel. And then I was still going to – now I was going to go once USA was back in. Then I was having FOMO, and I was going to go, and tickets were $3,100. So
what do you think will be different about next year? Because I think the date's going to be the same.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Because I think SMX is already going to is kind of set.
Oh,
it's
okay.
going to be the same.
Well, then maybe things will change. Yeah, if it's the dates,
Okay.
I assumed it would be back to its original date, that it didn't move. Like middle of October, right? Whatever it was before it moved.
Yeah, and I don't know the date of Motocross Nations, but SMX will be the same. I'm kind of guessing it'll all be the same.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah.
Then I think we're coming back for 25, so I know you'll be back.
And
I think
also,
we're coming to USA in 25.
I also assumed the weather would be shitty. France in October, but it was great.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Listen,
that's the best Motocross Nations weather I've ever been to.
We had 6 years in a row with rain.
Yeah, and never ending.
Right.
Yeah.
And it
garbage.
It's not fun when you travel all across Europe and you're standing in the rain for 2 days.
Ugh.
So
that's what we're gonna get at Millville this weekend.
Oh, stop it! Stop it!
Wow.
I thought they were supposed to announce like the next 5 years of the
Yeah,
nations.
I don't know. Lewis was in last week and said it would be Matterley, USA, and Spain, the next three. So
even though
I know it's
go ahead. Even though if it rains, JT, at Millville, why does it matter? Why don't you want to ride? It's not your bike. You don't have to clean it.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I mean,
you ride with your buddies.
I want to ride in the mud. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big ride in the mud guy either. If it's really muddy,
but you're going all the way out there.
I'm going. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to support Steve. I mean, riding is whatever.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'll ride.
It's going to be the.
I'm not going to ride in the mud though.
It's going to be the best PulpMX Millville ride day ever. Yeah.
That's probably true.
JT, before you go, I was going to ask you a question on the broadcast. Like, by the way, you and Malin are really good, and that was awesome to hear. But I noticed in the B final, when they were
B final talk. Really?
They weren't showing Canada, so it's fine.
No, they showed Pettis grab the whole shot. Oh, they showed that. Yeah.
But whatever battle they were showing, they showed who it was, and there was like a graphic that said who it was. Why? I don't know if you know this, but why didn't they do that for the main races?
I don't know. I was in a meeting during the B final, so I was not in the truck during that. But yeah, I don't know. I can ask, but I don't. I didn't see it, so I don't have a frame of reference for it.
I'm more so I think
I can watch it.
Noticed on like Saturday because it's showing people that I have no idea who they are.
Yeah.
And it's just like showing two dudes, and Malin's talking about it, trying to figure out who they are.
Right.
And then I'm like, I wonder why, because like all of our nationals here in Supercross, it has like this is so and so and whoever else racing.
Yeah, right.
And then it was a little easier to figure out on Sunday, but
there's not as much symmetry. You can tell that it's just a French camera crew, and the director picking the camera, and Paul's not clued in on what's coming up.
Normally he says like, "Hey, can we see this?" and it changes.
Yeah. Like you would think it'd be a little more somebody in his ear. Hey, Paul, we're going to show you Febra and Ferrado coming up, and then Paul would throw it to that. But it was like, oh, now we got Ferrado and Febra. Like it's weird that way.
The only notice we get is if a replay's coming.
Yeah,
that's really it.
Where do you rank Paul on the scale of announcers?
The top.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
Steve?
Same.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. I think.
Come on.
Really? You don't think so?
No. I love Malin. I'll be working with him in Paris, so he's probably going to hear this and get mad at me. But no.
What?
Weege is better.
Well, I don't know, man.
I love Weege, but Weege does not have the racing context that Malin has.
Correct.
That's not his fault.
Right.
Like it's not his fault he didn't race professionally, but he just that's it. Like Weege, I think Weege has a skill set that Malin doesn't have also because he has to do a lot more juggling. Like Malin doesn't have to do all the commercials and the promos and all these things that Weege does.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit different, but I think Malin has more experience and is more well-rounded because he has the racing background, so that's going to give him more credibility on that front.
Sure, but
I think he's more impressive too because it's just him 90% of the time.
But I think he would benefit from another person in there.
Having JT in there is nice, right? But when I listen to him on the regular MXGP shows, he doesn't have a co-host, he's still really good. And as a rider, like what JT says, I can kind of understand what that rider's going through. So I try to put myself into a guy that doesn't ride much, and I'm listening to Paul, but it works.
You're talking about Paul Malin, an analyst, and I'll give you that. But I'm talking about a play-by-play guy, and I think Weege is
great.
Paul, see what I'm saying? Paul's doing two jobs.
Yes.
Yeah.
So play-by-play action, Weege is not the analyst. He's the play-by-play guy. I think Weege does a better job.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Paul's play-by-play duties are 1/10 of what Weege has to do. Like Weege is navigating a gauntlet on these shows.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable what he has to go through. Like I wish that you guys could see, and I'm sure you guys have some sort of context for what I'm talking about, but it is insane. Like, they have all these promo cards, and it's just a barrage of things. Like, and you guys are watching it, so you see the NASCAR promos and this and that, and it's just never ending. Like, it is never ending for what he's got to get into the show at some point. It's crazy.
Paul's great.
And Malin doesn't know how to do that. He's just got to, which is good for him, right? They're much more concentrated on the MXGP TV side, right? So they don't have all this other nonsense. It's part of the show. It's what pays the bills.
Or
it's a lot to work through.
Or is Travers and Costers better?
No, I was never a Travers and Costers fan.
You didn't like that?
I've heard from a lot of Americans how much they love those guys. I was not there.
I thought it was fun.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
All right, JT. Well, better luck for Canada next year. Better luck for USA as well.
Can't get any worse.
Nope. It absolutely. Well, there was a C final.
Yeah.
They didn't
There
make
is a C
that.
final.
There is a C final.
That's the first time I've ever had that.
That's a rant.
Why? Was there just more teams this year, or they just wanted another race on the track?
No, I think it's just to give, it's
Everybody
the same
gets a
thing.
trophy.
Like,
Yeah, fuck. It's
they're
an
spending
attaboy.
a ton of money to get there. Give them a race to have,
Yeah.
You sucked, go home. That's how it is.
Yeah, and Yamaha 65 races. We got the biggest race of the year, and we're rolling out 65s and 85s and 125. Come on, man.
I kind of get it. Well, I kind of like, if you're like Egypt or Philippines or what, they're looking at it and they're going, we're never going to make we're never going to get there ever. So we're just going to keep spending money and never get to race. Like, give us something.
Yeah, you got to be final. Yeah, you got to be final. Well, I guess not.
But
everybody makes
they're
the
not
B
even
final.
making the B
Yeah,
final.
They don't make the B final, right? I don't know, man.
Life's tough, man.
It didn't hurt anything.
Yeah.
Nobody was really watching. Like, let them race. Who
Life's
cares?
tough. Wear a helmet. Moving on.
What?
Life's tough. Wear a helmet.
Okay. All right.
I think as long as they do it the way they did it, put it on Saturday afternoon when everything else is done, and nobody really cares, it's not hurting anything.
I mean, to be honest, there was way less chaos in the C final than the B final.
You watched the C final?
Yeah.
Jesus,
Fuck, he's
Connor.
dedicated.
Dude.
I wanted to, just in case we talked about it, I wanted to watch it.
I think I was already at the Airbnb during the C final.
Yeah, I was skipping through the things after I was riding or something, and then just noticed you were out. It was just Malin by himself.
Yeah. No, I was gone.
Dipped out on that.
All right, JT. Thanks for.
Last thing. Did you see that there was a rider in the C final that was number 111 that was lapped down, going really slow, and Malin called him John Michelle Snail.
That's so fucked up.
That was
saw that on
the
Twitter.
line of the weekend.
Yeah, I saw
that was the line of the weekend.
Oh my
He
God.
definitely throws in some funny.
Listen,
Malin throws in some funny ones.
I don't know for sure, but generally speaking, I get time with Paul in Paris Supercross. So I'm sure Paul will have many great words about working with a true professional with me in Paris.
He gets away with a lot more than we could get away with in America. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's looser. Oh yeah.
What do you say if you can't get a rise out of this race without taking one of those blue diamonds?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm fired if I say that.
Yeah.
He said something like 2 or 3 years ago when someone crashed and got a foot peg through their pants that he ripped himself a new bumhole.
Yeah, he did. He did. I love it. But that's a cultural thing too, right?
Yeah,
they're
looser.
way less uptight there. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. All right, man. Thanks for calling
All
in.
right, guys.
Later, JT.
We'll see you this weekend, Millville. Catch the
All right.
fever.
See you,
All right.
JT.
Bring your gear.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bring your gear. Yeah. All right. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Right into our next guest. Will Hahn, Justin Brayton won championships with Renegade Racing Fuel. It's the only fuel going into JB's tank right now. You look at Dean Wilson, Max Dancy. Dino won the Australian round.
Saw that.
Try to get him on or no?
No.
Okay.
Is he back in America? I figured he was still down there.
He's doing a training camp.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Here?
Down in SoCal.
Oh, okay. Renegade Race Fuel, the fuel is burned cooler, cleaner, and get the whole shot and be the first one of the checkers with RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They're looking for dealers and distributors as well. Bringing you our next guest of the night from Atlas Brace, atlasbrace.com. It's our buddy. He's a friend of the show. He's a world vet medal winner as well. Ryan the Newf Lockhart. What's up, Newf?
Good morning.
Thanks for
Good morning
calling
from
all the way from Paris. Yes, I appreciate
Good
this.
morning.
I thought you were back. That's when I asked you. You said sure. I just assumed you were back. So thank you for this extra effort, Newf.
Yeah, it was kind of weird getting flights to get home, but it was always the plan to come home today, Tuesday. And then, so here we are, getting ready to go to the airport here pretty quick.
Okay, so, Pookie and I had a nice Saturday night. Newf went out to the movies. It's popcorn, come back, we make sweet love. We end up going to bed around 11, and everything's going great. And then, I set my alarm for 1:30 because, it's at 1:50. It's the B final, and I got to watch Canada get through that. Practice times, we were 2nd and 4th in B final practice, so looking pretty good for that. Look, McNabb, Pettis, right, very talented. So this B final, I was going to get up for that, made some coffee, then maybe have a little nap before the motos and get up.
God, that's gnarly. Good for you.
Oh, it was. It ruined me yesterday. Just ruined me.
Really?
And then Jess posed the whole shot in the B final, Newf, and that's all she wrote. That's it. We're done.
It sure looked good for 2 corners. That was it.
Dude, what
a disaster.
happened?
Yeah,
what happened?
Fuck, right?
What happened?
Yeah. Everything happened.
Dude, they crashed. They started crashing during practice, right? Like during the week, before the race.
Yeah, Dylan had a big one on Tuesday. Jess had a big one on Tuesday in the same section. Jess hasn't crashed all year and then decides to start crashing here. It was as the B final was going on, we were almost like laughing at the end of it. It was just like we couldn't believe that the way things were falling into place. It was a mess.
Jess got docked twice for the same thing?
So Jess got docked on Saturday for jumping on a yellow.
Yeah.
2 spots. And then he gets docked 10 spots for jumping on a yellow in the B final. Just when, it was still over, but he was actually riding really good. Like he was coming through the pack. And him and McNabb were like, I don't know if they were 9 and 10 or they were getting close. But anyways, McNabb's the one that jumped on the yellow, but they gave Pettis the docking because they looked the exact same. Same bike, same gear, and they were literally back to back. But anyway, so it was a second infraction, so he gets 10 spots.
It wouldn't have mattered. They weren't going in anyway, so it doesn't matter. But
they weren't going in, but it was still unbelievable that happened. Dylan crashes in the first corner, which unbelievable. And then just destroys himself with 2 laps to go in the race.
And he's okay, right? He's okay?
He is, yeah. He was pretty confident that his leg was broken, but the bike got him. But so he crashed 3 times in that race, three times in 20 minutes plus 2, one off the start.
At crash and qualifying on Saturday.
Yeah, so the crash in qualifying, the second crash he had in the B final was a big one. I didn't think he was getting up from that. He even said, he goes, I haven't crashed that hard in a long time. So bike was bent, everything, and the third one was the nail in the coffin, so to say.
Yeah, Truman told me he destroyed his bike on Saturday.
So I've never seen a bike like that before. So bars, start switch, kill switch, get map switch was all torn off the bike. Put a hole in the tank. Crushed a fork, inner and outer tube.
Wow.
Jesus.
Two radiators, subframe. It was you couldn't. It looked like it got thrown off a fucking cliff.
And he jumped onto the back of Watson or something. He had to eject, otherwise he would have hit Watson.
No, so he actually was okay on the start, considering from the outside with 37th gate pick. He was okay, but coming down after that big triple step up, the second big table there, Watson. Him,
Harlan?
Harlan, I think, is the one that landed on Dylan's bike.
Yeah.
But the ruts kind of met at the bottom, and did you see the photos of Dylan? He's just Jesus, take the wheel in the air, man. His arms, he looks like he's on the cross.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
He let go in the air?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let right go. Yeah, full let go in the air, rolling up the windows.
Canada, at that point, Canada was not even in the B final until the third race. They were in the C final.
Oh, jeez.
Dylan and McNabb. McNabb crashed also. Thanks for Jess got 12th or something and got Canada into the B final.
Mm-hmm.
It almost went even worse.
We thought we were going to the C final because with the docking, we didn't know what the docking was going to do with Jess. When I was walking back to the truck, I'm like, we're good. And then all of a sudden I hear about the docking over the radio, and I'm like, and it's full panic mode because Dylan's bike is in shambles, right? Like it's in pieces.
If there's a C final, you're not racing it with Dylan, right? There's no way.
No,
maybe
it would have been close.
Okay,
There was 3 of us on the grinding to try to get it ready. It wouldn't have been perfect. I mean, we had to borrow a stock fork to put on the bike, so it would have had one good fork and one good fork and one stock fork. So yeah, it was going to be real janky, no doubt.
Is there what's the incentive besides just racing? The C final get anything? Nothing.
No.
Well, yeah, you go to the B final. The winner of the winner of the that was what we were saying, because like Dylan's like, dude, I'm out. Like he was hurting from his crash, and he's like, I'm out. I'm not doing the C final. And I'm like, well, we're good enough. We're going to win the C. I'm pretty confident we're going to win the B, and then we're going to the A final. It's a tough road to get there, but
right, because the winner of the B gets to go to the A. Correct?
Yeah. And like I said, Canada was 2nd and 4th in B final practice. Now, not that means all that, because sometimes Euros don't care about laying down heaters. But 2nd and 4th was like, okay, we're fine.
Yeah, we're mix, right.
I mean, Dylan's a world-class racer. I mean,
he's been there. He's done top 10s.
Yes, right. Dylan can do it. Newf, how was everything after? Like, was everybody just on suicide watch?
Yeah, the vibe was low. the vibe was low, I can say. I mean, you got to think, like, with the way that Courtney did the whole team this year, I mean, it was the proper effort went involved. I mean, we've been over here since last Monday. We had 2 tracks to ride. People took time off work. People, everybody put in the effort. Dylan put in the effort. Ryder put in the effort. KTM, Dig, everybody put in the effort and money and time. And I mean, there wasn't one, like I wasn't coming over here for a week to go to race the B final, right? Like I didn't think that was even an option.
No. We were talking last week on our show, and I'm like, look, if everything broke for them, they could maybe be 5th. I was like, but they're in the top 10 for sure, and then maybe they could get a 5th. Like I was.
Yeah. Well, the last couple of years, like I mean, we've gotten over that hump of where the B final's not even a question, right?
No.
And I think for everybody involved, but
yep.
it went completely sideways. But it just, I mean, the 37th gate pick didn't help. Like as if we got the last one. I mean, somebody has to be last, but
yeah. I already ranted about that. What a ridiculous thing they do with that. It's unbelievable.
I don't understand why we can't just do it off times in the 12. Like each. Like, it's 2023, guys.
Yeah. Nobody can. It's a joke. Yeah. I mean, look, Newf, you've been a part of Team Canada on there for many years, and you've also been, a fan who knows about this race and knows we have had some epic disasters at Motocross the Nations.
Yep.
This one is up there. With expectations and results, this one's right up there.
Oh, it's at the top as far like I had said, the planning and the preparation and the raising of the money.
The other ones, the other disaster teams never had this type of money and planning behind it. Right.
No, I think Doug DeHaan sleeping in a tent and wherever he was that time, like you know what I mean? Those were disaster years, but that was because of poor planning and everything like that. Like we had the tools, like every tool was given to the team to perform, and it just kept going sideways. Like I said, I mean, Pettis crashing. I mean, that's not normal for him to do. He's so smooth and calculated, and that track really did work into his favor because it was so slippery, and he's such a technical rider, and pulls the whole shot and just fucking spins around in a 180 in the third corner, right? Like that, you just didn't see that happen all year, and I don't know. Maybe our expectations were too high, and maybe we were a little bit too confident coming in. I don't know.
That was my question, Newf. You think because you had all the tools, did the riders feel that and then just shit the bed?
I mean, Kris, as a racer, you know what it's like when you sometimes when you have the expectations and you have everything in place that you fold, whether you like it or not. That's just the way we're human, right? So definitely the expectations are there. I mean, we were all talking, like even on the flight over, we had plans and we thought for sure a top 10 team and we had the goals of beating our best ever result, and it fucking went backwards.
McNabb was 14th in practice. That's good.
Yeah.
Dylan was 11th. That's good. Pettis was 18th. He's better than that. But practice times on Saturday were not indicative of a B final. That's for sure.
No. I mean, Dylan was 11th, and dude, that class was really stacked.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at who was ahead of him, I don't know, and he even agreed with me. And you guys know what Dylan's like. I mean, he's the most competitive person that I probably know. There's not a guy in front of him that he should have been better than, right? I mean, those were full factory guys when he was only three seconds off the lead, right? So
yeah, Roxon was in 8th. He was 11th.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was ahead of Ben Watson. He was ahead of AP. He was ahead of, like, dude, it was good. And I'm like, okay, that's good. And McNabb, we didn't even see the best of McNabb either. And it is frustrating. And he would say the same thing. Dude, he's just so freaking young on that world stage like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's tough. And
he was a little nervous at Redbud too, right? I feel.
Yeah,
right?
this was much better than Redbud for sure. Yeah. Like his riding, but still not what we see on Sunday in Canada. You know what I mean? And that's racing in general. It's frustrating, and we obviously we put our guys on pedestals, and we know how good they can be, but. Experience is key, and man, when you see those Euros, like, holy shit, like they're like on that type of track, it was impressive to see.
Ryan, the Newf Lockhart, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Brace as well. Just, just I couldn't believe. I mean, I got up at 1. Yeah. 2 hours of sleep, sitting down. I'm just like, Pettis gets the whole shot. I mean, Dylan, where was Dylan when he went down the first turn? Would he have been like 15th or something?
Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't a great start, but like
but Pettis. Let's say Pettis takes off and wins that thing,
and Dylan could have
Dylan works up to 5th or something. Like it would have been fine.
Yeah.
It would have been fine, Newf.
It would have been fine. Think how Courtney feels slinging socks and T-shirts all summer to raise this money, and she's standing there watching. Well, she didn't even watch the motos, to be honest with you, because we were cleaning up, but. Yeah, it was, and then you gotta try to get ready to do it all over again next year if we want to do this again, and that's our plan because we want to have the foundation built to do it properly. And
were the guys bummed? Were they pretty bummed?
Oh, like incredibly. I mean, Pettis for sure was really upset. I mean, Dylan was a little bit concussed at the end of it, so it took him a while and. I mean, he crashed at the top of the hill there. And
they showed him on TV. He's just laying there, he looked bad. It looked bad.
Yeah, I think he was concussed for the most part, and obviously his leg. But Pettis was. There was some tears that I've seen for sure. I mean, these guys. It doesn't matter. Like everybody tried their best, and it's not something that's you're not getting paid to do this, and like over here, and everybody spent a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, listen, I all three of those guys are good dudes. I like all three of those guys, and I like everybody involved with Team Canada, but you got to call it like it is, in my opinion. You can't be like, go get them next year, guys, and bad luck. Like, I'm not down with that. Like, it sucked. And the guys didn't come through, and shit happens, but you got to call it like it is, It only helps you to look in the mirror and realize you got to get better, But,
and you see people reading some stuff, and we got screwed on the gate pick. Well, it's dumb, but that's the rule. That's the system that it is. I mean, Great Britain had 36 gate pick, and they fucking made it in, right?
When I was ranting earlier, I said it was not the reason they didn't make the B main.
No. I mean, it was another little check mark to help us not make it, if that makes sense. But I mean, at the end of the day, when the gate drops, like you gotta perform, and you gotta be able to do it, and it just it didn't happen.
Did we blame
It was a bad day for everybody.
Did we blame Lissamore?
Probably a lot of his fault. Lewis Phillips' fault, of course.
Lewis.
He was hanging out a lot in our.
Why was he hanging out? Like, beat it, bro.
In the what do they call it? Like where the mechanics stand and stuff, the skybox.
Oh, the skybox, yeah. Beat it, Lewis.
Yeah.
He's trying to captain that ship too.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's trying to steal captain's titles.
Exactly.
Was there any fun at all had, or no? Like before the race, or like did you go out? Did you have any?
No. Well, we had a good week. Like the setup was great, and we had a house rented, and it was properly done. But I'll tell you what, I've never experienced anything like that in my life. I wanted to go stand in that crowd on Sunday for the first moto because I just wanted to
feel it.
At least feel it. And the energy, man. Like,
yeah, it's nuts, huh?
I mean, I'm from Canada. I was like screaming for France when they went to the lead there, and that when Faber and Prado were battling, like it was just a unbelievable. Make your hair stand up, right? Goosebumps.
Yeah, no, I was there in 2015.
I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah. Did you watch the motos then? Did you, or were you?
I watched just about all of them. The last one we were trying to get out of there. Like we had to go back to the house and crate up the bikes, and I mean the work wasn't done when we didn't make the final like it would be at home. I mean there was a lot of logistical stuff, and so we watched pretty much everything. But it was fucking hard to see. It was hard to watch, right? Like there was so many people.
The last time I was there, I got a vest to go on the other side of the hill by the opposite of the tower. The opposite of the building by the finish, and that was pretty good. You could see a lot.
Yeah, that's where when our boys were racing, I was able to get out there with the pass that I had to watch and to stand. So you're staring the crowd face to face, and man, it was nuts. I was thinking like the craziest thing to me is when I was seeing this, that like whoever that guy is in the middle of all that, like where do you piss? What do you do? I guess you just got to let it go on the ground, right?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
like you're not getting out of there.
No,
you're not getting out of there.
Soccer type of atmosphere. Yeah,
wear diapers.
Yeah.
Like,
listen, I know it was tough being on the team, but do you know how many texts I got mocking my country, Newf?
Oh, I'm sure.
Everyone was having quite the laugh at Canada's misfortunes.
Any memes or gifts sent your way?
No, but everyone's just like, wow, like I can't believe you guys, and I'm like, yeah.
Is this more or less of a mockery than Galdi rolling down the hill at Redbud?
Oh. More. What do you think, Newf? Where do you rank this?
Well, the Galdi one ranks pretty high on our personal ones, but this one, as an overall, was probably a little bit heavier on the heart
for your country.
I mean, Galdi was on Team Canada when that happened.
Yeah,
but
you guys are all pussies.
Yeah.
Sorry, Newf.
Yeah, buddy. That's a lot of work.
Hey,
I've been there.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. It's I'm ready to take the beating for the next little bit. Like it's funny, like all my buddies, like group chat buddies and stuff like that, it just went fucking silent after the B final. There's been nothing. Like it's been pretty quiet.
That was like when Phil beat Coop. My group text with Coop was silent. Nobody was saying a word until I finally chimed in. Like, Coop, how you doing? Like 2 days later.
Are you alive? Are you alive?
I know Phil just beat you straight up at SMX, so I'm checking in on this.
Oh boy.
But
totally.
Dan was texting me about all the shit that he was trying to help you guys get for the bike, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, really?
Yeah, well, like some of it was such weirdo stuff too, right? Like, I mean, a tank, like when you wreck a tank, right?
Yeah. Man,
fork tube, like inner and outer fork tube, like it was bizarre shit, man.
Yeah, damn. So you're ready to go? You're ready to go home? Here in a little bit, go in the airport.
I'm gonna get dressed here as soon as I get off the phone with you, and I'm getting the hell out of this country. And get my life together.
Yeah, listen, tough deal, man. Anything else for Newf? No,
we need to let him go, dude. It's need to reboot.
I really wanted to like blame Newf. It went so poorly that I can't even ingest.
You can't even fuck with him because the sound of his voice.
It's not. I've been there as far as a mechanic and the work these guys put in.
Yeah.
And look, a crappy A final, like you get 12th in the A final.
You're
like, okay, well, not a great day. But, dude, you don't make the A final with that group of riders. That is tough. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm speechless. I need to get home. I need to watch some positive stuff, listen to some positivity on the airplane, some podcasts, get my spirit back up, see my wife and kids. It's been I'm feeling lonely, depressed.
Oh, poor Newf. All right, buddy.
What cures that?
We are working on getting you and Galdi in. In December, right? Because
I think we said
so. Galdi and Newf are co-promoting Arena Cross Series.
Oh shit!
In British Columbia.
Oh really?
Yep.
Oh yeah. So after the series or after a round, I'm gonna get them in.
Okay.
See how this goes.
Co-promoters.
You think we're still going to be buddies?
Oh, boy.
I hope not for the show. That would be great.
Yeah, I know you hope not. I know you're going to probably try to throw a wrench into the plans for us for promoting.
How many Chilliwack rounds are we doing?
Well, that's what one we're doing. So Galdy's taking over that series, so me and him are putting it on. But yeah, so it's just 2 weekends this year.
Okay.
And running by Newf and Galdy.
Yep.
Galdy and Newf. I better say his name first.
Yeah,
so
say his name first because he'll get mad,
yeah,
right?
He won't be happy.
So, I mean, even when he was team manager, the team made the A final.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they made it.
Yep. Yeah. And then he got fired.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the CMA, Steve, do you think they're happy that we didn't make it?
No, I don't think so. No, I think old Carl was probably typing up a report Sunday night. Yeah. All right, buddy. Well, I'm sorry, man. It sucks. I'm bummed for you guys. Nothing. Yeah, didn't sound like anything went right, and it sucks because, as I said, those are the 3 best guys we have, and they're all world-class racers. And I was really looking forward to a good finish. So.
There's always next year. We got 360 some days to get our shit together.
Let's get them next year, everybody.
Let's get them next year, boys.
All right. Thanks, Newf.
See you, Newf.
Hey, man. See you guys.
All right,
Have a
see
good
ya.
show. Bye.
That's Ryan Newf Lockhart, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels.
That sucks.
It's rough.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by Cherubies, by the way. Check out the latest products by visiting me at CherubysUSA.com, at a CherubysUSA on social media, Barsha, Scene Cirillo, Anderson, many others along the way using a Cherubies products. Bring your bike back to life with their full line of replacement replica plastic kits, handguards, disc guards, frame guards, and more. Thank you at Cherubies for coming on board. Thank you at Get Data, WUSA, love John, and
Kristen.
John Kristen there, of course.
Mm-hmm.
John's getting, so I have a 2024 50th anniversary, a dish.
You do?
My request. I like that color.
Yes.
John is going to put purple rims on for me.
It's going to look cool.
Right? Purple rims will
Yeah.
be the sweet.
Seat.
Yeah. Purple gut seat.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're coming.
Okay.
All right. So thanks to the folks at Guts Racing, of course. FMF, Works Connection. PulpMX 20 is the code to save. My bike does have a hydraulic clutch on it, so I cannot put one of the Works Connection.
Maybe at some point.
Why?
Just maybe at some point.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like you know something.
You never know.
What's up, creepy?
You
Just
never
Works
know.
Connection. Calm down. Also, by the way, we got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do that, shall we? X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Here we go.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X-Brand Goggles, EKSbrand.com. Choice of champions everywhere. Yeah, please check them out. Pulp Show 23, code to save with those guys. Great goggles. Josh Strang, Podium, GNCC, with EKS brand. Also, Factory Ride goggles and many more. Looking a lot like the Lucid goggles. Love the guys at X-Brand. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him, Connor?
No, nothing.
No, me neither. 30 seconds on the clock. Here we go.
Steve, percentage pie, you think USA will win again on foreign soil compared to American soil?
Yeah. I think they could win again. Absolutely. You send Tomac, Sexton, and Hayden Deegan.
Let me ask you that.
That's a winning team.
You think they win this year?
I don't. I think it's a battle.
Okay.
Right? Well, I don't know if they win. But
I don't think they win.
You don't think they win?
No.
Okay, sure.
This
yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Matterly, though, yeah.
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 Okay.
All right, that's a wrap.
All right, that's a wrap,
Okay,
everybody.
moving
There we
along.
go.
Short show, everybody.
Connor, who's the most iconic Fox athlete?
Ooh.
Oh. Like, in my opinion, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Ever?
I just
No, in your chick's opinion. No, of course your opinion.
I'd say RC.
All right. See, like you got RJ, you got McGrath,
Right.
you got Ricky.
Yeah.
Like
Depends
you
what
just
era.
So
done-
age dependent.
Yeah, it's so age dependent. Yeah.
Keefer, who do you think wins this electric bike manufacturer race to dominate the space initially, like when the YZF 250 dominated?
It's a good question because I haven't.
What do you know about this Honda bike?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Canard's racing it.
Yep. That's what I know. That's all I
Is
know.
it a 450 or 250? Comparable.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. Like zero. Gets your ticks. Anyway, if Honda builds an electric bike, I would assume that would be the one to match up for others to try to beat. That's what I feel. But we'll see. I'm going to ride the Stark tomorrow. Steve's going to make it out. He's going to really grind, make it out in the morning, and ride the Stark. We'll see.
Steve.
Yep.
Which current American rider would fare the best racing the GPs?
Yeah, I mean, Chase Sexton. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the fastest American rider would fare the best. Yeah, I don't feel like, I mean, we've seen guys.
Tomac would be.
Brownie, Osborne, they've come over, they've left, they've come back, have had great careers either side of the ocean. I don't know if anybody would do that right now, but so just say Sexton.
Connor.
I mean, I guess you could say Masterpool because he's more of an outdoor guy, but yeah.
Yeah.
What's been the biggest difference at Fox since it was sold?
Honestly, not much has changed. It's pretty new into that part of it, so not a whole lot has changed.
Keefer.
It's corporate. That's a corporate answer.
It is.
I'm too worried about the time.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Nobody cares about the time. Keefer, who was the most impressive rider at Des Nations?
Kenny. Yeah, it's cold in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll wait.
What the hell is that?
You're not next or anything.
No, is this
go
Watson?
ahead.
It's Watson wagon.
Watson wagon.
Watson wagon.
I thought you had to pick a side.
What do you mean?
Thought you were either Italian or.
I can be both.
Okay.
You like the Dolphins and the Titans.
This is riveting.
Depending on who's good.
I like the Dolphins, and we're killing right now.
You are, yeah.
Steve, what song do you want to be played on the sound system at Millville during your solo lap, which nobody is allowed to watch?
Great question. That's probably one of the best questions this Moser guy ever had.
Probably wasn't him.
What song? My Sacrifice by Creed.
Just the opening or the whole thing?
Dude, the whole thing.
Okay. So good.
Sounds gay.
Do you like all this shit that we're getting tagged on about the Sphere?
I know. Yeah, it's stop it, everybody. Like,
I'm getting so many tags.
Did you see this NASCAR guy that said, I didn't do a burnout because I don't shoot my horse?
Yes.
I got 300 of those sent to me.
I get those, and I get them. People send them to me and say, "Show this to Steve."
Yeah, and then
shrapnel. It's called the Steve shrapnel.
I put on Instagram, okay, I got it. Stop sending that to me.
Yeah.
And then it didn't stop. It just kept going.
You should just be happy people think of you.
No.
Okay. Wait, I gotta drop.
Yeah, armadillo.
Connor, what's your favorite Fox gear ever made?
Ever made. My favorite one was the Atlanta LE, probably 2017. It was all black with copper, the copper moth logo. It was just all black with a gold.
You like black gear?
Yeah, I just like plain.
No, I respect plain.
Okay. Super lame.
Chester copper plain.
Yeah. What's yours?
I mean, zebra stuff.
Zebra, barbed wire.
No, not barbed wire. That image stuff of Henry, black and gold and that stuff. RJ's all red sleeve.
Red and blue.
Red, blue sleeve.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go on and on. Not some LE stuff from Atlanta 17.
Some of James's stuff was unreal, too.
I'm too young for that, though.
Yeah.
James's pink fox was sick.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, last one. Keefer, is Fox the most iconic gear brand? And if yes, who's number 2? If no, who's more iconic?
Well, for sure, I would say Fox is the most recognized, most iconic gear brand. And then after that would have to be No Fear for me. It would be second. Like, a lot of people that don't even know motocross think of No Fear.
What's weird is there's Fox in our industry. There's Fox, and I think they're the most iconic gear.
Yes.
And it's FOX. Then there's Fly, FLY. Then there's FXR, FXR. What are we doing?
What's wrong with F's?
Yeah, what are we doing?
What's with F'ing?
I don't know, man. And then FXR creates a company called FTA. You can't even get away from that.
I mean, they stand for something, right?
Yeah.
So
it's odd. All right, X-Brand goggles. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Job of the week. Upload your resume for free today, and it's the first and only job board built specifically for the motocross industry. Looks like there's an opening for Fox Racing in Southern California sales in Hawaii too. Huh. It's odd. It's awkward.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't actually. So maybe I should send some text.
Are you okay?
Actually, I gotta go.
Speaking of Connor, Honda, you ride KTM now.
Gas.
Oh, you gas now?
Yeah.
Oh. Were you on KTM?
I was.
Oh.
The gas looks cool.
Gas?
It's red.
Was there any reason?
No.
Okay.
It looked cool.
But you were on Honda years ago.
Yamaha. He was the Yamaha guy.
Oh.
Before Austrian, I was Yamaha.
All right, moving on. District sales manager from Honda in Indiana, full-time job. Jason from MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com said this is going to suit Connor. He's in tonight. Honda.
Oh, I think because it was red. Maybe he thinks I'm on a Honda.
Okay.
It's red.
Anyways, Honda district sales manager. These are good jobs for Honda, man. It is responsible for achieving monthly wholesale and retail sales objectives by model and dealer development targets for the Power Sports business unit. Full-time job. You got to have a knowledge of Honda. Proficient in data management, Marks. That's you. Valid driver's license, Marks. Demonstrated sales and negotiation skills.
Definitely not.
Well, you do have negotiation skills. $1 more than tits. Yeah.
Damn it, you're right.
All right, that's the job of the week. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Please check them out. Thanks to those guys for all the support they've given us over the years. Connor Olson, Kris Keefer here. Okay. Keefer, you've tested your Stark tomorrow. You're doing Stark tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Your GYTR hydro clutch test is up on Yamaha on the PulpMX.com.
Got to ride that before it was installed on our bikes.
Oh.
Hence the reason why it's on our bikes.
I was wondering about that.
Okay.
I'm a fan. I'm okay with when you do that. So.
Honestly, I wasn't a huge fan of the hydraulic on the KTMs, but this does use a Brembo unit, but it has better throw feel than the KTM bikes.
Okay.
And if you are a clutch dragger like me, it kind of helps that situation.
Are you a clutch dragger?
I am. I'm old school. Like a lot of these newer kids, they run full fisted on the grip. They don't put a finger on the clutch at all times. Like I'm sure you ride with the finger on the clutch at all times, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, they're just full gripping it. They don't hold the finger out. I'm always finger out. So what happens is I end up dragging it a little bit because I'm always putting pressure on it.
Yep.
And then I fry my clutches.
Okay.
So the Brembo system helps.
Magura or Brembo?
The GYTR is a Brembo. It's only $300.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cheap.
It is.
For a whole bolt on, it snaps right on. You don't
All
have
you
to
do
do
is got to bleed it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a pain in the ass, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I worked at KTM, so I'm aware of that. Okay. All right. Hey, Connor. So Fox Rep. How long have you been Fox Rep for?
I've been back for 3.5 years, and I did it for 4 years before that with a little in between.
What'd you do in between?
Alpine Star.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's where I first met you. I think.
I actually did that because you had a job of the week.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I heard about it and applied from that.
Yeah. And you were a service guy, right?
Yeah, the dealer developer sales side. Yeah.
Yep. And did you like that or?
It was cool at the time. Like I was, a couple years younger and single and got to do
a lot of travel right?
everywhere. So I got to see a lot of places I haven't done.
Yeah.
Or haven't been to, but like at this point in my life, I wouldn't do that. Like I'm engaged now and I'm home every night. So
safe to say your market, Southern California, is pretty. Like, are you all of LA or is it? Do you have to?
Orange County South.
Orange County South.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Orange County, San Diego, Imperial, desert area, and then Hawaii.
I think if you want any area for Fox, that's a good one.
Probably, yeah.
So how did you get that area after coming back? Like that had to have been like. There's a lot of politics involved in areas. There's a lot of fights. A lot of reps that want that area.
Kind of honestly, it was right place, right time.
Yeah.
I knew the regional manager really well.
Okay.
From growing up in Colorado, he was there. So I had heard from the grapevine one of the guys was leaving down there, and it actually I called him, and it ended up being a different spot. But it worked out great for me.
Good. Yeah.
I didn't even have to move because I was living in Torrance at the time.
Okay.
So I didn't even have to move, which when I worked for Fox the first time or the previous time before that, I lived in Colorado and had to move to South Carolina. So it's most of those rep jobs, like the
Yeah.
Honda one, like
you got to go.
You pick up, you move, and deal with it and keep going. So yeah, this one kind of was lucky, like right place, right time, and
the racing, just kind of whatever for you at this point, right?
Yeah, as much as I can do it. If it's still fun and I'm somewhat competitive, then I keep doing it. But this year I sucked balls. But
you were definitely off a little bit, huh?
Yeah,
off your game.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, training prep or something. I mean, a lot of.
I mean, some guys had worse Paulus. Like, let's face it, some people showed up at Paula.
I did finish the practice laps.
Some guys entered and then.
You think Canada had it bad?
Yeah.
But yeah, what's your best finish at a national?
21st.
21st.
I did end up 22nd.
It's okay. You can keep the Loretta's thing going. I'm like him, right?
I did end up 22nd, and Cooper Webb got docked because he pulled. I was in Colorado. He pulled out of the mechanics area and like cut the track.
Yeah.
So they docked him, and I moved up to 21st. I'm like, that makes it worse.
Yeah.
I'd rather be 22nd, but.
No, close. Yeah.
Yeah. After that, I mean, it's 25s to 30s and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like you've ridden a lot of nationals in that 25 range, right?
Yeah. 25 to 30. It's pretty much Last year,
you know who else was like that was Koba, Austin Koba.
Yeah. Him and I battled all the time.
He could never get a point. Just so close.
Yeah. I mean, as long as I didn't make it this year, but I was kind of close. I think all the dudes getting SMX points, like, there wasn't factory dudes, but there's 30 guys that ride full time that are faster than me. So that bottom 2/3 of the class was pretty stacked.
How hard for you to practice and do your work, do your job and everything? Pretty tough?
Yeah, I ride once or twice a week, Saturdays and Sundays.
Right.
I have to take days off to go to press day and before Paula and stuff. So yeah, it's a challenge.
Do all your clients and most of your dealers know what you do? Like
they do now. I don't like telling people that.
Right.
I don't want them to think any different of me or whatever. But one of the first rounds at Fox Raceway, we always have like a big VIP thing for all of our dealers and stuff, and I'm inviting all these people, telling them to show up, and they're like, "Oh, cool. Well, we'll see you up there." I was like, "No, I'm racing." Like, do they have an amateur day on Saturday? I'm like, "No, I'm actually racing."
Yeah.
I think it was last year when it was 110 degrees.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, "Why?" I'm like, I honestly don't know.
That last national last year, the second one was horrific.
Fun.
It was not fun.
That was rough. I moved that Sunday and Monday too. I don't know why I planned that.
Yeah.
But I had to move, and it was still 108 degrees or whatever, and I don't think I'm recovered still. A year later.
Jeez. So a lot of windshield time for you, a lot of driving time.
Yeah. It's to a normal person, 35,000 miles a year or something is a lot, but not terrible.
Yeah, in a rep world, right? Yeah, in a rep world. Right.
Yeah, I have. Mileage wise, I cover Hawaii and Guam, so that's probably the biggest territory out of anyone.
Guam.
Across the whole
Did they talk about Kris at all? Guam?
Yeah.
Do they have any?
Like I can get the key to any city I want at Guam. Yeah, because of the Vet Nationals. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're tied in, huh?
Guam Nation.
That's true.
Dubach, Keefer, Lepanovich.
Yeah. But yeah, like outside of that, I live in Corona, and my furthest drive's 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Everything else is within an hour.
Did you do like El Centro and all that?
Yeah.
Oh God, that's
it's hot down there.
Right.
But yeah, like that's a perfect area. They're between Ocotillo and Glamis, and right at the border of Mexico. So that's one of the most impressive dealerships I've seen.
Really?
In the country.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's cheap in El Centro. So square footage and just like the business in there is wild.
Wow.
Do you go in there and like if you see fly stuff, do you like put it behind the racks and stuff and all that? Like,
no, they do pretty well with it, keeping everything in their spots.
Right.
Yeah, take a shit.
It's a what?
Nothing.
Oh, it's an aggressive world out there
for sure.
You know, Fly, Fox, like they're definitely they're going at it.
I think it, at least for me, what helped was doing the A-Star thing. So I met all of these fly reps, especially in my territory now, and I made them some money helping them doing the stuff with A-Star. So it made it a little bit easier of a transition going from, they didn't like it going from their ally to competition, but still they knew me. We had a relationship and a friendship. So
how does that work? Well, like I know dealers don't like it when companies sell online. You know, like on their website.
Sell direct.
Yeah, sell direct. How does that? They don't.
No one does.
Right.
Yeah.
It really hurts the dealer sales. Right?
Yeah, that's. pretty much everyone does it. So it's
Fly just started doing that too. I just saw.
I don't know if they do. They do closeouts or they do the main.
No,
thing?
they're all online
Everything.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's kind of like it's the nature of the beast. Like everyone has to do it to help promote it, and like on our side, it's different people.
Right.
Like we have a sales team and an e-com team for the website, so it's totally different people. But yeah, it's for
I'm
us.
Sure you hear it. Yeah, you
hear
hear it.
You're the one
us.
that's getting the.
Yeah. We don't like it, and the dealers don't like it, but upper management, they got to sell whatever amount to hit that. So it's still part of the business, and that's where they spend money for marketing and doing all the cool stuff on the websites. And those guys got to translate their return on investment too. So it's no one likes it.
No, I'm sure not. Right. It's a tough world. It's competitive out there, and and then you look at Alpine Stars. Like for years, their gear wasn't available here, and now they're making a push for their gear. WPS distributes it, obviously. It's crazy to see them and the marketing money they're putting into the sport. And Gabriel just seems to be like he's wide open. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so yeah.
And all the things they do, Alpine Stars.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
Every sport.
Safe to say the COVID boom is over, though, right?
Yeah.
Like for gear and things like that.
Yeah.
Like all you guys were printing money for a while, but yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same.
Yep.
It's a little bit more back to how it was the year before that. I think it's so dependent on each dealer and each brand and everything in each region, but I think at least like Southern California for the most part seems like it's a little above 2019.
Now, I think the last time I talked to you, we did a privateer podcast with you a couple years ago. You were telling me, and I think I got this right, you were telling me like to get gear for yourself isn't the easiest thing. Like as a racer, like you think you're selling Fox, you're promoting Fox, you think you'd get all your racing gear, no problem.
Yeah, I mean,
like this guy and his FXR. I mean, he's got,
It kind of depends. Like, I mean, I'm friends with everyone in the office, and I get some stuff here and there. But yeah, I mean, like I'm basically not good enough on a dirt bike to get all of that handled to me.
Yeah.
And
but you think like Hoover or somebody would just slide you stuff.
Yeah, and I get some stuff from them, and I'm grateful for that for sure. But yeah, a lot of it, like we have our employee discount, and you just place an order, and it shows up. And my fiance loves getting a bunch of Fox boxes all the time and trying to figure out what's in them. And
yeah, I would think that, you know what I'm saying? Like you think they would just, hey, Connor, we're just going to slide him some stuff because he's racing. But yeah.
I don't know, man. It's tough.
I mean, I look at the fly gear that I get, and I don't even ride.
Right.
But I'm marketing, right? I'm a different end of things, right?
There's a budget for that.
Right. There's a different arm of that.
There's not a budget for a sales rep that happens to race nationals sometimes.
Right. How's your mountain bike stuff doing?
It's good, yeah. Our mountain bike line is, I mean, it's come so far. It's pretty impressive, honestly. And
and you can do some of that in some stores or no?
I handle mountain bike too, actually.
Oh, you do?
So
okay.
I go into bicycle stores.
Okay, got it.
Also, So it's good. Yeah, that industry changes a lot more than moto. It fluctuates a lot more. Like it's way more dependent on weather and other factors and everything. So, but yeah, our mountain bike stuff's awesome.
Cool. MTX braking. Speaking of mountain bikes, inspired by motocross and power sports, they brought better braking tech into brake pads for mountain and road bikes. Make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. 2 compounds, one for e-bikes and one other for trail riders and racers. The code is PulpMX. It's an introductory pulp deal. MTXbraking.com. I gotta get you some of these pads for your bike.
I just went e-biking last Monday with Andy Jefferson. And had a good ride from the house.
You rode your
Husqvarna.
You rode. Oh, you have a loaner Husky.
Yeah.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
Your Taser still just sitting out back.
It's like I use the Taser for people that come and they come with me.
Okay.
Taser's out there too.
Okay. Well, get some of these mountain bikes. You got Shimano's on there or SRAM?
I got Shimano's.
Okay. MTX braking available in over 800 power sports dealers. The code is PulpMX at MTX braking. You got to try these brake pads. Use the red ones. They're a race compound. I really, really enjoy them. I like them. So please check out MTX braking if you can. All right. Sexton's news dropped today. We knew this was coming, right? It's a long time in coming. I was just checking a text. I put it on Twitter today. August 20th, 2022. someone said it's done deal, signed.
Right. That's
I mean, we've been talking about it before then.
Yeah.
But this was the first thing, like somebody that I would trust that said it is signed. So here it is. The day is here. So
do we know how long the deal is for?
I don't think we do.
Okay.
No. But yeah, defending champion taking the number 1 plate. It's only happened like 3 other times before. So McGrath, Carmichael, Reed did it. The number 4, he switched to number 4, which we talked about. A-Star gear still. Yeah, kind of neat.
It looks cool.
It looks good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red Bull helmet
the whole
took a little bit to kind of get used to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the first maybe KTM stuff I saw, they had number 1 on the bike, and it always looks cool with a red number 1.
Yeah.
And then I think Chase's video was switching between the 1 and the 4. And
yeah.
The
What'd you
4,
think of the video drop?
It was
Did
cool.
you like that?
Yeah, his was cool. And then I think the number 4 looked good.
So
even on him.
Someone that would have an interest in it thought that they wanted my opinion on, did it make Honda look bad? Crashing on the Honda,
I did think that.
Did you?
When I first saw it, I was like, that's not great.
I told this person, I look at it more like he toughed it out. He had a rough season, and he never gave up, and he became a champion.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you got to show the lows of crashing, maybe?
I definitely see both sides of it.
I do too, yeah.
So I just from my experience, I was somewhere and I had to turn my sound off, and I was just watching it on my phone, and that was the first thing I thought of was like, this is a KTM.
Yeah.
Why are they showing him on a Honda? And I'm
Yeah.
like, ooh, huh. I go, that's not really cool.
Yeah.
So that was my
Okay,
first
that was
thought.
first thought. Yeah. Yep.
I think I did the same actually.
Yeah.
No sound was on, and then I had to turn it up and be like, what happened
What is it?
there? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is like every time I see a new rider, just like we were talking to Levi, and he does look really good on any bike, but man, something about the orange bike with this gear setup, it just looks really, really good.
Yeah, the A-Star stuff on orange, whether it was
with Red Bull graphics and things, it looks nice.
Hurlings, Marvin, there's been a ton, right, of A-Star guys. Caroli wasn't A-Star. But yeah, there's been a bunch of guys that looked always really good in orange.
I can't wait to be able to talk to him, or if you can get him on once he has some time on the bike to really see
probably next week.
Okay, that'd be great if he has enough time on the bike to really compare, because we've ridden his bike, and to see what he was looking for, and if this bike has brought that to him, even though this bike has had some woos, because these other riders will say, hey, like
this is a risk
Cooper was
for him.
out, like I don't want to ride it anymore.
This is a risk for him,
right?
It really is.
Yeah.
Like I always believe talent can overcome anything. I really believe that, and I stand by that. So when you talk about setup for destinations and stuff, to me, like Jet Lawrence looked great. Talent can overcome it. He's certainly on that level of a Jet Lawrence talent, but there's still a risk here.
On paper, if you're me and I'm looking at on paper from bike to bike, it's a sideways move.
Yeah.
You're not going up or down.
Okay.
I feel like you're sideways.
Yeah.
This bike, the
but
new bike isn't
Crew,
that
much. Like Blue Crew would be high.
Well, Cooper hasn't shown that yet.
Okay. Don't just wait. Sorry.
But I feel like they are going to have an updated frame next year, so he'll be on the factory edition frame, and maybe they give him a choice. Maybe he likes the frame that he's on right now, but at least I know that's coming.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to ride with that frame.
Yep.
And from what I've heard is that frame is updated and it's in the direction that most people want to go. So I'd be curious to see which one he goes with. And I'd just be curious to see what he thinks of the bike, because the delivery is so much different compared to his bike.
Yeah.
Like I would say the KTM engine character is more like Jet's bike that we rode versus what he was. He had a very hard-hitting, aggressive machine.
Yeah.
The KTM
his suspension was aggressive. His motor was aggressive. Yeah. It was all. Yeah.
From what I know, from what I rode with modified engines on KTMs, and from the factory guys that talk about their engines, you never really get that with the KTM.
No, you don't hear it. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I noticed, it seemed like he looked small on that bike.
Yeah.
Like he didn't look
big.
Like he looks like he fits a Honda when he was on it.
Yeah.
But like watching those videos, he looked small, I thought.
Yeah, because he's obviously tall. He's a big dude.
taller
he's a
guy.
thick dude. Right? He has some muscle.
Yeah, he's big. Yeah. So, yeah, interesting to see what we can do from there. We got voicemails 702-586-7857. Let's play the best of the best that was. And again, if you're Lewis Phillips, you might not want to listen all the way to the end.
Ooh.
But here was the best of the best the last couple of weeks of voicemails.
Hi, my name is Sherry Faust. I have a number of items, a large amount of items that need to be pulped. If you do that, I would really appreciate a call back. My number is 505-8519. I'm in.
That I cut out her number. I cut out the middle 3 digits, so that's not her number. What's she talking about?
Is she trying to make juice?
Remember the lady that used to call the time?
Yeah, crazy lady. Yeah. No, that's not crazy lady.
Okay, I thought that was her. I was like,
she said I got a number of items that need to be pulped. What does that mean?
Is she making juice?
Talk shit on them?
You are pulp.
Did you call her back?
No.
You do the
Why the
pulping.
fuck can't we do that?
That'd be great.
I mean, we could. Yeah, I deleted it.
Okay, let's call her. Do we have her number?
No, I deleted it.
Oh my
But
god!
like, what
There's
is
only
she?
so many combinations. We could probably figure it out.
Yeah. What does she want by pulped? What does that mean?
A large number of items.
Mushed
Maybe.
into pulp. What does that mean?
I'm here for the gangbang.
I don't know. I thought that was great though. All right.
Las Vegas. Thank you. Bye.
She lives here.
Close.
Mathis, Pulp Nation. Now, one thing that we've been constantly talking about is this jet wave by for good old Kenny. Now, as I was out mountain biking yesterday, something I really thought about was maybe Jet, because we all know he's smart, but maybe he was thinking that with Kenny coming up on him like that, Chase wasn't far behind. So he was worried that Chase would not only get Kenny,
We're still here.
but could catch and pass Jet. So him waving by Kenny was kind of his insurance plan to make sure that he could hold off Chase. So that way Kenny was going to get the win. And Jet
anyone
could hold
following?
off.
Is anyone following this?
No, I don't know.
That was tough.
He thought Jet thought that Chase was going to pass Kenny and him, so then he let Kenny by, so that Chase wouldn't pass. I don't know, man. This guy sounds
Why
like
are you slowing down?
Yeah,
I'm bringing him closer, Goose. You're gonna do what? I'm gonna put on the brakes. He's gonna fly right by.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude.
Chase or potentially Chase passing him.
Probably going to get
But in
fucking
his
pulped.
head, maybe that's what was going on because we've all been talking about it and thinking about it. I didn't introduce myself, Wesley from Michigan. Just a funny thought. I thought we could chat about that next show. Thanks.
Hey, what's up? It's Blue Balls. Got a Yamaha 450 23. And again, the air filter setup is kind of fucking shitty. So I was going to say, first two rides, I sucked dust, oiled the air filter, tripped on it, making sure it's sealed. Even I got the twin air power flow kit, sucked dirt. So now, I don't know, I was just curious, are you guys all running, rim grease? Because I think that's, with that bike, it's just,
It's a little
I don't
rim
know.
grease.
The filter setups on these Yamahas are funky, so I was just wondering if you had any issues with, your air filter and sucking dust and what the hell. So, do you guys use rim grease? You and Keeper? That's my question.
That sounds like Raining Yellow, by the way. I don't know if that does sound Raining Yellow.
Sounds a little bit like
Little
it.
bit, yeah.
Okay, so I don't have any. Is there any problems?
A couple things with this whole the intake
Rim
being up the
grease.
front. I don't use any grease because I ride moto tracks. If I'm riding something silty, dusty, powdery berms, sure, rim grease, rim it up, grease that fucker.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you're going to remove your air filter, and this is very important because it is kind of a shitty system if you don't have that the screen with the stock screen involved, the backfire screen, because you get the twin air power flow, which helps, but then it's just an open mouth straight into your intake. So what you do is be very careful and remove it slowly, or tip the fucking bike on its side with the handlebar on the stand, and then when you remove it, slowly do it. And these kind of particles
Nobody's
that fall
doing
out.
that. Nobody's
Dude,
doing
you
that.
want particles to fall on your air intake?
It's Yamaha's bike. What do I care?
Wow.
It's a loaner bike.
Tells you a lot about you right there.
I mean, just don't take your back screen off. You're fine.
You know they're not going to do that. I need more power, man.
Oh, okay.
I got to get the bottom end.
I got a 450. I need more power.
I need purple rims and a fucking loudmouth intake in that bit.
I think this guy's problem is just the filter oil.
Yeah, I don't know, right? It sounds
just
like
get
yeah.
something stickier.
I just want to sell rim grease.
I ride, so I've ridden in the desert with Lone Wolf. Like we ride.
I bet you he rim greases the fuck out of his bike.
My dad used to, but I never.
Right.
I've raced whole desert series.
My dad was like adamant about grease on my lip.
No, I was too, but I rode sand. I rode sand a lot, so we did that. By the way, at Glen Helen, which one of you two is quicker?
We haven't run.
I think him.
Yeah.
At GH.
At GH,
he's got me.
Okay, just checking.
He's a good rider.
We could have had some.
He's a good rider.
We could have had some
That's
lap
why I
times
asked,
at
like,
Paula, but
I'm
out.
You guys would have been close at Paula this year, for times. I think
probably.
It would have been close.
You would have been right around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So, all right.
I think we could have made the C final.
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably would have beat Canada if they were there.
Yeah, here's my race tech rant. It's on Keefer and how out of touch he sounds with this video game thing, man. If you wanted to show your age, you have done it so well in this rant about Aiden playing video games. I just want him outside. What the fuck do you want him doing, Keefer? Kicking a rock? Just go outside and kick a rock for all I give a fuck. What you doing? Are you kidding me? Yeah, like, God, listen, I'm not saying that all these kids should be inside playing video games 24/7, but you cannot sit here and pretend like you, Keefer, and the men and parents from your generation have any idea, like, well, just go outside. We want you outside doing what, bro? Gonna get a team of people together and play a pickup game of baseball? Like, what the fuck do you want us to do outside? What? Especially for you in California, where land is being taken away by all these fucking corporations and all this stuff. Your son probably can't even go outside and play without just twiddling his fucking thumbs just sitting in the sun. Might as well be inside playing video games. Like, come on, man. Come on. Come on. All right. Great show, guys. Have a good one. Bye.
What's your comeback to that, gentlemen?
The comeback is, I don't mind him playing video games when all of his work done, but if there's work to be done, so Aiden and I just got into this the other day. Like, yeah, look, I'm outside. If I'm working in the shop, what are you doing? Like, there's stuff that you could be doing outside. He wants to be a professional racer. Like, there's shit that he could be getting ready for the next day.
My dad did that to me too. If he was working in the garage, I had to be there. Why? I don't know. There's something you can do.
No, and I'm not like that. But if I see stuff that's his that is not finished or not done, then I'm going to be in his ass. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't need more distractions for him when he chose what he wanted to do. I give him the option. Hey, man, you don't want to be a professional racer? That's fine. Play some video games, go ride, have some fun, and I won't be in your ass. But if you want to be a professional racer like you tell me you want to be, I'm going to be in your ass. That's it.
In your ass.
And this guy said, well, kick a rock. There's fucking shit you can do. You can go mow the lawn.
Oh, wow. That sounds great.
I live in the desert. You could do some fucking yard work.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Just saying. There's shit you can do. I'm not saying you can never play your games, but, dude, have some time management. Be better. These professional racers.
In my ass.
These professional racers.
Not in. Sorry.
These professional racers that are taking time off to relax and rest, that's fine. Do whatever you want. And that's why I asked Joey that day. I go, when your family is not home, because if I would have worded that question, hey, man, you're just sitting at home playing games and you got fucking kids and you're not playing with your kids. I said, and your family's gone. What are you doing? He's like, I'm playing games. Okay, it's fair. You ain't got shit to do. You're paying your own bills. Do whatever you want.
I pay my bills.
Aiden's 17. He's fucked for a while. So sorry, Aiden. You got to do what I say.
Okay.
And scene.
Hey, Steve, just listening to the re-raceables here, and you guys said how JT wishes he could be on these more with you guys. Here's an idea. You guys should do a re-raceables on JT's best finish, or best professional finish ever. Supercross or outdoors, whatever. But do one so he can get involved. All right, see you guys.
We are going to do that. Yep. So
what is his best finish?
5th at Budds Creek.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they show him?
I don't remember.
No.
Steve, it's Eli from Connecticut. Listening to the race review, heard about your little situation stuck in the parking lot with your bridge line fob not working. Actually, cars at Manchester Honda, same one that old Bradshaw was sponsored by in the late 90s. Anyway, next time that happens, typically you will get the alert. I don't know why it didn't happen. hold the key fob right to the push button start. Even if the battery on your fob is completely dead, it'll still fire up your truck. So essentially, you can never really be stranded if the battery does die.
Didn't work.
Hold it right to it while you're hitting push to start. It'll fire right up.
Nope.
Hope that helps you out.
It's not
Thanks,
true.
bud.
I tried that because when I was working the Google to figure out how I was going to get out of there, it said that, and it didn't work.
So how did you get out of there?
Eventually it fired. I was like pushing the battery and like moving the key fob and like hitting it, and it went. But I was close to being towed out.
I've done that. I've like gotten Heather's car.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, we're not going.
Yeah.
The fob's effed.
Well, I got a warning for the low battery, and I never got any warning. So I don't know. Yeah. I almost stuck in the Coliseum parking lot. Close. All right.
Hey, Steve. I'm listening to the review pod of the LA Coliseum race, and I'm listening to your expert analysis. You're talking, giving your take, listening to JT give his expert analysis, listening to his takes. And then I listened to Weege try to give his expert analysis, but his phone keeps cutting out.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to say. I mean, this is how I discovered Pulp, and your listeners deserve to hear what he has to say.
Mm-hmm.
And it's infuriating.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. So I don't know if this counts as a race tech rant. It's just, we get your fucking phone figured out. Get your fucking phone figured out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we covered this. Yep. He doesn't care. Yep.
Pulp Nation, what's up? Jay from the north. Mathis, this one for you, buddy. I think it's time for another Pulp endorsement of some privateers and some young bucks. You know, the Deuce is gone, A-Ray's gone, the train's gone, and you're just not getting behind anybody.
Had to be the
crap. I feel like you might be getting a little old, buddy. You've been forgetting a lot of stuff, getting stuff a little wrong, you know. Might be time to get the old young buck Steve back and start endorsing some fellas.
Sounds like Bigfoot.
Have a good one.
I got to endorse some fellas.
That sounds like Bigfoot a little bit, right?
Yeah.
What's up, Steve? Hey, remember when you talked about putting Vince Freacy in your LCQ race and having him take people out? Is that what AMA did, or Feld? Is that what they did with Dylan Schwartz? They just put him in there taking title contenders out on that second race just to spice things up. It's pretty funny.
I mean,
yeah. I thought all those moves were fun.
It's the beginning
racing.
of the race.
It's racing, yeah.
You got a clump of dudes everywhere.
I know, he was getting flack for it. It's like, dude, I don't know. It's just hard racing.
What do you want to do?
What does he give a shit about?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy who got first or second, like, I don't care.
Why are you trying to pass me on the outside in a bull turn?
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah.
And then also, dude, you need to stop having Darkside on the live show.
Oh, God.
He is just self-destructing at this point. You know, he tries to act like he's this fucking upscale #1 journalist. But that's not him. That's not who he is, and he's trying to be somebody that he's not. And we like him for who he is. You know, we like this shit show of a guy from fucking Boondocks, East Texas.
Boom.
So I think he needs to stick to his persona, not try to be somebody he's not. You know, I think he's hurting his image at this point. So don't have him on the PulpMX show anymore. He tries to ask all these fancy intellect, beating around the bush questions, and he ends up just asking these dumbass questions. So.
Okay.
Preach up.
Dark Side, just stick to the Moto X spot, y'all.
Fuck that guy. Dark Side's fucked. I'm out.
Yep.
Clip.
Get fucked.
Dude,
okay, get fucked, Dark.
And be yourself.
Be yourself.
Hey, now look here, Steve.
What?
Now, I'm just really wondering. I need to know kind of, more or less the direction that you're going to go with these two different things, because there's some concern from the left-hand right side that we could be looking at a situation here where Canada can help out the United States. Well, how does that go?
This can't be real, is it?
No one knows.
Does anybody know what that was about? Does anyone have any
Sounds like the guy off a Waterboy.
Does anybody have any sort of translation of that?
That them dared woods look mighty dark.
I mean,
something about the map of the United States.
You want to play it again? Play it again.
Yes,
Go
please.
back a little
Thank
bit
you.
if you can.
I hope he's kidding because I feel bad if he's not.
Go with these two different things because there's some concern from the left and right side. That we could be looking at a situation here where Canada can help out the United States. Well, how does that go? No one knows.
How's that go?
To everybody in America.
Oh my God!
Can we clip the how's it go?
Oh my God!
Can we clip that one?
That is gold.
How's it go?
Out damn there, left.
I don't know, man. These are our listeners. We love them.
That's great.
See you at Millville.
You like to see homos naked? That's cool, man.
Yeah.
All right, got now.
America in a favor and never have Lewis Phillips on your show again. Nobody cares what an argumentative Patsy Brit cares about or thinks. God, the guy just is irritating.
Hey, Mathis. Man, I don't know. I don't know if there's something we could do. Like, I don't know if there's a charity thing, like get your listeners to donate. I'd be glad to donate some kind of charity for a choice of however you could pull it off. But is there any way you think you could ever get Aaron Plessinger on for like a whole show, like in studio guest for a whole show? Man, he's hilarious and I think it would be awesome, entertaining.
That would be great.
I don't know. I don't know if there's something.
He actually said he would come in studio. He wanted to.
Really?
He told me that one time. Yeah.
I think it'd be great.
He's like, I'd love to come in and hang out. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, how do we make that work? I don't know.
Right. Off-season show, fly him out.
Yeah.
Think he'd do it?
Well, I'd have to see him when he's in Cali, right? In December, maybe?
Why don't you just fly him out like you do the rest of the people?
I don't think he would do it.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
You want to come to damn there Vegas.
We could do as listeners to encourage that. Say, we'll donate, to have him on. I don't know. Anyway, get him in studio if you can for a whole show. That would be awesome. Thanks. Have a good one.
The only reason Lewis deserves shit is because he thought he was the captain of the Sexton ship, and he knows nothing about pop culture and music. Okay, those are the only two things he deserves shit on. Everything else, he did fantastic on all his shows. I don't understand the Lewis hate. I understand it in the sense of I can't believe you don't know who the Beatles are and you're from England, and I understand it in the sense of he was crazy enough to think he was the captain of the Sexton ship. But other than that, I don't see why he gets all the hate. I guess we'll see if the voicemails are more positive or negative this time around, but I'm hoping. I wanted to give a positive one. Great job, Lewis.
Huge fan of the show. Love what you guys do. Listening to Monday's show now, and I swear it sounds like Jason Wygant is hammered. It is hilarious. Keep up the good work. Love the content. Talk to you.
All right, voicemails. Not too bad for Lewis. Only a couple bad ones.
Yeah, it's not bad.
He was thinking to be more, so yeah.
We've had way more hate for Dark on.
Oh yeah,
voicemails.
Poor Dark.
Yeah.
Also, thanks to the folks at Michelin, by the way. FMIP coming to Vegas this week.
Oh.
To ride with me. Mountain bike ride.
Is he here for something?
Yeah, he's heading to Red Bull thing, I think, is this weekend.
Okay.
Oh, Rampage.
Is Rampage this weekend? Okay.
No.
I think it's soon.
Really?
They're out there. They're out there working.
So, MichelinMan.com/motorcycle. And please get the Starcross 6s. They're fantastic tire. Also, great mountain bike tires as well from those guys. And whether it's light truck tires or all of that, they make motorcycle tires for just about anything. Cruiser bikes, sport bikes, motocross bikes. And the Starcross 6 tires are fantastic. They feature Michelin adaptive design. 16% more traction, Connor.
It's a lot.
19% when worn. Think about that. Think about 16 and 19%.
So that just gets better when it.
Yeah, when it gets wear.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you to the folks at Michelin for making it happen.
Something else I like.
All right. You got tweets? How many tweets you got? Are there any good ones?
Yeah, there's a few good ones, yeah.
Are we getting a Janky Mike hour in
Well,
here?
I kind of wanted to get Janky Mike in, but I also wanted to cut the show a little bit short.
Let's get him on the tweets. Can we do that?
But we want to talk to Janky Mike about his issues.
Yes.
Not about the tweets.
Okay.
We can skip tweets, or if you want me to ask like the best couple.
Yeah, motorsport.com. Go there. Dedicated team of gearheads, unless they want to do any returns, and go through the banner on PulpMX.com to help us out. And great prices, OEM and aftermarket parts. Motorsport.com. Love those guys. Big supporters of Carson Brown, and I like Carson Brown for all the things that he does as well. Follow his Instagram. It's fantastic. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
great.
Great follow. So please check out motorsport.com. These are tweets at Tallon. Let's do this. Okay. All right,
That's
we'll do that
my
too.
mom.
All right.
I think we
It's the
thought we'd skip that part,
motorsport.com
but,
tweets
you know.
at Tallon segment.
All right.
I have I had someone call in, and I answered, obviously, and they asked me if I should be working on your return. So thanks. I get customers that are like, "Hey, shouldn't you be doing Steve's return?"
That's awesome.
Dude, it's a joke. Come on. We're close though, right? We're getting close.
Yeah, they're pretty much done. I just have to submit them.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds familiar.
So is the app.
Yeah, the app too. Right. Yep.
pretty much.
tired.
From Thirsty,
Tired.
Keefer, will you be remounting the efforts to make it national next year?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. You have to.
Why?
Because the first one was a disaster shit show. Second one was worse. So you just
I'm
you
just
got
gonna go
you
fucking
got
dig myself in.
You
a
gotta
further
just
hole.
you just gotta redeem
They come in
yourself
threes.
and just make an honest effort and
I
have.
feel like I need to wait. Like I don't need to
What?
go to round 1. I need to
Oh.
go to round 9
Go to Washougal.
or something. Yeah, exactly.
It's typically when
Like
no
I'm
one shows up.
stupid to
except
go at
this year.
round 1. Everybody's like,
Yeah, but it's an hour from your house, so
I know.
it's better that way.
That you were like that.
Yeah.
I was like
halfway through lap 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, calm down, bro.
Yeah.
With your triple double step up thing.
I'm gonna seat bounce the shit out of this thing.
Ranham84 for Connor. Have you buried the beef with JT for the whole Fox vs. Fly briefcases full of cash with Weege thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. I think the funny thing is there's no beef.
No.
With JT, it's just more fun. I think he doesn't know there's no beef, but
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it's just competitiveness, right?
Yeah.
So.
yeah, it's a good time though. It's fun.
No, we loved it. Weege and I were rubbing our hands together.
Joey Lips, Ken Roxon has been incredible late this season. He's back on the same bike and team for 24. Is he a legit title threat for Supercross 24?
I don't think so. I mean, okay, what's the term of legit?
Like race wins and
Yeah, I mean race wins, sure, but I've said it before. Like 17 races and 19 weekends is tough for him.
we're just adding to the plate for next year with more riders in the 450 class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he will still show us, like we did this weekend, like he did at SMX, that he's Kenny fucking Roxon. And
Yeah.
don't forget,
Hunter win a race next year?
No.
Okay.
From Billy Brandt, Lewis Phillips has a huge interest in cock this weekend.
Yeah.
Did Lewis leave unsatisfied?
I think he did, but I mean, not in a way. He won the bet. He said $100 for fourth or better for
Yeah.
Germany. Germany got fourth, so he won the bet. So I guess he's fine. But Cock did not come up the way we all thought he would.
I mean, there was a decent showing of Cock there though.
You think?
I mean, he had some flashes.
What were the flashes? I don't even. Did he have?
I mean,
I feel like he was up there for a little bit, and maybe he might have crashed or
okay.
something. Like the
All right.
finishes weren't great,
Yeah,
but
okay.
there were some Cock sightings for sure. Yeah.
Cock finished strong.
Yeah. Okay.
Gyro Stinky.
They wouldn't have got third if Ruben just had stayed on the bike.
I know.
Just stay on the bike, Ruben.
Dude, he can't.
And it's tough for him.
Like,
yeah.
there's a wall there. Why are you going? You know
Yeah.
the berm is blown out,
Yeah,
and there's a ledge.
Yeah.
It's been there
You
for
cut
3
under-
days now.
Right,
The same line.
right, yeah.
Dude.
He's loose.
Yeah.
He's loose.
Gyro Stinky. Rock Talk question for Connor.
Ooh.
Were you able to make it to the Movements concert, and why do you think they aren't as popular as similar bands?
I did not go to the. I think they were just in Anaheim recently, but I didn't go. And honestly, I have no idea why they're not as popular. I don't. Maybe it's they take a lot of time off between like albums and stuff. I don't know.
Do you know who this is? Because I don't.
No, is it Creed?
No, it's
Creed?
kind of like a
What they
more
sound
punk
like?
rock kind of.
Oh, okay.
Like Blink-ish?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, then we can-
Have you heard his story so far?
Yeah.
They're like them. They
Okay.
toured with them for a long time, and I just like came across them randomly at
Yeah.
some show in Charlotte. They
Right.
like opened for the story so far, and now they're
You like him?
one of my favorite bands. Yeah.
I'm going to see U2 on Wednesday.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sphere.
Yeah. Sphere Life.
It looks so cool.
Oh, it's amazing.
It looks cool, but
It's
I think it's too much.
Stop it.
No, not in the fact like Howard Stern too much, but like I did ask you, and it does take away from some of the ambiance of the music. Correct?
I think you even said that. Like some of the shit.
Yeah, it's fucking phenomenal.
Distracting.
Doesn't matter. It's a 2-hour show, so you're distracted for 20 minutes of it.
It is fucking cool, though.
You know? It's amazing.
It looks fucking real. That's what's insane.
It's the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The like Matrix numbers shit when it went up and then came
down
down like
on you?
that looked from the phone. It looked scary.
Oh, I didn't see that. I just saw him going up. Like he took a video. It was all the way
if
up.
you kept watching the video, then it was showing the roof coming down on you.
Oh shit.
Yeah, dude, it's unreal. You're just sitting there and you're just smiling and laughing. You're like, oh my god. Yeah.
Could you imagine? How many people are going to be tripping when they go on there?
Well,
we'll talk to Janky about that.
Okay. Yeah.
Imagine if you took a frog with you.
Yeah.
Right. Fucking frog back on that.
Look at Lone Wolf with the singer.
Make it out of there.
All right, last one. Jay Gurley, 124. Steve, I don't see any dragon to dragon sections in the upcoming Supercross rounds.
It didn't happen. I was supposed to design a track, and then it got put off, and then it was to design a lane. And then I was like, okay, and then it never happened. Maybe it's on me, maybe it's on Dirtworks. I don't know. It didn't. Yeah.
Damn it.
Can you imagine if you only got to do a lane? It would have just been a death lane.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like somebody at Feld was like, hey, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, you gotta stop that.
You gotta stop that. That guy's not designing a track. He's talking about.
We gotta stop at the nets. We can't get anymore.
He's talking about doing loop-de-loops and dragging the dragons.
Probably because you were talking about it. If you would have just left it, they would have been like, cool, here you go.
Yeah, I know. I think it was Kibosh because Alex was all about it, Dirtworks, and then he just went silent. So
I'll tell you what, the gnarliest thing that I ever saw, and I was racing that year, was they had to over-under at Anaheim. I think it was Anaheim 2 in 2004.
You went onto the bridge? Yeah.
You went onto the over-under, and then there was a knuckle on one side and not the other. You could step over the over-under, right?
Yeah.
Or step on top of it and then go yacht off of the over-under onto another one and then off. So it was like 3 going off, and it was so gnarly.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's fucking wild.
All right, motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon.
That's horrible.
All right, Janky, come on in over here. So, Kris, just to set this up a little bit.
Yep.
Janky's our buddy.
Yep.
He was the guy that called in, talking about beating off over top of his wife.
While she was sleeping.
Hence
the reason why I like this guy.
Yep. His name's Janky Mike. He's a good dude. You did a podcast with Janky a little while ago on your network, Keefer Testing.
Yep.
And it was a little bit of I guess set it up a little bit for people who want to listen. Yeah.
So real quick, just my buddy Mike Allen, he left Dirt Rider when I left Dirt Rider, came with me, and I've known him forever. There's only a few people that I trust with my family. You know, Mike's one of them.
I'm one of them.
You're one of them.
Thank you.
So we're all in this Life 360, app that, all of our friends are, and we noticed Mike was down in Mexico, and he never told us where he was, and he was kind of MIA for a little bit, and I don't know what the hell was going on. So comes to find out that my guy had some problems, and he's back from the dead, but there's a lot of meat between those buns, right?
Yeah.
So I would like to maybe tell your side of the story, because there are people that suffer from addiction.
We don't have a ton of time, but we'll wrap through this about Janky, about your story, because if people want to listen on the podcast, it sounds interesting. It actually sounds a little like you made it up.
Yeah. It's kind of gnarly.
Right.
But,
Okay, so just
more or less,
like a lot of racers, you got addicted to pills.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like probably 8 years ago, crashed from a dirt bike, whatever, go to the doctor, give me a bunch of pain pills. I never had pain pills, and took it for a ride, and just went down the rabbit hole, and pretty deep down the rabbit hole. Ended up taking street fentanyl and stuff you would never think. Like, I knew you, Kris, you guys probably had no idea.
I would have never guessed you were. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I never knew, because I knew who he was,
Mhm.
and I never thought about him even doing that, because I knew he drank beers, and he'd come over and drink beers, and I don't do anything, right? So, like, I'm just like, yeah, just drinking beers. Like, it's fine. But I never thought he would go above that, right?
Right. I just started slipping a little bit. Like, he'd noticed I'd start showing up late to stuff. Like, I never used to be late and whatever. And I started getting kind of depressed, and he knew that. And then I knew I just was deep down the rabbit hole and was like, I got to get this fixed.
Yeah.
So I found out about this stuff called Ibogaine. It's a treatment they do in Mexico. It's illegal here.
What's it called?
Ibogaine.
Ibogaine.
Yeah,
Okay,
it comes from the iboga plant in Africa.
Okay.
And more or less, you I went down to Mexico to do it to a place called.
You just got to a point where you're like, I'm gonna die, right?
Yeah,
you basically,
I'm either gonna OD or like I was suicidal.
Right.
Like
you
it
have
got
a wife,
bad.
You have a kid, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I found out about this place called Experience Ibogaine in Mexico down in Rosarito, and I was kind of like, well, you know what? Let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm ready for like a 30-day rehab, which sounds ridiculous, but like I wasn't ready. I was like, yeah, I don't want to commit.
Not that much.
It's telling the story, you're like, oh man, I was so bad, I was gonna die. I don't have time for rehab.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that. I got a job and stuff.
Right.
Need a quick fix
so
for
like,
this.
I found this place, and sure as shit, like it was legitimate. You went down there, and within 6 or 7 days, I was sober, and I've been sober ever since. It's been like 4 or 5 months.
So it's a trip of it's a route.
It's a hallucinogenic.
Yep, it's a hallucinogenic. 16
and you
hours
go on a trip
for like 16 hours, and
it rewires your brain almost, and then your cravings are gone.
Yep, 100% gone. So they use it for PTSD. They
sounds
use it for
unreal.
addicts. It really is. And from what I found out, it's not a thing here because you cannot patent a natural occurring substance. So
No money to be made.
There's no money to be made on
Right.
it. So you can go down to Mexico. They do it in Canada. It's actually really big in Canada.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Canada's cutting edge.
Innovation. over there.
Innovation.
Can't
And,
ping pong balls, but yeah.
See finals and Ibogaine.
And Ibogaine.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I mean, if there is anybody out there struggling, it's the motocross industry.
Yeah.
It's taken out a bunch of pro racers and stuff. So it is a thing. If you know anybody,
sorry to interrupt you,
struggling.
but it doesn't work 100%.
It doesn't work 100% for everybody.
Some people are just.
We talked about you got to want help.
Yeah. Right.
You can't just get sent down there by force and be like, do this to me and I'm going to be good, right? You're going to have to want
you gotta
to get
want
off
it,
the shit.
And yeah, that's basically the main thing. You got to want it. And
How long has it been for you sober?
Like 5 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like 40 to 60% is what they say the success rate is. Where traditional rehab is like 4 to 8% or something like that. It's real low. So I kind of played the odds, I guess, and was like, you know what, I'm going to try this.
Yeah.
And it was the best decision
You were
I
there
ever
for
made.
6 days.
Yeah, 6 days.
6 days. And
Yep.
and the final step of this is smoking some toad juice.
I know a lot of people who listen to this will probably know what it is. It's called 5-MeO-DMT. It comes off of a Sonoran Mexican toad.
Okay.
And you smoke it, and that's like
Do you squeeze the toad to get the
No,
juice
they just
out?
give you like the,
Okay.
the dried out toad juice.
Is the toad there?
No toad.
Okay.
Just the juice.
You're like,
Actually,
hey!
Yeah, it's like toad crust.
I'm going to kill
Just-
you.
just
And
lick the
you do
toad.
that, and it's like that was like a 15-20 minute trip, and that
Okay.
was like really
Yeah.
weird. But it kind of like
So it's like the
concreted-
cocaine of hallucinogenics. It doesn't last very long.
Yeah, but you don't want to have sex with it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Got
cocaine.
Okay.
So yeah, if anybody out there is struggling,
Yeah.
check it out.
Can they
'cause
hit
it
you up
works.
on your Instagram? Do you mind?
Yeah, it's
What?
Michael Allen 1987, or email me at michael@keeferinctesting.com.
Okay. All right.
And,
so people can maybe if they have someone or they
Yeah, I've had a few
themselves
people
or
reach
whatever.
out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It sounds unreal that this would work.
Or like why
you
is
know-
it not legal here, or why is it not like promoted?
Yeah, or
Right.
why don't because doctors who don't make any money or have any. I understand the drug companies. I
Right.
understand the greater pharmaceutical people saying like, "Hey, this sucks and we
Right.
can't make any money." But doctors who legitimately care about helping people and,
Right.
and have nothing to gain.
Right.
I feel like if your doctors should be on this and be like, "Hey, man, you need to go here." Or you need
I
to do this."
agree,
Yeah.
and there are
Yeah.
doctors that are sending people down
There
there.
are, yeah, yeah.
So and there is, I know, a bunch of research into going into making it legal here, or
Yeah.
or getting
or
it
doing something. yeah.
research
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. But
And,
yeah.
and so you got out of it, and you've been around some stuff since, and never had an urge to
Yeah,
try
never.
it.
I was helping my neighbor with some stuff. He's a really old guy who ended up passing away a few weeks ago. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was at his house helping him with some medication, and I came across it, and I was like, "Whoa, a bottle of OxyContin." I don't really care. Like, no desire to take it or anything.
It's phenomenal. It worked, man. Well,
Yeah.
that's awesome for you.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Like for me, it hits home because I've known him. He's been a close friend where, the godparents to his kid, and I'm like, with a lot of people that I know, and I'm sure you know, that OD on fentanyl, they don't know they're taking it because it's
Mhm.
laced in their street drugs,
Yeah.
right? Like he could have fucking died.
Right.
So like I'm like, holy crap, dude!
Yeah.
Like I didn't know you were going through that, and it was like 8 years.
Yeah, think about the stuff you were taking that wasn't clean.
Yeah.
It was
Oh
dirty
yeah.
with fentanyl or
The
whatever.
last like 2-3 years was bad.
Yeah.
And not realizing how much I was taking. Like now that I'm out of it, I'm like, holy shit, I got lucky.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, so be it. You go through things, I
And,
guess. and-
what about like riding your dirt bike? Is it different to ride your dirt bike now, or like how is it like?
Yeah, actually, I raced. What was that? I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Last year at Vet National,
What?
he was on shit, and I didn't
Yeah,
know. Like
yeah.
he's like, oh yeah, like one day he was really shitty, and I thought he was having problems at home.
Which
And-
I was too, but yeah.
And then he showed up the next day on Sunday and won, and I'm like, oh shit, you must have been fine at home. He's
I
like,
was
yeah.
actually on Adderall that day.
Okay.
And that is anybody who says that's not performance enhancing,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
performance
no,
enhancing.
Yeah, when you
for sure.
you don't need it and you take it, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It's like hyper focus. Like that is gnarly.
Right,
but I mean, like in terms of normal racing, I raced a few weeks ago, and I actually feel like my my stamina is a lot better.
Okay.
Than when I was using.
Right.
Because it's a suppressant for your lungs too. Like when you take that, is what the doctor was telling me when I was researching all this stuff for him. It's like you take hydrocodone or OxyContin, and it suppresses your lungs, so your heart rate lowers, which you think would be better for riding, but your lungs and stuff can't expand.
Get all the oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah.
And what about this poor toad? Does anybody care about the toad life?
No, they squeeze it and it's good. They just release it. It doesn't kill it.
Oh, it doesn't kill it?
No, it doesn't kill
Oh,
it. It like secretes it, and I guess it's like it kills other animals that try to get it.
And they kind of said like this is the final step, right?
Yeah, it's
and
like
so
you do the ibogaine treatment,
Right.
and then they're like, okay, the last step of this thing is if you would like to do the DMT, you can do the DMT. We recommend it because it kind of concretes in like you don't want to do it anymore. And all I can say is it worked.
Yeah.
For me, it worked.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth looking
I
into.
picture it like, have you seen Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom?
Never seen any of it.
Yes. I know what you're
I
talking
picture it like, remember when they made Indiana drink the blood of Collie?
Never seen it.
And the brains?
Okay. No.
They eat the brain or something?
No, that's
No.
nothing to do with
Sorry.
it. Same movie, but nothing to do with
Okay.
it. So then he went into this like trip, and he was like screaming and kicking, and he turned evil because
probably
of this
like that,
blood
yeah.
of Collie. So were you in like a room by yourself?
Yeah, I was in a
tripping?
room. Yeah, I mean they have
And
nurses and
they
doctors
do?
there and everything.
Okay,
yeah,
so they
yeah.
do come check on you?
Yeah, they
And-
come check. I had EKG on the whole time and everything.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I mean you definitely trip out. It was like the
Like-
Matrix in my head.
Really?
Like, totally
Yeah,
the
yeah.
like ones
Like
and
the
zeros.
sphere, like the
It's
sphere.
like you're inside the sphere.
Was
yeah,
it like the sphere?
I've never seen the sphere, but I can imagine that's what it's like.
It's crazy, dude. When he told me this,
Yeah.
like when he,
It seems fake,
I was
right?
in,
Like-
so I
yeah,
was
like-
I was at the Denver
Yeah.
race, right? We're doing the privateer race.
Yeah.
And he called me. He's like, I gotta talk to you. I'm like, well, I'm busy. I can't talk. And then when I got home, he unloaded all of this shit on me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I like you said, it didn't sound real.
Yeah.
And then we talked about it. I go, we have to do a show when you think you're ready and
Yeah.
okay, so we can tell your story for one, and then
It is
two,
cool you're telling your story to
Right.
help people.
Yeah.
Like before doing any of this, I wouldn't have told any. I didn't want anybody to know. And
No,
you're
of course
embarrassed.
not. You're
Like,
embarrassed,
You're
yeah.
super embarrassed. And
Yeah.
then once I'm done, I'm like, oh, cool.
You
Like,
have put weight on.
I have put a little.
Yeah,
Thanks for
which
that.
is fine. No, like
no,
like
you're
you
the
were-
first person who's ever told me that. But you're right.
Yeah.
I've put
Yeah.
like 20 pounds
from
on.
the last. I don't see you much, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So last time I saw you, you were.
Yeah, I was
definitely
strung out,
skinnier. Jeez. And like, so you just go to the border and they pick you up.
Yeah, they
and
pick
you-
me up and,
and you could wake up with no kidney or
I was like, am I gonna wake up in a bathtub with no kidney?
like in a saw in a saw.
The
training.
saw movie.
by
Right.
himself, like
Yeah.
by himself.
Dude, I was desperate. I was,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
desperate enough for 30 days.
I
but,
love you.
know.
I love you, babe.
I don't got time for
Ain't got time for that.
rehab.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable.
That's a nuts
Yeah.
story. And yeah, so if you're listening to this and you know people or you yourself, it's a common motocross industry thing for sure. Maybe look into this treatment. Maybe
Yeah, totally.
You
There's
know,
one thing that's a for sure thing if you ride dirt bikes is you're going to get hurt, and that's another for sure thing is your doctor's going to prescribe you something,
Yep.
right? And you never know where that goes.
I do.
Because the doctor and I'm like that too. Me and him talked about this. Every time I got prescribed something, it doesn't make me chill. It makes me wired. Like if I never did speed, but I feel like that's what it feels like for me. That's what my body acts like. I'm like, hey man, you want to go do some shit? They're
Yeah.
like, what's wrong with you?
It was a social
I'm
lubricant
on
for
a
me.
pain pill, so I'm like like I just want to go do shit.
Yeah.
And
I took them for my herniated disc years ago, and it just cured the pain, so I was fine. I just
Right.
acted normal. I felt like, but
You probably needed it. I didn't
did.
need it
I
at the
did
end.
need
I
it.
just
No, I
was
did.
taking it. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, but you're like me. You don't drink. You don't do anything.
No.
Like you haven't even smoked weed.
no, I've never done anything.
Right,
No.
so.
yeah, I rarely drink. I drink at the Sphere because it was amazing.
I've
But-
seen you send it a couple nights.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
few times. What's it called again?
Ibogaine.
Ibogaine.
Ibogaine, yeah.
And then the toad thing is separate.
Yeah, that's 5-MeO-DMT.
That's weird. You know that.
We should get the toad in here and let me do the toad.
Okay.
lick
Dude,
the toad and
I'm
then
out.
do a show.
I'm out.
You won't do that?
Do a toad show.
Dude,
Toad show.
Imagine us tripping balls doing a show.
Dude you
would be almost
inhale the toad juice after you smoke it, and you're gone.
Really?
I'm out.
Before you lay down on the bed,
Yeah.
you are gone.
Wow.
For 15
Can you
minutes
die
or so.
from it or no?
No.
No.
He said he was like seeing himself as a young kid.
Yeah,
he
you
was
said
yelling at people. No.
Oh, I was screaming shit
Oh,
that I've been holding on to since I was a kid. Like they use it for PTSD and depression and stuff like that. And like when I was done with it, it was just like all this anxiety that I've had my whole life is just like gone, like weight off my shoulders. Really, really legit.
So you have a better home life, a better work life.
Oh yeah.
I mean, everything's.
I don't even have to beat off with my wife anymore.
That I mean, yeah.
They actually have sex.
That's phenomenal.
Amazing.
Yeah, good job on that.
Thanks.
Wow. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So thanks for letting me discuss it.
I think it's important. It worked for you. It's a really bizarre story, but I'm glad it worked for you.
It's a gnarly topic.
Yeah.
That's super common.
Right.
And it's hard for some people like me to relate because I'm not in that world a little bit.
Yeah,
so
me too. I don't have a lot of sympathy either.
Right.
I'm the kind of guy, and I'm a bit of a dick like that, where I'm just like, well, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stop it. Like it's ruining your life. Like just stop it.
I wish I could have. Trust me.
I know.
No, but I had that same mentality until I got sucked into this.
Yeah,
I had the same mentality.
I don't have that in my family, or you know what I mean. Like I don't. Yeah. I just believe like I work hard and I live right, and I just look at other people and be like, well, stop doing it.
No, totally. And I had like everything going for me.
Yeah.
And then got sucked down that hole, and then I'm like, holy shit, where am I?
Right.
But,
yeah, it's crazy.
Damn. Well, so Michael at KeeferInkTesting.com.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you want to listen to the show, it's like an hour and a half, and we discuss the whole
deal from start to finish.
That's KeeferInkTesting pod feed, and
you just go to PulpMX too.
How long ago was the show?
It's in the archives. It's 5 to 8 shows back.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like August or something. Yeah.
Wow.
Cool.
I almost feel like someone should
crazy.
make like I almost feel like someone should make like a little sticker of this toad or something.
I thought you were gonna say a Creed song about it.
Oh, that'd be great too. That'd be amazing.
Don't lick that fucking toad. Here, I'll smoke my shell.
New Keefer Inc. merch right there.
What
the toad on there.
Yeah, put the toad on there. Keefer Inc.
There is an FXR gear set called Dart Frog. So that could be it.
Yeah, it could be you.
Gotta get some of that.
Well, thanks, Janky.
No, thank you guys
for coming in.
For discussing
it. Yeah, I think it's awesome to have you back, I guess.
Thanks.
Right?
Yeah, it's good to see you. A little heavier, but I'm here.
Yeah. And then, I didn't mean it like that.
I'm just kidding. No.
You know, and then this weekend, Ghost of Oz.
Ghost of Oz is showing
He's coming
up.
to Millville.
He's coming to Millville.
Is he really?
Dude.
Yeah, he's
He's gonna be angry. He's
Yep.
gonna be it's gonna be great.
He's staying at the Airbnb with me, like him and Greg.
I'm jealous.
It's gonna be a lot.
Greg's going.
Greg's going.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
What if Vaj is just
mellow?
Cured now? He's just
Does
mellow.
Vaj need the toad?
Been
He
in
needs the
Montana.
toad to chill.
Vaj could use the toad
Yeah,
to
he
chill
could
a
use
little bit.
Anger.
Yes.
If he comes off of, I'm not talking 10 minutes after he gets off the track.
No, it's practice. He's fine. No?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Someone's going to cut him off.
Ride day
or if
practice
there's
too.
if there's a turn period on the track, he's out.
Yeah. Or if you see some guy with a phone, he's trying to set up his phone next to a berm. Don't worry about it. He's just trying to set up his own bangers.
Vaj bangers.
Yeah.
Vaj.
Well, fun show tonight. Connor, thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, anytime,
appreciate it. Yeah,
for sure.
You have a good time?
Yeah, it's cool.
Good. I know you're busy with your work, but try to come back in.
For sure.
Yeah,
anytime.
Good luck with the work and the riding and everything else. But yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks
thank
for
you.
coming up. Kiefer, as always.
Thank you for having me.
We'll see
you tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow, I think.
He's out. Everybody, he's not going to show up. That's it. Why don't you just tell me you're not coming?
I have a test rider.
I know. You already planned it because you knew you weren't coming.
No, that's not it. I told you my obstacles.
I have obstacles. I got to go to work.
I told you my obstacles. They don't involve 30-minute drive.
But your obstacles are fun things for you to do.
They are.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
I want to thank the Kitch, Troll, Newf for coming on. All good guests. JT as well, of course. Good show. We'll be back next week. Live show next week from Skip's Brewery in town here, the Huddle Brewery.
That what you're doing Monday?
Yeah, McGrath's supposed to be there. Lampson.
That'd be fun.
Bones. Bones may come up.
Wow, Bones is going to come up?
Yeah,
cool show.
Wow, we're going to be really cool. Marks, did we figure that out yet? Anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be live, I think, right? We'll be live on YouTube audio anyways.
Yeah, live-ish.
Live-ish?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll figure that out.
Delay.
Yeah, it's a fluid program over here.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Tallon?
Steven.
Great job tonight.
Thank you.
Really great.
I put on your KTM pit shirt. It really motivated me for the second half of the
Let's
show.
see. Oh, nice.
Oh,
nice.
shit, he did.
Nice.
I thought
really
he was
did.
joking.
Wow.
Kelly Smith era right there.
Yeah.
That's great. Thanks for that return. Awesome.
Yeah, Friday.
Motorsport.com.
That dare.
All right.
Are you reading sponsors? Is that what you're doing?
Best interview was Newf.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, I think so. He's
best.
It was 4 in the morning for him, so maybe that was part of it. But
Maybe
he was depressed.
He did have his shirt off though.
100%.
Sure.
He said he was going to put clothes on and then go to the airport. So
if I was Canadian, that interview wouldn't have been the best.
Yeah. I like him being honest, but how bad it went. You can't be like, because I saw some Canadian media Instagram, and guys are like, "Bad luck, guys. Go get him next year." It's like, fuck off. Like, no. Sucks.
It's a lot of time and money, man.
It is. Yeah. It's like your Paula thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for listening. I really appreciate it. Thanks to Roto, Swizz, Moser. Thanks to you guys for watching. And again, next week, live show. We'll wrap up Millville as well. Maybe we'll call you during the live show to cover Millville and everything that happened. But looking forward to seeing you guys this weekend in Millville in Minnesota. Should be a great time. Connor Olson, Kris Keefer, Janky Mike. I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week.
I am a shitty media guy. No doubt about it.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns to play your games. Destroy me, defeat me, and melt me down. You cast me a complete